Uh, Testing 1 2 1 2. Sound check, sound check. Vamos,
11.
2 1 2 1 2. Ke tsweletse smart mos. Lezaza on. Ke shota fela. Ah, wa khonala. Ke shota. Sure. Ah, bilo. Ai, voice ya na ka mo mo.
Morning and welcome to Supersport Park for the resumption of the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. Today we've got a wonderful match between the Fidelity Titans and the Northwest Dragons. And with me, I've got Strike Matlangu, one of the Empires, and Khotatso Macheke, and the captain from Northwest Dragons, Jane Winster, and Anneke Bosch, obviously from the Fidelity Titans. We are around with the toss. Heads is the call. Heads it is, and Northwest Dragons have won the toss.
And we... Bye. See you in 2 seconds.
Today, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
Yeah, finally. It's been a while, but we are deciding to have a bowl first.
And what's the reason behind that decision?
No, and yes, we're lucky to have a look at the pitch and this morning as well. So we saw there was something in for our seamers. So we wanted that advantage up front, and then we'll see how the day goes.
Obviously, you guys are currently at the bottom of the log. What would you have identified to make sure that you rectify the results going forward?
No, definitely. It must start by ourselves first, getting mentally stronger, mentally more prepared for the games that's coming, and knowing that it's a fighting game, every game comes. Now, the changes we're making is that we were batting more because unfortunately that was our downfall. But yeah, we just want to bring more to the game and more fight, obviously.
And what does your playing 11 look like today?
Do you want the whole 11? I can mention it, but if we have a strong 11, let's just say that. But yeah, no. So one thing, our international female Kundu, she's back. Everything is now sorted, but she's in the starting lineup.
Okay, good luck with the game. See you a bit later.
Thank you so much.
Anneke, what would you have done?
We also wanted a ball first, thinking that if there's anything in the front and early on, and probably just get better as the day goes on. And yeah, we know that it's quite difficult to defend on this ground, so we would also want to have a ball first.
And you've got an addition to the team with Impumela Mashilo, and just saw her training a bit earlier. What does that do to the team to have a new fresh face within the squad?
It's always good having new faces and new energy in the squad. And yeah, we excited to see her play.
Obviously, in the log, you guys are also second last above the Dragons. What would you have guys done to identify preparing yourself for the second half of the season?
Yeah, the girls have worked really hard, put a lot of time and effort into the next season. Everyone's ready for it and excited for it, and we're looking to do a lot of more hard work the next couple of weeks, and yeah, excited for it, and hopefully it goes well.
And what does your play 11 look like today?
A little bit different than normally. There's a couple of injuries and a couple of players on national duty. So yeah, but we're playing our best 11 and we are confident in our team for today.
Yeah, Anneke, all the best to the match. See you a little bit later. And that is it from us here. From the toss, the Northwest Dragons have won the toss and they elected to bowl first. Like they wanted to bet to bowl first also, but unfortunately the toss has made them to bowl first. Looks like a nice sunny day here. The boundaries don't look too big. We are definitely gonna get a full game in here. We'll see you a little bit later in commentary on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel.
Good morning from a beautifully sunny Supersport Park as you see the Fidelity Titans, who are batting in light blue, the typical light blue of Northern Gauteng, up against the Northwest Dragons in maroon. The Northwest Dragons won the toss and have sent the Titans into bat in this Hollywoodbets Pro Series 50 over match here at Supersport Park. I'm Ken Borland. A very good morning to you. And it's a great pleasure to have alongside me KG Masibulela.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning at home. Morning, Ken. Very excited for this game. Return of the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series between the Titans. Just remember the first game that they had. I think the Northwest Dragons might be going behind them now, thinking of what happened having Titans 40-5 in that particular match. So I think it's going to be a very good match, obviously, with the debutant from the Titans, also Mpumelelo Mashilani on loan from the Easterns. So it's going to be a good game of cricket.
And there's a lot riding on it. This weekend of cricket, Hollywoodbets Pro Series action at Supersport Park, the 50 over game today, and then the T20 match tomorrow. And every ball will be brought to you live on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel, courtesy of Pitch Vision, with live commentary. It's the bottom of the log relegation battle, really, between these two teams. In the one-day competition, Northwest are bottom on 0 points, having lost all 5 of their games. The Titans are one place above them in 5th, but they've won a couple of games and have 10 points. But the roles are reversed in the T20. The Titans are last in that competition, while Northwest are 4th. Which in the overall promotion relegation standings puts the Dragons ahead. Tabaseng Nini to open the bowling. Not the start she would have wanted.
Yeah, start off with a white ball. You make mention, Ken, of obviously the relegation and promotion, because it is halfway through the season, so 50% of the matches played. Teams should be taking stock where they are at the halfway stage, what they need to do. We did have a bit of interviews a little bit earlier on, and we're just asking the teams if they have identified what they need to do to get better in the second half of the season.
That one is a bit closer to Robin Searle, and she shoulders arms. And batting with Robin Searle, who's the usual opener for the Fidelity Titans, is Mpumelelo Mashilwane, who's on loan from Easterns. A very talented young player.
A very good player. Has done well in the GCT the last 2 seasons.
Beaten, nice and full from Nini. Searle drawn into the drive. Perhaps a bit of early movement. This is what the Dragons were hoping for when they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Yes, some nice away shape there from Tabaseng Nini. The GCT that KG mentioned is the Global Cricket Tournament. Again, beaten outside the off stump. Again, the stifled appeal. Again, Searle survives. The Global Cricket Tournament is a Titans initiative played during January, during the lengthy break of a couple of months that women's professional cricket has, just to keep the DP World Lines and Easterns. Oh, Nini again has the better of Searle. That one was edged, I'm sure, between the wicketkeeper and slip away for 4 very fortunate runs. Let's just watch this replay again. Oh, clear edge, and it's beaten the wicketkeeper. Ferenisa Reddy. And bounced well short of slip as well, though. Wow, Nini, after the first ball was a wide, has settled on a superb line and length. That's more controlled by Robin Searle. So yeah, the Global Cricket Tournament enabling Eastern's players who are in Division 2 to play against Division 1 players and get themselves noticed, and that's exactly what's happened in the case of Mpumelelo Mashiliwane on loan to the Titans. Gets a taste of Division 1 cricket. Oh, Sir will be disappointed she didn't make more of that one. Beautiful sunny day in Centurion today. Rather hot as well, which has been the case in the Gauteng for most of this week, as Tabaseng Nini comes in to bowl her second over. There's that fuller length outside off stump again, and this time Searle does get the drive out the middle, but can't beat the fielder. Tabaseng Dini is very much the leader of this Dragons attack. Has been playing for the South African Youth 11. Edged and taken my slip, despite wicketkeeper ready thrusting a glove at it. That's a very good catch by Jane Winster, the captain.
Yeah, very good catch that time around. Tabiseng Nini has been operating in that line. And just now, Robin Searle looked like she was a bit unsure of the shot that she wants to play. Last minute, just put a bat out there. And a wonderful taken catch. I think you look at it, it looks like a routine catch. But with the keeper coming across, it makes it a little bit more difficult for the first slip. But very good catch by the captain, Jane Winster.
Yeah, Nini's asked so many questions of Robin Searle just outside that off stump. Some nice away shape, and Searle really just a tentative, rather flat-footed prod at the ball. And no real surprise that Tabaseng Nini has finally got the better of her. Out for 4 off 8 deliveries, and the Northwest Dragons have an early breakthrough.
Much needed early breakthrough. Obviously, the previous captain of the Fidelity Titans, Robin Searle, one of those players that for many years has been dependable for the Titans, up the order. But that does bring to the wicket Teboho Macheke, the wicketkeeper, bets better from the Fidelity Titans.
And in need of runs, Teboho Macheke. She's part of the sort of broader Proteas women's squad. Very tidy wicketkeeper. It was good to see her get a few runs in the global cricket tournament just to get some confidence back.
Yeah, definitely. And you just speak about the impetus of a global cricket tournament. I think it's one of those that having instance coming through playing against Division 1 teams, but for the Division 1 teams also, for them to get their confidence back up, it's very important. As you say, Teboho Macheke has been short of runs so far this season, but she would hope that the form that she showed in the global cricket tournament will kick on to the season.
Again, challenging the batter outside off stump again. The batter drawn to it like a moth to a flame.
Yeah, the Titans batters look to be a little bit unsure about their off stump. Does look like they just leave their bat hanging out there. Tabiseng Nini obviously beaming with a lot of confidence. Was at the World Cup last year for the under 19 girls team, so somebody that knows how to do the right things.
Well, I was going to say it's not as if Nini has been bowling any in-swingers so far. That one maybe just a hint of coming back into the right-hander, but the Titans batters just need to leave a bit better outside that off stump.
And with that one again, there was contact, but it's so far away from the body. It almost gives a bit of a suggestion that maybe the team is not too sure of where their off stump is, and that's why you find yourself just nipping around just outside that off stump, not too sure if it's too far, if it's too close, where do I need to leave, where do I need to play. Something that the Titans will need to rectify early on. Don't want to find themselves with 3 down in the first 10 overs or so, because then you start rebuilding early on.
So back-to-back maiden overs by the Dragons. That over including the opening wicket as well of Robin Searle. Great start with the ball, having won the toss. Lacranje. Oh, edged along the ground to slip, where Winster has taken a blow. She's wincing.
Taking a blow there, and that also is Mpumelelo Mashilwane off the mark in Division 1 cricket. One of those that you feel like you just need a bit of luck early on to carry on with the game. And I think the Northwest Dragons, having chosen to bowl first, is exactly what they would have imagined would happen. The fourth over, 6 for 1. You already picked up a wicket. It looks like Nthabise Nini has got another wicket up his sleeve soon.
And it's been good support from Tabitha Lakranje at the other end as well. Started with a maiden.
And that is the importance of, they speak about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are equally as important. As you just see the Kranghe here. Very good support of Nthabise Nini, who looks to be doing damage on the other side. It does look, and you just see Deborah Macheke in the first few balls that she's played. Few of the times he looks to be playing away from the body.
Lakranje preferring to bang the ball in a bit more, definitely bowling a shorter length than Nini, who is swinging it beautifully. But the contrast is working. She's also keeping the Titans batters very quiet at her end. 10 deliveries bowled, just 1 run off. That's too wide.
Indeed. There's just something that I've noticed, Ken, with the stance of Deborah Macheke. When she's facing up to Lekrange on this side, she's a bit more outside that leg stump. But when Nini is bowling on the other side, she's a bit more on middle stumps. I don't know if it's a tactic or if it's not being sure of where that off stump is.
Fuller enjoys the big drive. Dangerous for the batter there. Yeah, nicely spotted KG. It's probably to do with Nini bowling that away swing and really, testing the batters outside off stump. She wants to get a bit closer to the ball, whereas Lakranje bowling shorter, giving herself a bit of space.
Another wide ball there from Lekrange. They obviously, I think, coaches would do a lot of work in terms of the strengths. Just look at that again. The strength of the bowling team and what's the best way to counter the strengths that they have.
It's a tall, whippy action that Lakranje has. As her second over comes to an end, 3 runs off it, and the Titans are 8 for 1 after 4.
Do you think what's going to be very interesting now, it's Nini will be bowling to Mashilwane for the first time in these innings. It's the first time she's facing off from the other side. So obviously, she would have looked 2 overs that Nini has bowled, with her being on the non-striker's end. Might be of an advantage maybe to her to have seen what Nini is looking to do early on here.
Again, beaten outside the off stump. This is wonderful bowling by Nthabise Nini. Mashilwane at 6s and 7s, and well, there's the Dragons captain, Winster. She can't believe that wasn't given. Commiserations for the bowler. Let's have another look.
Yeah, it just looks close, but good. Bit of shape here from Nthabise Nini, which is what she's been operating on. That 4th fit stump, just moving the ball slightly away.
That was a spectacular delivery. It started on the line of middle stump and hooped away. I don't think Mashilwane was good enough to get a bat on it, to be honest. Better. You can forgive her the previous delivery for thinking she had to play at it, because it started off pretty straight.
does look like she's getting a bit of movement also in the air, and once it pitches also it goes away. It's a very hot day, so it must be very good skills to be getting that sort of movement in such a day.
Yeah, Nini is certainly showing why she's part of the senior Proteas high performance squad. Based on this debut, can't be too far away, one feels. As KG said, she's played already for the SA Under 19 side.
You've got to think also that with Mpumelelo Mashilwane making her debut, must be some sort of nerves, especially if you've seen your senior player Robin Sill going out to Ntabise Nini. So when you face up already, the nerves will be creeping up on her.
It's nicely struck, but the fielder quickly across. Tabitha Lacranje does well to intercept that one.
Got a bit of aggression there from Mashilwane. Tired of being brought down by that ball just outside the off stump, just walking across slightly.
And back to solid defence. Yeah, I liked the previous shot, the intent, getting into the bowler's line and coming nicely forward to nullify the swing, and a really good strike. But the end of another high-class over from Nini. It's 8 for 1 after 5.
Of course, it's very important early on. Yes, you do know that the bowler is bowling quite well. You've got to find a balance between respecting them and also showing them that you're here to play. And that's exactly what Mashilwane did in that ball, where she just came down slightly just to say that, yes, I understand that you're bowling well, but I'm also here to score some runs, and hit the ball quite nicely, just unlucky to be straight to mid-on.
That's the fullest delivery Lacranje has bowled out of her 3 overs and a delivery so far, but Macheke can't beat mid-on. Yeah, if you don't somehow put Nini off, she's going to bowl just as away swingers outside off stump all day. Nicely slashed into the covers, but super fielding.
A very good fielding there.
Chantal van Schoor moving well in the covers.
I think we speak about how important. I think we sort of like did know that the first 6 overs to 10 overs were a bit of a challenge. When we were doing a bit of a pitch inspection a little bit earlier, we spoke about it does seem like there's been a bit of water that would have been put on the pitch early on, or late last night rather.
Beautifully bowled. That's a lovely length. And Masheke trying to drive on the up, lucky to survive. Love the way Lacranje sort of kickstarts her run up. And that's an excellent delivery.
I think one thing maybe to be a bit of notice with Macheke is that she tends to stand quite leg-sided of the ball.
Nicely driven, but again, I think it's Lisri de Villiers. Is that a 13 on her back or a 23?
Looks more like a 13.
So Lisri de Villiers then. Apologies if we get it wrong. And another very tidy over comes to an end. 8 for 1 after 6 overs. Lacranje 3 overs for just 3 runs. And Nini 3 overs just 5 runs and the wicket. So the new ball pair have done a fabulous job for the Dragons.
Yeah, definitely. I think they have done exactly what is required of them. When you do choose to bowl first, these are the kind of figures that you'll be looking to. Of course, they'll like another wicket or two. It was a close one a little bit in the previous over, Nini to Mashilwani. Then again, I think the Fidelity Titans will look and say that let's get through this spell of these 2 bowlers because they are bowling well. And then the change bowlers, when they come through, try to put them a little bit under pressure without playing negative cricket, that is.
Nini, normal service resumed, beating Mashilwani outside off stump. Back-to-back maidens the Dragons have bowled again. So it'll be interesting to see if Mashilwani again shows intent and tries to attack Nini a bit. Just to try and get her off this really effective line.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, that effective line that Nini keeps on bowling. And if you keep on letting her bowl, you're going to find yourself chasing the game a little bit more than what you would like to. So it is a tough situation for a debutant to be in, losing an early wicket, having a bowler that's bowling so well. Do I go attack her? Do I see her off? So some good questions being asked there of Nini from Mashilwani.
The full toss unable to be put away properly, but they are going to get a single. Directed Masheke might have been in trouble.
Yeah. It looked like she was slow off the mark there. What you've got to like from Mashilwani, it's just been a couple of balls that she's been there. But every time when she's coming down, she looks to be coming down in line with the ball rather than just coming down the wicket and swinging off her toes. She's coming in line with the ball, making sure that she's still in control of the stroke.
Nicely clipped through mid-wicket by Macheke. There's a good hard chase. Oh, it's unfortunate for the fielder that she did all the hard work. Tabitha Lakranje got the hand on it, but then deflected into the boundary. So the first proper boundary of the Titans innings.
It's a very good shot, you've got to say, from Teboho Macheke. Just made sure that she's in line, kept her shape, allowed the ball to come to her. Nicely hit between that mid-wicket and mid-on. Is that the shot to bring the confidence going forward in these innings?
Yeah, Masheke batting on, difficult to see exactly from where we are, but it's there you see on middle and off. And Nini has just fed her with a couple of straighter deliveries. That one just worked away for the single, but so maybe the bowler getting sucked in a bit, going for the LBW.
And that is exactly what happens, and might take it for granted from what Mashilwani has been doing, just coming across a little bit, and then Nini thinks that maybe I need to change something, go for the stumps, and that's where the batters now are finding it easier to score the runs.
Gets away with another over-pitched delivery to end the over. 7 gone, 14 for 1. So a good over for the Titans. That one, 6 runs off it.
Yeah, I think if you are an Indian, we've said in this over that twice she's probably gotten away with those lowish type of full toss. But if you've created so much pressure and created so much doubt into the batters, you can get away with those ones that are not the greatest of deliveries. So you can say as a bowler that if you bowl well enough for a long period of time, you buy yourself a bad ball here and there not to be put away.
The Granje struggled a bit with the wides in the second over. Bowled a couple. Here's another one from her.
You've got to ask yourself also that having seen that when it comes straight at Tebogo Macheke, looks like she's more comfortable.
Slashed away through the covers. Good strike by Tebogo Macheke, and she gets her second boundary.
Yeah, very good shot. Last time around it was through the leg side. This time piercing the covers, keeping the ball along the ground. So take a look at that again. Just made sure that she hits it as late as possible. That's a much needed boundary for the Fidelity Titans. 2 in 2 overs.
2 full and 2 wide from the bowler. How does she respond? That's better. Much better. But, just a bit of impetus now getting into this Titans innings. They had just 8 runs on the board after 6 overs, which is barely more than 1 run and over. The rate achieved now up to 2.6. Good comeback by the bowler, Lakhanji. Getting her line straighter, and the length is very good there. You can see the batter just a bit unsure whether to go forward or back. And there was a bit of movement off the seam, as we saw there on the replay. Nicely driven, that will be one. Ball watching by Mashiliwani there at the other end.
I think she's still thinking a lot about her approach to the game. I think if you've got Macheke has already hit 2 fours on the other side, might give you a bit of confidence that there's something there. Did say that those first 6-7 overs might be a little bit challenging because of the way the pitch was, but it does look like they're settling in nicely now.
Oh, this is going to have to be a quick single. Oh, it's well judged in the end by Mashiliwane.
That is exactly what you're going to need. If the boundaries are not forthcoming, you have to transfer the pressure back onto the fielding team. And just put it in that mid-wicket. Nice little soft ends, able to go through for a quick single.
Fielders on the leg side are right on the edge of the circle. Strong offside field for Lakhanji, who ends her 4th over. None for 10 for her. It's 21 for 1 after 8 overs. And you just see the batters there pumping gloves. They can feel pleased that they've come through a tough period and are just starting to find some momentum now.
That is exactly what it is about, that going through those tough times to earn yourself some runs later on in the innings. It's a 50 over game, 300 balls to be bowled, so there's quite still a lot of time to go. Still 42 overs to go. So you feel as the batting team that yes, you've had a bit of a slow start, but there is a lot of time in the game.
Yeah, the big thing is to not lose 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. That sort of thing. You don't need to worry too much about the run rate, I would suggest, especially when you've been sent into bat. Lost a wicket early doors. The rate at the moment is 2.6 and growing, so they're doing a good job. Little shuffle outside off stump by Mashiliwane, and beautifully put away through extra cover for 4. Very good batting again, getting into Nini's line and lashing the fuller delivery away for 4.
Very good shot, very good control. As I said a bit earlier on, when she comes down in line, looks to be in control of the shot, and that's exactly what she did that time around. This time she does get a 4. Previous 2 times were hit straight to the fielder, but this time she gets exactly what she's been looking for. And as you said, Ken, they look to be growing in confidence now.
For 19 and 5. 9 overs gone, 29 for 1. We have a change of bowling now as Katlego Setlodi replaces Tabitha Lagrange at the West Lane end. Lagrange took 3 wickets against the Titans, 3 for 30 in 9 overs when they played in Poch back in October. It was actually the opening match for both teams. And a good start by Setlodi.
A very good start. Obviously, that performance will be up his sleeve. Thinking of the damage that she created the first time around when they played in the first half of the season. And you've got to say, it looks like the Titans are just turning the tide a little bit here.
Sorry, fake news alert. Misread my notes. It wasn't Setlodi who got 3 for 30. She got 2 for 48 against the Titans. The 9 overs was correct, at least.
I think very good balance here between bat and ball. You'd say that the first 5 overs or so, the Northwest Dragons will be very pleased with their performance. The Titans in the last few overs getting some boundaries, 4 boundaries in the last few overs.
Nicely struck by Masheke, but a bit too well struck to get the single. Yeah, that rate achieved has now got up to 3 and over. So good composure, good patience shown by these 2 batters.
It is going to be very interesting to see what the Northwest Dragons do after the power play. Do they keep on attacking and thinking, yes, they've come up, but then they're still only going about 3 and over? Or do they think that, hang on, it looks like they're getting some boundaries, they've gotten 4 in the last 3 overs or so? Is it time for us now to try and protect those boundaries, which might play in the hands of the Fidelity Titans if they go that direction?
That one was right up there in the block hole, and Masheke swinging around it a bit. Lucky to survive. End of a tidy start. Claudia maiden over for her. It's 29 for 1 after 10 overs. Goodbye for a few overs to KG. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Simon Gear alongside me.
Isn't it so much fun to be back? Yeah, so it's been a quiet start to the Titans innings. I think you're quite right or KG was quite right that it's been there's been some sort of change in rhythm in the last 5 overs, and so now I think as we end the power play, this is going to be an interesting period. Jane Winster coming into bowl to bowl her spin, and this I think is the moment where Titans can reassert themselves into this match.
The Dragons can tie them up a bit. You know, Winster, very crafty, experienced spinner, so it's going to be interesting to see how this battle goes.
Comes in right arm around the wicket, so spinning back into that right-hander. This is every umpire's nightmare. We hate this. We chatted a little bit to the groundsman earlier this morning. He felt, we think you felt it was a good batting pitch, Ken. He was unsure.
Well, I think the groundsman is always hedging his bets a bit. Always nervous about how the creation is going to play. They don't want to be too confident, too bolshy before a ball is bowled.
This has been a very, very tidy opening over by Winster, just really keeping the batsman close, although this time she is able to step away. No, straight to point and no run.
So the two fielders on the boundary are on the leg side, which is the long boundary, bowling to a right-hander from this West Lane end. Short boundary on the offside, so that previous ball was an opportunity.
Again, just works into the onside and no run. What an incredibly good opening over. Well done her.
Certainly landing it nicely, Winster. So yet another maiden over. 29 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, I mean, very, very solid start by the Dragons. They've come out with intent. You could see in their pre-match rituals that they seemed committed. Obviously, some very, very senior players in this team as well, which I think adds some gravitas to their behaviour. Good shot out into the offside. There is a chase on. She makes a sliding stop and will save the 4. And so I think they just went through for the 1.
Two. Came back for the second.
They came back for the second.
Pacheco, yeah, very
Sorry,
nicely
I was
played
more
that.
watching.
Just a nice composed punch off the front foot, and so at least we know this won't be a maiden over. 6 maiden overs out of the first 11, which I think tells you a little bit about the quality of the bowling.
Yeah, I think when Titans, again, just finding the fielder at backward points, is that Minx out there? No. But yes, I think when you lose Robin Searle early doors, this Titans team then struggles. She's the attacking batter in that up order. In the channel, played back, no run.
Well, Searle has been the one top order batter to do reasonably well so far this season. 78 runs in 3 innings with 1 half century, but they've certainly had their top order struggles this season, the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, they were. You could see Robin was absolutely gutted. Inside edge, a little bit of a lucky chance, but it all looks like a single on the scorebook, and they'll come through for 1. Yeah, I mean, the Searles are a very well-known Gauteng cricketing family. I'm sure Mom and Dad Searle are somewhere here in the ground watching. They don't miss a lot of their daughters' games. But yeah, Robin would have been very, very unhappy with nicking off early today.
Sister Jenna is a leading coach in Gauteng, and happy to say one of our commentators as well.
Proud captain of the Tux team, which my daughter plays for. So Jen and our commentary team go well back. I think when she was even still a school kid. End of the over, 32 for 1 after 12. This has been a cautious start by the Titans. They need to up their game if they're going to defend.
Well, we mentioned the maidens, 6 in the first 11 overs, so apart from the quality of the bowling, perhaps also an indication that the Titans need to work a little bit on their strike rotation skills. But I suppose the important thing, is this partnership has reached 27 at 2.7 to the over. So laying a bit of a platform, and they'll be hoping that they can just accelerate a bit as they go through these middle overs.
Yeah, not good enough though, Ken. They need, as you said, they need to rotate. They seem to be hitting the ball quite well. I mean, it sounds fantastic off the bat. I was sitting out in the balcony area earlier, and the bats sound heavy, which is always a good sign. but they're finding the fielders every single day. That's much, much better. Just played with some intelligence, finer of the fielder at backward point, and they're able to get through her rhythm down. Ooh, and a possibility of a real chance to smash that out to the offside for 4. Missed it completely.
Short boundary that side, she really missed out.
Why would we have unequal boundaries on a field where we're able to manipulate the boundary like we do for women's cricket? Maybe we have to get Brian in on that one. But Winster carrying on and just hitting her marks so well. I've been really impressed with her these 9 or 10 balls that she's had, 11 balls in fact, that she's had for her spell so far. This one slightly shorter. It is smeared out to the onside, collected by deep square leg. They go through for a single, and that is the end of the over. 13 overs, 35 for 1. These batters both now properly set. I think they need to start building on this platform now.
Certainly time to just try and accelerate for the Titans. To answer your question about the uneven boundaries, I guess it's to add a bit of interest, a bit of challenge for the bowlers. For bowlers and captains.
It's not an escape room, Ken. It's cricket.
Cricket often is an escape room. Isn't that a great analogy for the game?
Setlodi coming in from the... what end is that? It's the river.
Henham's River.
Henham's River, yes, there we go. The Pretoria that is built on the banks of the mighty Arpies. So coming in from the Henham's River end, the Gautrain end, possibly. I think it would be named now if we had renamed it. And she's also right tight in the channel and doing an incredibly good job of keeping these Titans players quiet.
We saw Mashilewani successfully put Nini off her line and length a bit. I'd like to see Masheke maybe try that with Setlodi as well.
Wider ball, slashed away, beats the ring and away for 4. Finally, some relief for the Titans.
Tebogo Masheke, when she gets going, can be a very dangerous batter. And it looks like she's getting going now. 20 not out. 41 deliveries though. So she'll want to increase her momentum a bit. But there are positive signs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the awkward point in an innings where you've laid the groundwork. If you lose your wicket now, you've failed. But if you're able to build on this and speed up and land up with, 60 or 70 at a runner ball, then you've done incredibly well. But this is the critical period of an innings like this.
Outside the power play, good to see though that the Dragons have kept their inner ring strong. Just 2 fielders on the boundary, fine leg and third man.
Another really good tight ball by Setlodi. And yeah, I completely agree with you. One of the things I hate to see is people or captains spreading the field just by instinct, rather than actually really keeping the pressure on. And I think often power players work to the batter's advantage because they spread the field. Another really cautious play. And that is the end of another reasonably cheap over. 39 for 1 after 14. Average of under 3 and over.
Just the one scoring stroke in that over the boundary hit by Masheke. And that's what we were saying earlier, just the importance of not just hitting boundaries. You need to get the ones and twos as well, especially the ones. You get 3 singles in that over to add to the boundary, and suddenly it's a 7-run over. And that really gets the scoreboard going.
There was a lot of dinking it straight back to the bowler there, which is not good enough. You need to be angling the bat, working it around, trying to find your angles, trying to make a plan. Winster coming in again, spinning it back into the right-hander, and again just knocked into the covers without any real plan to score.
Well, there's no one in the fine leg area. Can Mashiliwani sweep?
Apparently not. she drives it again into the covers. I mean, giving a batting masterclass in hitting the middle of the bat, but just not actually scoring any runs.
There is a fielder behind square on the boundary on the leg side, but that's more of a deep backward square.
There was her opportunity to try and work it, and I think the ball popped on her a little bit, got a little bit high, and she was quite cautious. This time she does try and play it on the onside, but doesn't really get much bat on it at all. I think possibly might have even just come off the thigh pad and bobbled away. Keeper able to collect, no worries. Played into the onside, so the short mid wicket does come through and collects. So they go through for one. Incredibly impressed by Winster in this spell. She's been very, very tight, and after 2.5 overs has only gone for the 4 runs. She comes back right arm over now. Conventional ball, conventional shots, no run.
40 for 1 after 15 overs. Winster just carrying on where she's been most of the season. She's gone for just 3.36 runs per over in the 48.5 overs she bowled before this game. Taken 6 wickets as well. So has been really effective for the Dragons in these overs outside the power play with her spin bowling.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't look particularly threatening, but she's able to keep the run rate down. And we have a change of bowler. Can you able to better use your binoculars while I'm still trying to hold my microphone? Who's this going to be? Okay.
I have a feeling it is Elisa Erkselben. Might be wrong. There we go. It is.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Elisa's going to be bowling right arm over, also a spinner. Fires it in quite hard, but enables the batters to get some work on it, and they go through for the single.
Captain's privilege. The off spinner Winster bowling when she bowls the leg side is the long boundary. Erkselben also an offie by the looks of things. She's got a short boundary on the leg side to contend with. She does have a fielder at deep backward square and one at cow corner on the boundary.
She comes in again, right arm over, swinging, spinning the ball into the right hander. I mean, I talk about it being an umpire's nightmare when off spinners come around because there's so much to think about. But I do like it as a tactic. This is over though and played straight into the hands of Point and no run.
Surely as an umpire you could just get away with saying everything's pitched outside leg. LBW's out the game.
I can absolutely assure you that opinions, particularly Quentin Parker's brother, who loves to bowl his off spin around the wicket. He didn't inherit his little brother's speed, but he's a very, very good off spinner, and he will actually tell you, Umpy, third and fourth ball of this over, we're going for the LBW. Pay attention. Oh, swing and a miss. I think Dragons are really in the pound seats here. I think they're putting proper pressure on this Titan side. Oh, she missed it. I was looking out to the boundary to see what happened to that. Not even given a wide, so a leg side mishit, and that is the end of the over. 42 for 1 after 16.
Well, I think you were justified looking towards the boundary that last delivery. That really should have been put away. Missed opportunity, and the Titans mentioned one of the reasons they wanted to bowl first is the difficulty in defending totals here at Supersport Park, and that'll be in the back of their minds batting first. That they've got to set something defendable, set something maybe more than they would maybe more than they would target elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, really interesting that. On drive. Oh, there's a misfield. They do come through for the single. There is a chance of a run out. No, the throw is wayward from. I think that's Tabitha Akranji, I think. And they come through for a single.
Directed, the batter was definitely out. Masheke there. Missed opportunity for the Dragons.
Lots of air given on this one, and there is an opportunity there to sweep. And so the keeper and possibly backward point chasing that one down. And they do come through for a few runs. 43 for 1 after 16.2.
Didn't get all of it on that sweep, but at least got something for a couple of runs. There was a big vacant area, and now a short funding has been put in place.
Really not sure why Winston's decided to come over the wicket. She was looking really, really good around the wicket and pressuring the batter. So I would have liked her to continue that.
Yeah, why change when things are going well?
Spinning it, getting proper movement off the pitch there. Into the right-hander, plays into the offside, no run. What an absolute gorgeous day as well. Hey? Clear blue skies after. Oh, there's a big appeal. Oh, and it's given. Strike has given it. That's really, really interesting. Okay, so that was spinning in to the right-hander. It looked leggish to me.
Well, the batter certainly thought it was leg side, hence the stroke that Mashiliwane played. Let's have another look. Yeah, she's stepped right across.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the legs. I think that's a reasonable shot. I think. Well done, strike. Yeah, so the two umpires today, Strike Mashangu and Vanolia Macheka. Strike is currently the holder, I'll tell you, of the Northern's White Stick Award.
We won't go further into that. Well, he got that one dead right, I think.
Yeah, I think so. No, well done, Strike.
Pity for Mashiliwane. She was looking good against the quicker bowlers, and just got a bit stuck against the spinners, and hence 13 runs or 44 deliveries, and in the end, spinner down 4. There's the replay, as you see, just putting the front foot across and then trying to play 2 square on the leg side. And Janae Winster bowls pretty close, pretty straight. And the new batter now for the Titans is one of the newest Proteas, Miane Smith. And a lot relying on her, 45 for 2. Now the Titans just need to get a bit of momentum into their innings.
I did Miane when she was a youngster, maybe 16 or 17. I umpired her. there was some sort of CSA development game that I stood for, and just thoroughly delightful person. Really dug deep that innings and worked hard on a game, and good to see that she's beginning to come up the ranks.
Looks like we are having a drinks break, so we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Right, so we're back. Drinks break taken with the fall of the wickets. Miene Smit is the new batter.
6,
and
8, 2.
She's going to be facing up to Winster, and I think finally her trying for that LBW paid off. Lots of air on that one, played out into the offside, no run.
We did question Winster switching to over the wicket, but it does make the LBW, well, it does bring LBW much more into play than if you're bowling around the wicket. So perhaps she saw Masiliwane tending to step across her stumps, and that was her plan. Well bowled, good breakthrough for the Dragons. But Miene Smit, obviously a key player.
Indeed, I mean, this is a strong middle order for the Titans. Anna Kabosh coming in afterwards, I mean, she's always good for a few runs. Again, a loopy off spinner and no run. .45 for 2 after 17.1. Really, really slow going for the Titans so far. Still have yet to breach the 3 runs and over boundary border.
They did briefly get up there, I think, for a couple of deliveries. They were on 3.0.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be in trouble. They really need to up the scoring rate. They need to work on rotation, I think, of the strike, as you said earlier. That is where they're falling down at the moment.
Spin. Recurring story of how South African batters tend to struggle, certainly in the domestic leagues.
I mean,
just to manipulate the spin to score off it.
I think we're much better at. I mean, I remember when you and I were much, much younger, spin being an absolute nemesis for South Africans, as this is played into the covers and that. Whereas I think these days, firstly, our own domestic spinners get more love from captains, and as a result, our batters are better at playing it. Oh, but she's loopy though. She's really, really chucking this one in up and inviting the batter to have a full go, and she's not quite connecting it.
I think domestically, I'm talking specifically. The batters have got better at surviving against spin, but they still need a lot of work on being able to score off it, and I'm talking about the ones and twos.
Yeah, I mean certainly the evidence today has been poor. They do manage to work this one into the onside, and they do manage to come through for a single, but Titans are putting themselves under unnecessary pressure here.
47 for 2 after 18 overs.
Yeah, I mean that's Kepler Vessel's era of of scoring. I mean, Kepler Vessel's essentially created Lance Klusener's career because he had to rescue the team constantly.
Yeah, that was the old playbook for South Africa in 50 over cricket, was to try and get through to the 35th, 40th over with as few wickets down as possible, and then hit out in the last 10. So, yeah, 47 for 2 after 18 would have been okay.
I don't know how anyone of your and my generation survived without having multiple heart attacks. There wasn't a single game that wasn't a drama.
That hasn't changed that much.
Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy our current national side. I think we've got so much amongst the men, well, and the women. We've got so much exciting young talent coming in. It's really, really fun. Lots of air here. Actually hits her on the full. Obviously going well down leg, so not even bothering to strike the question.
Hit on the elbow, I think, Macheke, judging by the way she's rubbing it. But it's a couple of real ragful tosses that she hasn't put away in the last few deliveries.
And a fairly innocuous fifth ball. You would have thought she could have clipped that away as well. I think she's still in the protecting her wicket phase of her career. This time she does step away, but it goes straight to cover, and that'll be the end of the over. 47 for 2 after 19.
Well, she's had a tough season, has Tebogo Macheke.
23 of 61 is problematic. I mean, the number of runs looks okay, but she's creating problems for her teammates further down the order, and I think there'll be a coaching discussion after this.
Well, it speaks to her lack of confidence because she's had a tough season. 24 runs in her previous 4 innings in this one-day competition. She's a lot better batter than that. And you can see that it's as you say, she's survival first, instinct battling to put away the bad balls. But hopefully, the longer she stays out there, the better it should get.
One hopes so. But she does need to start accelerating. Short of a length, played into the offside, no run. She gets a bit of an top edge on this. There's no one there at a short fine leg. Oh, geez, the throwing from the Dragons has not been optimal today.
Again, it's a ball with the short leg side boundary there that the batter should be looking to get 4. from, but the execution not quite there, and they just get a single.
Looped in, proper shot, laces through the offside, away for 4. And I think that'll do wonders for the confidence of Macheka.
And 50 up for the Fidelity Titans ladies, of 122 deliveries.
Not good enough. Yeah, I mean, they're under pressure. They need game changes. I'm surprised that Bosch is batting so low down this order. Oh, real proper appeal here for a caught and bowled. The fact that they're appealing, they're asking, they're not saying, is a tricky one for an umpire because it shows that everyone is unsure. So the umpires come together, Strike and Vanolia, discussing it. They're clearly not sure. The batter's not walking.
Well, she was very sure, Masheka. She immediately shook her head.
Yeah.
And said, no, it's difficult to see from that angle. But if I had to guess, I would say it's a bump ball, just looking at the angles involved and the way the ball got back to the bowler.
I'll often say as an umpire, tell me, don't ask me. Particularly, I mean, that was a bump ball, I'm sure. Particularly caught behind. If the keeper is standing up, we look for the keeper's reaction. And keepers can't fake it. They think they can, but they can't. Okay, I think good decision there by the umps. And Macheka survives. 52 for 2. A ball shy of 20 overs. Here we go. Oh, lots of loop. Oh, given a wide. 53 for 2. That was borderline, Vanolia. I felt like that was right on the line there. Works into the onside. The keeper goes off to collect 1 run. 54 for 2 after 20. That's a run rate of 2.7. I'll say goodbye to Ken. I'll say hello to KG. And we'll keep on keeping on. This has been a quiet start for the Titans. I suspect that they are under pressure here. I'm sure that they know that. And pulling out the sweep here, it will run away almost to the boundary, not quite. And they go through a couple, 56 for 2 after 20.1. KG, hello.
Hello, Mr. Gear.
Good to be behind the mic with you again.
Been holding it nicely here with Mr. Borland. Yeah, it's a bit of an unsure start from the Fidelity Titans. Having scored 29 in the first 10 overs, only 24 from the next 10 overs. Losing 1 wicket in each of those. But you got to think that the most important thing for them, and you spoke about Anneke Bosch coming in a little bit later than what she normally does, but it might be a bit of a tactic also to make sure that you lengthen the batting lineup. You see another sweep shot behind Iskoileke from Teboho Macheke, pushing for 2. No.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that. I don't see how you could possibly be coming in lower in your provincial team than you bat for your national side. I mean, that's insane to me. You try and get as much batting time as you can for your top batters, and unless they're protecting her from the new ball, which would be weird, I think she should have been batting her.
Good shot down the ground here from Miane Smith. Getting her first boundary. Yeah, of course, you've got to look at... there's a lot of factors that you look at. And, you know, the one is that as a national player, you bet up the order. However, having been dropped from the national team, you then feel that the most important thing for her at the moment is to put runs on the board, and where is the most important time for her. And you also look at the balance of the team, you would say, because...
Yeah, I mean, I think we were expecting her to come in at 4. Miane Smith came in ahead of her. I mean, Miane is a solid batter. Like, you know, absolutely no criticism of Miane at all. But Annika has that experience. Probably the ability to change the rhythm of an innings that is faltering like this one has been doing.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, it's pretty tough because even if you look lower, you look at Simone Lawrence looking to come in at number 7. She's normally a bit of an opening batsman. So they do have a lot of top order batters, obviously with Impumelelo Mashilane coming in, Robin Searle, Tebogo Macheke. Then where do you fit the rest of the batting lineup?
Yeah, I mean, genuinely amazed that Simone is batting so low. I mean, she is, I mean, as you said, she's an opening batter. So that's a surprise as well. And, I mean, Ken, I think, really stressed a lack of confidence that seems to be pervading this Titans team at the moment.
Good shot behind square here from Tebogo Macheke. That looks like it's heading to the boundary, and it does make it despite a brilliant effort. Oh, just look like might have just made it, but some good fielding.
Yeah, a glance between the umpires. They're going to give that as runs rather than a boundary. Good work between the two officials.
It's a bit of a tough one when you've got one look at it.
Yeah.
Ooh, Miane Smith there.
Given not out by Strike McClungan though. Is it?
Looks like it's been given out.
Oh. No, what's going
Looks
on?
like it's been given out for stumping. It's a bit of a soft signal. We'll see that.
Very soft, yes.
So she came down.
Oh, I mean, up by mile. Oh, no.
Few once again, as you say, but it does look like it's a bit of a tight one. She did come down and look like a bat might have been in the air by the time the stumps were dislodged. And that gives the Northwest Dragons their 3rd wicket, getting rid of Miane Smith. And with that brings in the experience, the captain of the team, Anneke Bosch. I think this is going to be a very crucial time of the game. Anneke Bosch coming in, you've got to feel that she has to bet a minimum 20 overs if the Titans are going to get into a good spot here.
Yeah, I think pressure on her here. And the Titans must be feeling that their tactics of starting slowly and cautiously with the loss of 3 wickets is maybe beginning to backfire a little bit. Miane having a dance down the wicket when it really wasn't necessary, and I think what's lacking from the Titans' tactics is the ability to just move the ball around. To you can be cautious and you can still keep the run rate going, and they haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, I think we spoke about it earlier that cautious doesn't mean negative, so you still have to be positive in getting the runs. Nonetheless, Anneke Bosch facing up to a first ball.
I mean, this also on a field that is famously bowl-shaped. It's downhill from that strip in every direction. and the ball really does run away at Centurion, and I think they could have made better use of that.
Yeah, and especially looking at the Fidelity Titans, they wish that they could ball first because they know how easy it is to chase here. So that will be playing at the back of their mind, that they need to get enough runs because they know how easy it is to chase on this surface.
Yeah, I mean, Bosch now it's struggling to get it away, even when she does try and middle it, straight back at the bowler. Right, so that's the end of the 22nd over. 64 for 3. Feels like it should be 94. 64 for 3 after 22 overs. Not even 3 runs and over. Yeah, I mean, this is club cricket levels of run scoring.
Yeah, I think you've got to feel Fidelity Titans would think that they will need to go as deep as possible. Having lost those 3 wickets, still plenty of time, 28 overs to go. And with that, you see the Northwest Dragons doing the right thing, I think, bringing back their strike ball and Tabiseng Nini. If they can be able to nip away, get 2 or more wickets again before the 30th over, they would feel that they are firmly ahead. Got to think that in Tabiseng Nini with Anneke Bosch, there will be the biggest target. Don't let her get off, because if you do let her get off, then she will punish you.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the absolute target. If Nini can remove Bosch early doors, then the Dragons are absolutely in the driving seat.
Yeah, then this wicket or this partnership is going to be very important for the Fidelity Titans. Got to look at, is it too early for them to start looking at the type of target that look to set for the Northwest Dragons? Very good shot there from Teboho Macheke, just opening up her body, eating it between that cover and point. That's a much needed boundary here for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you get yourself into a situation like this where you've chewed up 22 overs, for under 3 runs and over, you stop thinking about targets and you start thinking about survival and actually, how do we now reset ourselves?
Bit straight at the time, but a bit of a miscommunication, and lucky that there was a misfill there. Otherwise, that would have seen Teboho Macheke going back up into the change room. Fortunately for her, there was a bit of a misfill that allowed her to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the classic comedy run out. Northwest's throw-ins have not been great. I think it's something that they're going to, when they reconvene on Tuesday evening to do their practices, I suspect throw-ins are going to be something they're going to work on.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a couple of times that you feel that they could have gotten run out, but it wasn't to be. I think Teboho Macheke will know how important her wicket is. She's been there since early on, losing the wicket of Robin still in the 4th over, so she's been there for a while. Got 38 runs to her name at the moment.
Yeah, she's in an invidious position because she's scored 38, but she's done it, incredibly slowly. So if she doesn't go on to score a really, really big score here, she's actually under more pressure than she would be if she was on 0.
Bit of a big heave at that one. Doesn't get out of it. It's a very good point that you're making, that you bet yourself into a position whereby now you'll get criticized if you don't go further than that. Having done all the hard work, because it was tough early on with Nini moving the ball around, Lekrange on the other side also making it difficult for them. So she survived through that period where it was difficult. So now you'll be looking at 38, should be going on to score 100. That's what the Titans would need from her at the moment. The last thing that you want to go out with is a run out, isn't it, when you've done all the hard work to get yourself into a good position.
Oh yeah, I mean that would have been an absolute disaster if that throw had been even vaguely decent. Alicia Exleben here to carry on. Oh, but suddenly we see the class of a Protea.
And that's what it takes, eh? The class of the Proteas player. You just see they just need a little bit of a sniff, and that is exactly what Anneke Bosch got. Straight one, just coming across, opening the leg side up, and that's a boundary for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference national class makes, hey?
Once again, a bit short in between that deep square leg and a mid wicket, and that's another boundary. It's a shorter ball that time around. That's just allowed Anneke Bosch to stay on that back foot and hit it in between that mid wicket and the square leg. Back-to-back boundaries for the bat of the captain, Anneke Bosch.
This is the moment where the game changes. And if Bosch can stay in, can stay scoring, we're going to see the momentum shift completely towards the Titans.
Again, just tucked away neatly for a quick single. That is a very good batting here from Anneke Bosch. 2 boundaries. But then what we spoke about a bit earlier, when there isn't boundaries, you've got to keep on getting those singles. And that time around, just tucked it away neatly for a single. Bosch is going to be very important for the Fidelity Titans. She is the leading run scorer for the team this season. So her innings are going to be very important, equally with Deborah Macheka, who hasn't had a good start to the season. She has, however, had a good global cricket tournament that allowed her to bring that form into the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. That's in the air there.
Sure, I thought she had thrown it away there. Chipped in the air, bounced short of mid-off, and no run. 77 for 3.
Again, looking to hit it through that cover, but there's a lot of protection. The best by far from Deborah Macheka so far. Her best coming into this game was just 10 runs, having scored only 24 runs throughout the season. But she's now gotten herself out to a good 38. And the Fidelity Titans, after 24 overs, find themselves on 77 for 3.
And I think you'll also find batting with Bosch. She probably doesn't have a hell of a lot of chances to bat with Anneke because of Anneke's international commitments, or historically anyway. So for her to actually have a chance to bat with a senior Protea must hopefully instill her with some confidence as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's done well to get herself here. Now she is with the captain of the side and a national player who's played a couple of World Cups also for the Protea Women's. And Thabiseni need to continue to Anneke Bosch. Anneke Bosch just leaning back on that one. There is protection on that cover boundary. Does manage to get it through for a single.
I mean, looking at how easily she's batted in the 10 minutes that she's been out there, I think, speaks to my point that she should have been batting at 2 down.
Just a bit outside half of the bat there from Deborah Macheka. You did make a mention a little bit earlier that could there be a call to protect her from the new ball, and that's why she came down a little bit earlier. But of course, as a senior player and as probably the most experienced player, you think that you have to take the responsibility to score the runs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a woman who has walked out to face, some of the best opening bowlers in the world. She's frequently come in at 3 or 4 for the Proteas, and why she would not do that for her provincial side boggles the mind, to be honest. Especially when you see she's head and shoulders above the rest of the batting lineup in terms of confidence and ball striking.
Oh, again, Tebogo Macheke almost there, just going touch across the line. Probably look to play a bit straighter than that, just go into the leg side.
Properly clouted her own ankle there as well. Shame. It's one of the sorest things in cricket. Inside the ankle, inside the knee. Ooh, awful.
And this time does get better in it. And gets it through that mid-wicket. A bit of a misfill there. Coming back for 2. Opportunity to come back for 3. And yes, they do. 3 runs. Good running from the Fidelity Titans.
Unclear what happened there in the ring. I think she just dived over it.
Definitely a misfill there. Should have stopped that. Shot from Anneke Bosch. Behind square on that leg side. A bit of a short delivery here from Nthabiseni Nini. Hasn't been as effective as she was in her opening spell. Anneke Bosch just allowing the ball to come to her and says thank you very much. Shot and 2 straight. No chance to the fine leg.
I mean, I think her bowling has been the same. I think the batter has been different. I think that's fundamentally what's been happening. Because we've seen Tebogo Macheke facing the same bowler looking uncertain. And Anneke Bosch has just looked confident and clean hitting. I mean, she's. I don't want to put the jinx on her, but she's looking primed for a good innings today.
Yeah, very important innings here also for Tebogo Macheke, and we, of course, do speak about the fact that she's back into that Protea setup fold, having been called up into the camp. So the importance that she knows of scoring runs, because gone are the days where wicket keepers are just wicket keepers. And the competition that she has up there with Sinalo Jafta and KB obviously there, that she's got to be looking that she needs to put a lot of good performances with the bat at provincial level.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long queue for the wicket-keeping gloves at Protea's level, unfortunately. So I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I think what Macheke needs to do here is really focus on getting Bosch on strike. She's hitting it quite cleanly, but into the ring in a way where she could just be working it around and rotating the strike. And I think at the moment there's a tactical lack of nous.
Yeah, I think definitely. And if you look at this over, she's basically been doing the same thing without getting any sort of luck to it.
Yeah, I mean, third man is on the ring here. And she could easily be guiding all of these balls that she's been hitting into the offside, just fine of the keeper and taking a single. And yet she's choosing to hit them.
And you just look at the athlete that Anneke Bosch is. If you just drop it down there behind, she will definitely get to the striker's end. So a bit of soft hands here and just identifying the period of the game that you're at.
Yeah, I mean, Anneke's one of those wonderful batting partners who will run for you all day. And so use that.
Because Tebogo Macheke, yes, she's been there for longer, but the strike rate is well under 50%. And gets a bit of a loosey here between that square leg and a mid-wicket. Gets the boundary that she has needed, having struggled to hit the ball in this over. And that's the boundary to end the 26th over with the Fidelity Titans on 90 for 3.
She's now on 45 of 88 deliveries. 88 in a 50 over match, you would expect someone to be sniffing around 100. So, look, I think we can only judge this innings at its closure. I really hope for her that she goes all the way and that she's really able to build on this. But yeah, as you said, 90 for 3 off 26. So we're already past halfway with a run rate, at least that is now over 3. I mean, they're now at 3.5. We were lurking around 2.7, which was 1990s test match run rates.
And that brings back into the attack the captain of the Northwest Dragons, Janae Winster.
Yeah, I like Sinead bowling right arm around here. I think it's an attacking line, and it's saying that the Northwest Dragons are not lying down.
Ooh, a bit of a drop catch. An opportunity straight to Legrange here at mid-on.
I mean, it wasn't an easy chance, but at this level, you should probably hold on to that.
Yes, definitely. Look at the caliber of the batter that you actually putting down here. Ooh.
Yeah, she didn't hit it that hard, eh?
Yeah.
It looped to her. Oh dear.
Should have been taking that. Nonetheless, a chance to Anneke Bosch. And just to be fair, obviously, to Teboho Macheke, we speak about how slow she has been batting, just batting at 50 and over, but the only time that you're going to score runs is when you're out there. There's been 3 wickets that have been down, and if she can keep on and getting on, it is at 50 now. If she can end up with a strike rate of 80, and the batters around her can do something, and as you say that, she hits one in the air, just drop shot, bit of a spin there, allowing the batters to come through for a double. Fielders hate that when they're running towards the ball, and when they say watch the spin, sometimes you don't even know which way it's going.
Yeah, look, I mean, I completely agree with you. You can't score runs in the dugout. And I used to say that regularly to my daughter. As a parent, you're always more than willing to watch your child bat slowly, as long as they're still out there. And at the moment, she's it's not like the rest of the team has been blasting away. She's been a vital part of this building this total.
Yeah. Scored more than half the runs of the total at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if that catch to Legrange had been taken, I mean, suddenly Macheke's innings would be put really in perspective. You know, that if Bosch does get out, then it's going to be absolutely vital that Macheke bats through.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important. I think, yes, we spoke about having lost the wickets now. You stop thinking too much about the targets, and you're thinking a lot more about survival mode type of a thing. But there needs to be a target from the two batters to say, all right, this is where we are at the moment, going at about 3.5 to the over. If we keep on going at 3.5 to the over until the 35th over, and then when we get to the 35th over, we say, okay, let's take stock. There's still 7 wickets in hand. Then one of us now needs to start going a little bit and start expressing themselves. So I think the important thing for them at the moment now is also keep the Dragons out there. It is a hot sunny day out there, so keep them out there, get them tired, get yourself into a position where now you say, we've got 90 balls to go, we've got 7 wickets in hand, we've got 2 batters that have been here for quite a while, let's try to get the pressure back on.
Yeah, I mean, good solid thinking as a coach. And I mean, would you nominate one of them to have a go and let the other one consolidate?
I definitely would do that, because the last thing that you want to do is you don't want both of them to be going out and then you have to restart once again. So Anneke Bosch looks like the person that is going in. Peter said, Teboho Macheke, just keep on letting the people or the batters bet around you. She is on 49 of 93 balls at the moment. She's picked up a little bit. She was betting at under 50. So now she's just about at the 55, 56 mark. So you would say that until the 35th over, if you get there, then you get 1%. If you get into that area where you're now in the 40th over and the 2 of you are still there, then you can say we can fire on all cylinders, because you do have 7 wickets. Do have Simone Lawrence coming in at number 7.
Okay, big shot here. I mean, I think it was, probably going down leg. It just never looked even vaguely hard. Let's have a look at it.
Look to have kept a bit lower than.
Oh, I don't know actually.
Yeah, looked like it might be going down leg a bit.
Yeah. I'd initially thought too high, but I mean, it did actually keep down a bit. Tabitha Lacranje with one of the weirdest little quirks to the beginning of her run up. I remember seeing her one of her very early debuts and just being so amused at this little horse step that she does right at the beginning of her run up.
You got to ask yourself, is that off-putting for a batter looking on the other side, just somebody just going a bit of a hopscotch here before getting on? Does it play in the mind a little bit because you're looking at the bowler and then they're just doing something that, just distracts you a little bit?
I want to be really clear, Tabitha, if you land up watching this, don't take this as a criticism. It works for you. I'm sure we're not the first person who's teased you about it. And I mean, she's a proper bowler. She really, really does bowl nicely. I mean, there was... Who was it? One of the Australian bowlers used to walk around. Oh no, it was Morne Walker used to walk around 3 times before he ran down. Yeah.
I think Mark Wood, also from England, had a bit of a thing where he almost goes back a little bit and,
I mean, famously, the guerrilla cricket crowd tease him about thinking that he's a horse.
Look, if it does work, I mean, if I'm Lekrang and I'm like, does it distract the batter? Keep on doing it. I'll even go even higher now. Just play a bet with the high line of the batter here. Just to continue from the pavilion end. Janae Winster.
She's been really, really tight today. Hasn't given too much away. 7.1 bowled, just 16 runs gone. I mean, that is proper bowling.
Good shot here from Tebogo Macheke, and that will bring her 50 up. It's going down to the boundary, but just stopped. 2 runs and 50 up for Tebogo Macheke. Very, very important innings, and you can see from her teammates very happy and pleased about that innings. That is the innings that she has needed, the Fidelity Titans have needed, that should kickstart her season. Having struggled in the first half of the season. 51 of 95 balls, 97 for 3. Still a lot of work to do here for Tebogo Macheke for the Fidelity Titans.
Yeah, she's been out for an hour and a half. 7 fours, I think they said there. 6 fours, possibly. But yeah, she really now needs to crack on.
Definitely. And that big swing here, getting a single. Spoken about Janae Winster, and we often spoke about captain's innings because a lot of captains are normally batters, but she has really been given a captain's spell here with the ball, Janae Winster.
Oh, she's been absolutely phenomenal. Really been tight, really been cautious. 7.5 overs, 19 runs, and she might have a wicket here. Oh no, just over the head of mid-off and away for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a half chance there for the Northwest Dragons. Probably need a Dwan Janssen there to catch it, but it's not quite tall enough.
Any of the Janssens.
Any of the Janssens.
Probably the mom and dad are about 6'4" as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, so Anneke Bosch, as we said, that she looks to be taking the attack to the Northwest Dragons.
I'm assuming the Janssens are just the 2 boys. I mean, they don't have some weird netball playing sister.
That would be brilliant. I'm sure she would be at the Spa Proteas by now. Shot
Great
from Anneke Bosch. That is over the boundary, pampering that cow corner. hitting it well over for a 6, spoiling good innings here from Jane Winster. Very good shot, captain to captain. Anneke Bosch ends the 30th over, the 29th over rather, with a 6 and 108 for 3.
What utter class. It's such a good shot. And so not in keeping with the rest of the innings. I mean, she's now 25 off 19, which is a strike rate of 8 runs and over. And the rest of the team has achieved 3.7. Well, I mean, 3.7 obviously includes her. The rest of the team has achieved under 3. So really, really class batting.
Yeah, definitely. You just look at her innings now, and you look at the importance of the innings of Teboho Macheke on the other side, having stayed on. Just as tired and
suddenly looking good here, eh?
And that 50 up brought a bit of more confidence to Teboho Macheke, hitting it just to the right of the third man. And again, you spoke about the criticism that will come if she doesn't carry on to score a big score here. Even a bit of an 80 or a 90 will be good.
I mean, 56 off 97. She's doing really, really well, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's not fair to be churlish about someone who scored 57.
Playing a good anchor role here.
She's played an excellent anchor role. Yeah. She's beginning to be able to move the strike around so that Anneke has a chance to score as well. No, she's doing very well today. Well done, her.
It's a straight one here. Anneke just straight to the mid-wicket. Because somebody in the team throughout the battle lineup has to take different responsibilities of the game. And I think the responsibility of Teboho Macheke here is to make sure that she keeps the wicket and get the other players to come and bat in and around her. And in this innings or in this partnership, the responsibility of Anneke Bosch is to push it a little bit more. Because if they can just go at about that 5 and over, you spoke about Teboho Macheke probably needs to give the strike a little bit more to Anneke Bosch, although she does look like she's getting into her own now, also hitting a few boundaries. They can go about 5 and over until the 35th over.
Decent shot there, no, well done, I think. Yeah, I mean, they do now need to start thinking about. So they were on 114. They've got 20 overs to go. I mean, Macheke is never going to get a better chance to score a domestic 100 than she is going to get today. You know, this is a once in a career opportunity for her. But she can't allow that to be dominant in her thinking. You know, they're only 3 down, 114 for 3 off 30 overs. They should be looking to double the score from here, at least. You know, I think we normally say double after 32, as a sort of rule of thumb. But I think 230, 250 would give them, you know, something that they can really bowl at. If they start losing wickets now and land up being close to the 200 mark, yeah, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I do think they'll take a lot of confidence from their first game that they played against the Northwest Dragons, where they were like 40 for 5 at some point. But they found themselves in a very good position, in a better position than what they were in October. And there is a change of bowling with Koketso Lisenyeho into the attack for the Northwest Dragons, left-arm orthodox. And first up, just throwing down the line. And Anneke Bosch hitting it down. Didn't get too much bat on it. And they just come back for 2. As we welcome back Ken Boland into commentary.
Hello, KG. Good day to the listeners. And seems you've had a bit of urgency injected into the innings. A bit overdue.
A shot ball there, and Anneke Bosch hits it to that middle wicket. Yet another boundary coming from the bat of Anneke Bosch. Playing a very good captain's inning here. 32 of just the 23 balls. Exactly what the Fidelity Titans would have required. Very loose delivery here from Koketso Lesenyego, allowing Anneke Bosch to have some time and hit it into that mid wicket for a boundary.
Bowling for the first time in the innings, Lesenyego with a partnership that's already gone past 50. Two batters putting their foot down. It's a tough ask.
Bit of a wide. And yes, and you've got to think that the reason why she came into the attack is because the way Anneke Bosch went against Janelle Winster in the previous over, so that transferred a lot of pressure into the Northwest Dragons. And they gave it to Lesenyego basically to try and undo what has been done so far. Choosing now to come over the wickets, and once again just down to that fine leg. Yet another boundary. Very good batting here from the captain, Anneke Bosch.
Bosch is obviously going to be a key figure for the Titans to try and put something defendable on the board. They spoke at the toss about, well, Anneke Bosch herself, the captain said, it's, they wanted to bowl first because it's so difficult to defend here.
Obviously, you don't want to think too much ahead, but there is that threat of Mignon du Preez for the Northwest Dragons. In the top 5, number 3 in the batting charts for this season in the Pro50 series. I suppose the question now is, we speak about targets, is what do the Titans think would be a good target from where they are at the moment? Obviously, that it would have changed from where they were when they started the game, but where they are at the moment, what then would be a good score? Good shot once again from Anneke Bosch, just leaning back, allowing the ball to come to her, hitting it in between that cover and extra cover. Third boundary from the over. Very good batting from the captain, Anneke Bosch. Quickly races to the 40.
Yeah, excellent batting by Bosch, as you'd expect from a player of her experience and quality. Identifying a bowler who is going to be under pressure. Lesenyego brought on for her first over, and she's made sure that she took full toll of that over. We were thinking just a couple of overs ago, 220, maybe the Titans could get there and be in the game a bit. Well, 19 overs left now. If they can get... so much depends on Bosch, whether she keeps going. If she keeps going, they could add another 100, and they could double the score in the last 19 overs. But one thinks from here, 230, 240 should be minimum to what they're looking for.
Yeah, I think definitely the important thing here is how long can Anneke Bosch keep on batting, because if she goes anywhere close to that 50 over mark, you would say that she'll probably find herself scoring 100, and thus bringing the Titans closer to a very good, respectable total. Again, and an opportunity for a run out. Oh, not even in the picture. Hit the stumps. That would have been the end of Teboho Macheke, but that wasn't to be.
She'd given up, hadn't she? She's had a bit of a torrid time out there today, and yeah, she's got 58, but it's been a struggle for her.
Yeah, we spoke about it a bit earlier with Simon. We were speaking about it, that yes, we say that it is a bit of a struggle, but the only place to score runs is when you're out, and that's exactly what she has done. And with that also has given Anneke Bosch to come in and bat quite freely, because the other side there isn't two wickets that are going down. Swing around this time, does get back to it, past that square leg, a boundary from the bat of Teboho Macheke. She is starting to look really, really confident in her innings. Look at the Fidelity Titans. They've got a bit of a long batting lineup with Simone Lawrence scheduled to come in at 7, and Christel van der Schuyf also can hit the ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Van der Schuyf come up the order a bit. In fact, particularly in the last 10 overs. Credit to Teboho Masheke. She took 95 balls for her 50. And so in the next 7 deliveries, she's added 8 runs, a couple of boundaries.
Teboho Macheke now trying to go for the left shot. Does look like she's getting confident and more confident, and that's why you start seeing such shots coming out.
I guess Coach Pierre de Bruin will pose the question, why didn't you bat like this earlier? You know, when you'd been in, when you'd got to 20 or 30. You know, that's the thing, just to bring this intent a little bit earlier.
Could it be also, obviously, having lost those wickets early on, while did build a bit of a partnership with Mpulmelelo Mashilwani? But like you say, that it's one of those things that you probably will be left with more questions than answers, because you just wonder why couldn't you have done it earlier. But then again, it might have been that look, wanted to get later in the innings and really start expressing herself. Still got 18 overs to go in this inning, so you've got to say if she goes on to score about 100 of about 180, 190 balls, a big good innings, especially if Anneke Bosch keeps on batting the way that she is batting. There's another change in bowling, third one in 3 overs, with Nthabise Nini back into the attack. We'll of course be looking at the important wicket of Anneke Bosch. Straight to that point for a dot.
22 runs in the last 3 overs. So, yeah, the Dragons, for just about the first time today, are just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of pressure transferred back. The partnership of 74 currently for the Fidelity Titans. Spoke about Anneke Bosch, obviously her international pedigree will come into play here. She wants to find herself back into that Protea setup. So this innings become very important, as so for Teboho Macheke having been called up into the training camp and all of that, there's a lot of pressure on both the batters, but good pressure to have because they know that they need to score runs now. Shot neatly hit to that deep cover for a single from Anneke Bosch.
KG, you mentioned international pedigree and how key Mignon Dupree will be for the chase for the Dragons. Not forgetting, however, also the Dutch international Phoebe Melkenboer, who will come in somewhere in the top, towards the top of the order. Has played 50 T20 internationals for the Netherlands, 6 ODIs. Made 54 in her only appearance for the Dragons so far this season. So she's a danger as well.
And of course, no doubt that, especially in Anneke Bosch, the Titans captain out there will know the danger that is coming when they go into bowl. And there's the amount of runs that they need to put on the board, because it does look like the pitch is getting better and better and better to bet on. So you want to know that you don't want to leave any runs out there. Macheke just stepping away there, looking to open up that offside. Doesn't get the connection that she's looking for. Good over so far from Nthabise Nini. Last few overs, as you said, the previous 3 overs went for 22 runs, but this over so far just a single. It's 2 balls remaining in the over. Transferring the pressure back onto the Fidelity Titans. You've got to say with the Northwest Dragons, probably Ntabise Nini bowling her 8th over, they would hope that she does get another wicket, because normally you would say that in the last 10 overs wanted to bowl about 3 overs or so as one of the key bowlers, but she has had to be brought back twice with the hope of getting the wicket, and twice I think you'd say that the target would have been for an Anneke Bosch or to break the partnership between these two, which hasn't been the case so far. So I think the Northwest Dragons will be starting to look that, okay, hang on now, we need to, there's about 16 overs or 17 overs to go into the innings. You don't want to think too much ahead, but they're probably starting to think about who's going to bowl our death overs coming later, especially if your Anneke Bosch is still out there.
Well, it raises an interesting question now. Nini's got 2 overs left, but they kind of need Bosch's wicket urgently. So do you keep her on as your best bowler? Is she the bowler most likely to get Anneke Bosch out, and then you don't have her at the death? I fancy you don't really want Anneke Bosch to still be in when the death overs come. So it might be worth the gamble to bowl Nini out to try and get Bosch out. 42 of just 30 deliveries at the moment.
Do you want to get a Patama in there and maybe just buy a wicket?
Yeah, I don't know. We saw Lesanyeko bowl just a single over, and that went for 15. It's very difficult for a bowler to come on for the first time when 2 batters are so well set.
Definitely, and as you say, that probably should have been a single with that, but they do say that don't run of a misfield.
Yeah, the awareness of the Titans batters has been poor in terms of the opportunity to take ones, convert ones into twos.
Ooh, bit of a reverse hit there from Anneke Bosch. Does look like there's no single from the umpire, so got a bit of bet on it. Yeah, I think it is obviously, it becomes a bit of a tactical game here from the Northwest Dragons, as you said, that do you want to keep Nini until the 50th over, but equally, can you afford to have Anneke Bosch then? Then do you want to take the risk now if Nini and say that you're the best that we have basically to try and get a wicket of Anneke Bosch? So it can be a very tough one.
And the only way to work out which is the right decision is by the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. What happens? If it doesn't work, it was the wrong decision.
Yeah.
If it does work, you get Bosch out. Oh, well done.
I think the most important thing is that you've got to try as much as what you can to get the wicket of Anneke Bosch. Otherwise, you find yourself very much behind the game. Sweep shot straight to mid-wicket, but that was put down. Another opportunity put down. I think the Northwest Dragons haven't been the tidiest in the field today.
Lizzie de Villiers, she's fielded well today. Her ground fielding, she was in the covers for a while, was pretty good. But unfortunately, the catch going down hit hard, and she does seem to have hurt her hand a bit. There will be a delay.
Physio running onto the field. Looks like she might have done a finger there a little bit. Looks to be holding on to her index finger there. One of those, when the ball has been hit hard, you just hope that it sticks in the hands. So if it doesn't, it can create a bit of a damage.
So just to run through what's happened so far in this innings, The Northwest Dragons winning the toss and sending the Fidelity Titans ladies in to bat. And 142 for 3 as we have 1 ball left in the 34th over. It was a great start with the ball, in fact, for the Dragons to Tabaseng Nidi and Tabitha Lachanje. They removed Robin Searle for 4 and Mpumelelo Mashiliwani for 13. And then a very useful part, well, Mia Nasmith also fell cheaply for 5. And that was off the bowling of Alyssa Erkselben. But since then, Tebogo Masheke and Annika Bosch have put together this excellent partnership of 78. Masheke is starting to accelerate, 64 not out. But Annika Bosch is the key, 43 not out of 33 balls, as you see there. And Tabaseng Nini, probably the best bowler for the Dragons, 8 overs, 1 for 32. Jane Winster has also been very good, though. 8 overs, 1 for 29.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jane Winster probably had just the one bat over. I think at 7 overs she was 1 for 16. But Anneke Bosch obviously just took her apart a little bit with the 6er in the 4 in that over that she bowled. But with that, they have taken a drinks break, so we will see you back in a couple of minutes. Right, we're back after that drinks break and a bit of treatment that was given to Leslie de Villiers to finish off the 34th over. And that ball to finish it off, 142 for 3 after 34 overs, the Fidelity Titans. 16 overs to go. Very, very important. Earlier on with Simon Gay, we were just speaking about the targets that would be in. The first target that we had mentioned that will be to get to that 35th over without losing a wicket, and then taking stock at that time and say, okay, from here on, how do we get ourselves into a very good position? Because you've got to feel that a 220, 230 might just be par, but might not be enough. So you want to get yourself closer to that 260, 270 area.
Well, to add another 100 runs from here is basically run and ball. 240 wouldn't be a bad score, I think. And interestingly enough, we're going to see Koketso Lesenyejo back on to bowl. Masheki's on strike, not Annika Bosch. But Lesenyejo's previous over, also from this West Lane end, went for 15 runs.
Stapos with a full toss, low one. The Masheke would feel that you should have hit that even more, but just hit to that cow corner for a single. But it does bring the dangerous Anneke Bosch into the strike.
The one good thing about Lesenyejo bowling from this end is that the long boundary is on the leg side, two fielders protecting it, deep backward square in cow corner.
Judge slightly in the air, just one bounce to the extra cover. Mignon Tipria at extra cover.
She hasn't lost much of her athleticism in the field. She's always been a wonderful fielder.
Yeah, I remember. Just can't remember what that game. There was a video that made rounds on the internet where she took an absolute flyer at point. Just looked like the ball had went past her. So such a good athlete, Mignon Tipria. There is an opportunity to just hit it in the gap. There's no one patrolling that offside boundary. So if you can just get it in between the two fielders to get a 4, especially because it's very, very full that Lisenyejo is bowling.
It's a short boundary as well.
Speaking about Mignon Tipria, I think she's done very wonderfully for the game. Obviously, originally from the Titans, went to the Free State, went to Northwest. So now her experience will do a lot of good to the game as a whole.
Yeah, as far as I know, she's still living in Pretoria, isn't she? So I think it's great that, you know, she could have, the Titans would have obviously loved to have had her. But in a way, she's gone, no, let someone else come through at Titans level. I'm going to go and help two of the smaller sides, shall we say, the franchises who are relatively new to Division 1 cricket in Free State, who were then relegated, and now Northwest, just helping them to be more competitive in this Division 1 level. And the Northwest Dragons certainly have been very competitive. They're pushing the Titans hard here. Some would say that they're slightly ahead in the game.
Yeah, as you said, with the current run rate, the Titans only get to about the 200 mark, which won't be enough. So definitely you think that the Dragons will feel that they're in the driving seat here. The wicket of Anneke Bosch will be very important. Currently, we're not mentioning too much the wicket of Teboho Macheke, but not because she's not batting well, but because of just the rate that Anneke Bosch is batting in respect to Teboho Macheke. Nice sweep shot straight to that cow corner for a single.
Credit to Koketso Lesenyejo, by the way. Torrid first over, 15 off it. Has come back really well with that second over of hers. Just 3 runs coming off the over. Got it nice and full. And excellent comeback by the left arm spinner.
Nice hit in the air there from Anneke Bosch. No one fielding above the bowler's head. And that's a boundary. It's been quiet for quite a while, so a good boundary here for the Fidelity Titans. A needed one. They've slowed down a little bit. So Anneke Bosch has been in the 40s for quite a while now. Moves on to 48. Just the 38 balls coming down the wicket. The safest place to hit in the field is right above the bowler.
Beautiful. Shot of the day for me.
Tucked away for a single. Quick single. Nice and comfortable. That is where the experience of Anneke Bosch comes in. Just hit a boundary the previous ball. If it's not there for another boundary, keep the scoreboard rotating. Once again, opportunity for a single, but as you said a little bit earlier on, just look like in terms of their running, they're not quite switched on the way that they should be. And this over, we also had the 150 up for the Titans. 36 overs down, 151 for 3.
Well, I think Bosch turned down the one. She wanted to keep the strike for the start of this next over. What a strike it was to bring up the 150. Just so pure, straight as you could get. You couldn't hit it straighter than she did there, and one bounce and a 4. Hard to believe that she's not in the Proteas side when she's batting like this.
I think her quality has never been doubted in terms of what she can bring through. She has, however, just gone through a bit of a lean patch, but sometimes it is also important when a player is going through a lean patch to withdraw them from that high pressure environment so that they can go and get their confidence up again. And that's a single, and no, not a single actually, just down to that fine leg for a 4, and also brings up the 50 up from Anneke Bosch, definitely betting her way back into the Protea setup. 53 of just 41 balls.
Nine 4s and a 6. What a injection of urgency she's brought to this innings. Fabulous innings. Sheer class by Anneke Bosch. And you mentioned the lean run. She also had fitness issues as well, which doesn't help.
Bit of a short one there from Lesinero, but just hit down to that long off for a single. Of course, but still quite young, so lots of opportunity still for her to get back into that setup. A bit of a full toss there and hit nicely from the bat of Teboho Macheke. Will that beat the square leg? Yes, it does. And the second boundary of the over from the bat of Teboho Macheke this time around. Keeping on, betting on, getting herself now to a wonderful score of 71, Teboho Macheke.
Well, she's on the verge of tripling her tally of runs in this competition for the whole season. She made 24 in 4 innings before this one. So she will be delighted. She is a quality player who herself has just come through a really horrible run that really dents your confidence, and we can see her confidence growing in this innings.
Yeah, definitely, I think it's a very, very good innings for her. Getting that 71, her highest score by quite a distance. Shot delivery once again. Good shot. There is protection on that deep square leg. That ends the 37th over. The Fidelity Titans on 161 for 3.
"13 overs left for the Titans." So run a ball from here still takes them to the brink of 240, which I think would be a kind of minimum they'd want. They'd certainly be in the game. Not saying it's a winning score by any means. Partnership now worth 97 between Macheke and Bosch, and you just have to admire Masheki's determination to keep going, not to give it away. And she's certainly playing her part now, and the rate achieved has gone up to 4.4 to the over.
Yeah, definitely Teboho Macheke came through a bit of a challenging time earlier on, having been to the wicket early. It was a bit of a challenge for her, but she went through that. She got herself a nice 72 for the team. Very important innings here from Teboho Macheke. She's really, really doing well. Oh, just looking to go a touch across the line. To be fair, it was going down leg. She's got to feel that the amount of time that she's been there so far, she should be getting a bit of bet on it. And nonetheless, very good partnership between the two batters. Nice, straight one. Just hitting the stumps on the other side from Tebogo Macheke. 161 for 3. So with the Fidelity Titans at the moment with a partnership of 97. 2 dot balls so far from Tebogo Macheke. Got to say the 38th over. You don't want to be facing too many dot balls.
Well, she's unlucky there. It was a wonderful straight drive, but straight into the stumps. Should have put that one away, though. Off the body, so no wide chord. Another dot ball. The Grungy's done a good job, hasn't she? Into her 8th over, just 26 runs off her bowling. And she's bowled up front in the middle overs, heading now towards the death.
It's again from the bat of Tebogo Macheke, just not getting the gap that she's looking for. 4 dot balls so far in this over. No doubt that there will be a bit of pressure on Macheke. 72 of 124 balls. This time, just get bet on it. But the fielder will be coming around, and good fielding from De Villiers at the mid-wicket boundary. Just the 2 runs. You've got to wonder, Ken, if there is a bit of thought from Tebogo Macheke to try to get to 100. But of course, the first thing on the mind should be what's best for the team. And you can't just bet yourself to 100, spending the next 40 balls or so just getting singles and twos, because we did say that, you know, they were in a bit of a patch. They've gotten themselves into a good position now, 38 overs. Yes, the runs probably want to get a bit more than that, but with 12 overs to go, with the betting lineup, still some good, wonderful bettors to come. You've got to feel now, you know, I had a chat here earlier with someone gay about, do both of them go or does one of them go? But now they've gotten themselves into a position where both of them now need to start pushing.
I agree with you. It's got to come from both ends. They've got to get a boundary and over, and at least a run off every other ball.
Nicky Bosch is coming down the wicket. Didn't get to it the way that she would have liked, and then the West Dragons have just decided that we're gonna bring Tabiseng Nini in because we need to get that wicket.
It's her 9th over, so just one more after this.
And this time Anneke Bosch just get good bet to it. No one patrolling that long on boundary. 2 bounce into the boundary. Very good shot here from the bat of the captain Anneke Bosch.
100 partnership up with that shot. Just over an hour, 105 balls for this 100 partnership, which has been good going.
Very good batting here from Anneke Bosch, and immediately there's a change in field with the third man now coming into the boundary, long on and long off, both dropping down. And a good shot comes. Ooh, that was a drop catch at square leg, but that wasn't easy at all. Hit very, very hard from the bat of Anneke Bosch. One of those that you say you just hope that they stick. So take a look at that again. Hit hard. Square leg just got there very quickly. Should be taken though.
Yeah, fairly straight to her. How many runs will that cost?
That is the important. She has already been dropped, so that's the second time she's been dropped in this innings. Was dropped earlier on 15 or so.
Well, what a difference that first drop has made already. The Titans were 90 for 3 in the 27th over. They were 90 for 4 then. They would have been in serious strife.
And you've got to say, if I'm the captain, Jane Winst, I would say that the plan to bring Ntabise Nini actually did work. Just that the catch was dropped. She did create an opportunity, but unfortunately it wasn't taken. So definitely, once again coming across, Anneke Bosch this time keeps it to the boundary. To the left of the square leg, no one patrolling that deep square leg area, and that's a 4 to end the over. Second of the over, 8 runs coming from the over. 39 overs done. The Fidelity Titans are 171 for 3.
Good batting, walking outside, off stump, expecting the ball to be there, and then the sweep really across to the leg side, very sweetly struck. And Bosch 62, Masheke 74. I think we might see Annika Bosch overtake Tebogo Masheke fairly soon.
At this rate, that's definitely looks like it's exactly what will happen, which then just shows what we are speaking about in terms of the impetus into the innings that have been put in by Anneke Bosch. You can see from ball 1, the first 10 balls or so, she was already on 15, 16 runs. So from early on, she's really been looking to take the pressure back onto the Northwest Dragons, as we see a change of bowling from the Henops River end. Again, that does beat that mid off. Very good shot from Tebogo Masheke. She has been looking to hit that. And this time she does get the gap just to the right of the mid off. Down to the boundary. Very good boundary. Had us saying that Anneke Bosch will go past her. He said, no, not on my watch. I'm going to score the runs also. Good shot, and moves on to 78 of 128 balls. Tebogo Masheke.
Well, if she keeps going like this by the end of her innings, it's going to look like a really good anchoring knock. She's caught up well. You have to give her credit. In a top order that's struggled for confidence, 2 early wickets went down.
You know what? Coaches always say that you've always got time to catch up. If you stay out there, be positive, remain in the game, because could have been 20 and been out there sitting there in what if and what nots, but now on 79, going on nicely. Good shot from Anneke Bosch, finding the gap in between that mid off and extra cover. Second boundary of the over. The fourth ball, already the 2 boundaries. Very good batting here from the Fidelity Titans.
This is a lovely crisp drive by Bosch, coming out of her crease to meet it on the full and picking the spot to perfection.
And that has prompted a change for the bowler coming around the wickets now. Not that it's going to make any difference, as Anneke Bosch once again comes down the wicket over that mid off for a 4. Keeps on keeping on here, Anneke Bosch. Quickly moves to her 70s. It's a very, very interesting, Ken, to just look at. There was a 4 that was hit in the first ball, and then they dropped the long off. As soon as Anneke Bosch came on, the long off now came into mid off. It's a very interesting thing, because you can see that Anneke Bosch likes coming down the wicket, and she hits the ball over quite a couple of times. So to bring the mid off into the circle was a bit of a surprise. This time to the leg side, and once again the same result. Deep square leg had no chance whatsoever to get that, and Anneke Bosch keeps on keeping on. That's the end of the 40th over. The Fidelity Titans on 188 for 3, going on very nicely. Run rate has picked up to 4.7 rather.
Well, what an over that is for the Fidelity Titans. 17 off it. Those boundaries from Anneke Bosch, and quite right, KG, about the field setting. We've seen Bosch's strength. She's able to hit down the ground, able to go over the top. We haven't really seen her sweep or paddle that much, so you don't need third man and fine leg on the boundary, but you certainly do need protection straight. And we go into the last 10 overs, 188 for 3, and Masheke has been bowled. Well, that's a pity, because she's worked really hard to try and catch up with her balls faced. She eventually falls for 79 off 130 deliveries, 10 fours in that innings. And Jane Winster has her second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, probably the right time for her to get out, if that's not uncharitable. I think that the Titans really need to accelerate now.
Well, they've accelerated really well, I think, in the last. They were 114 for 3 after 30. So they've added 74 runs in the last 10 overs. And here's an interesting move. Angel Mgwenya is the new batter, better known as a bowler. But we do know that all bowlers fancy themselves to employ a bit of long handle towards the back end of the innings.
All of us do. Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got Simone Lawrence lurking here now at number 8 in the order, possibly, who's an opening batter. You know, which is a very odd decision. So I'm not quite sure what they're expecting her to be able to do. But yeah, let's see how Angela Mgwenya does.
Well, the interesting one for me is Christel van der Schyff, who is a big hitter of the ball, a boundary hitter. Nicely flighted by Winster, but Mgwenya's done well. Again, getting the single. I think they're back in the game already, Simon. I think if they get 240, which is another 50 runs, give or take, in the last 10.
Yeah, actually, I mean, to be fair, I think you're right. I think that Bosch's management of her innings has shown her complete world class. And has been able to accelerate the scoring. I mean, when I left here, the rate was 3.2.
And just to go back to the previous meeting between these two sides, as the 41st over comes to an end, 191 for 4. The Titans only made 224 for 8. They were 125 for 6 at one stage before Gandhi Jafta 71 not out, and Tiani van den Heerfel 55 of 61 balls took them to 224 for 8, which was enough for them to win by 44 runs. It was in Potchefstroom, which generally is a batting friendly surface as well. So 240, they've got a chance. Not saying it's a winning score, but it gives them a chance. But if they can get to 270, I think they'd be pretty confident of defending that.
Yeah, I mean, in women's provincial cricket in South Africa, anything north of 240, I think generally is a good-looking score. What do we know about Angel Mgwenya as a batter?
Very little. She's more of a bowler.
I mean, she's 2 from 2, so she's doing her job so far.
Absolutely. As we see, Setlodi has returned to the attack. Bowled tidily in the first 3 overs, just 7 runs off them.
Yeah, she's been good. She's been like stuck in that channel, kept her length right, kept the batters under control. I mean, well done her.
Attempted sweep by Bosch. So Cloudy pleading for the LBW.
Yeah, umpires had a fairly quiet day so far. There have been one or two moments where they've had to walk across to each other, but generally, yeah, it's been very much a batter's day. Well, I mean, it's been a batter's day. It's been a batter's day in terms of not being threatened, but they're struggling to hit it off the square.
Nicely struck by Annika Bosch. De Villiers unable to stop it. She moved quickly to her right, but got hands to it, but it was too well struck. And another boundary for Annika Bosch takes her to 79.
You know, I'm always impressed by this Northwest women's side. They seem to generate female talent, you know, out of context of the size of their union. And, yeah, I feel that it's a real home for women's cricket in South Africa.
Credit to Puka, the university, Northwest University, which is a real hotbed of women's sport in general, I would say. Very strong in hockey as well, netball, women's rugby, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to dissuade my daughter from taking up women's rugby for ticks.
Beautifully swatted through the covers by Annika Bosch for another boundary to end the over, and 200 up for the Titans. 2.5 hours just over of batting, 262 balls, 34s and a 6.
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel that this game is tilting towards Titans. I think as long as Annika Bosch is still there, will be really interesting to see how Simone does when she comes out. You know, I think there's an opportunity to be really attacking in the last 8 overs now, and to turn this into a really defensible total. I think early doors, though, there was real concerns about their inability to turn over the strike. And I think that has to be the Dragons' focus. They need to come out there, they need to make sure that they're running all the time. And, you know, if the pitch is a little tricky, you know, to still be getting 3 to 4 runs and over, whereas we saw, what was it, like 6 maidens, I think, in the early part of the innings.
Bashed over mid-off up in the circle. Well played by Angel Mgwenya, identifying the area to go and executing well.
I mean, Bashed was completely accurate. We asked what sort of batter she is. We now know.
An effective one, by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the scorebook doesn't lie, eh?
Oh, and that's a decent defensive technique as well by Angela Mgwenya. Melissa Erkselman, her first over from the West Lane end, and it'll be her only one because it's her 10th.
Decent ball there, beating her outside the off. Yeah, I suspect that Angela Mgwenya is one of those have a go and then have a block and then have a go. Yep. So that's her. We've now gone go, block, which means this ball should be interesting.
Dot ball. She did have a go though. She's only batted twice. Oh, I'm looking at first class batting. My apologies. Same result to extra cover there to end the 43rd over. 204 for 4.
204 for 4 after 43 overs. Ngwenya there playing, we suspect, a cameo. 7 off 9 at the moment. But Bosch, 89 or 59. I mean, she is going to end up being the difference between these two teams. Incredibly professional cricketer, works very, very hard at her fitness. I suspect probably works hard at her batting as well. I mean, just looks like someone who takes the game very, very seriously.
Setlodi to continue. Short and wide, and, well, Bosch will be disappointed she didn't get that one through. Mignon Dupree blocking its progress to the boundary.
Mother of twins, still happy to be showing up for the Northwest, where she doesn't even live. I think she lives in the Free State, doesn't she?
Pretoria.
Oh, really?
Still, yeah.
Oh, welcome, Mignon.
That's stroked nicely through the covers. Just be the single, though.
Yeah, I mean, Mignon, one of those safe hands of women's cricket. I've spoken to umpires who've umpired her. I've spoken to players who've played with her. They just adore her. They feel safe in her presence. It's really, really nice to have someone like that in South African women's cricket.
Hit hard down the ground by Ngwenya, but the fielding is secure, just the single. So Angela Ngwenya, in terms of batting pedigree, this is her 28th list day innings. Averages 8.72. She does have a 46 though, so clearly there is some ability there, and she's doing a good job here. Oh, Bosch, you could see her chiding herself. That was short and wide, and having been denied a couple of balls earlier by Mignon Dupree, she tried to be clever there and unfortunately hit it straight to short third man for a dot.
I honestly think when you're at this stage in your innings, slash and slash hard.
Nicely pulled away. No one on the boundary there. There's the boundary that Annika Bosch has been searching for the last few deliveries.
What utter class. Just, I mean, she grew up under Mignon's tutelage in the Proteas setup, where Mignon would say, okay, well, step across and sweep it hard. And I remember a lot of the girls going, yeah, but we don't quite have your ability. And I think that showed absolutely like the confidence that you have as a Proteas player at this level.
Magnificently struck over mid-wicket. Oh, halfway up the grass bank below the scoreboard. What a strike that is by Annika Bosch. And, well, it's fantastic to see Proteas come down to this level and just show why they are international cricketers. And Annika Bosch, totally dominant today. And she goes to 94 with that magnificent blow.
Why were you and I not running around on the empty grass bank trying to take a one-handed catch, eh?
Don't want to embarrass myself.
Have you ever made one of those?
I'll stick to two hands, thanks. Challenging enough. 216 for 4 then after 44 overs. And the rate achieved is just touching 4.9 now. Annika Bosch moving through the gears. It's going to be Ngwenya on strike though to start the 45th over. And Tabitha Lacranje, who's bowled really well. 8 overs for 28 runs, 2 maidens in there. She is going to bowl the 45th and probably the 47th.
Yeah, I mean, this must be intimidating for her. She's really got to get her line and length right here.
Away towards the mid-wicket boundary, scrambling save. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, she was lucky there. I mean, I said she needs to get her line of length right. She dished up a full toss and was, I think, incredibly lucky not to have a boundary against her name.
Better by Lachandi.
Has Lachranji always been northwest? I'm trying to think where I've seen her. I mean, you know, such a distinctive run-up style.
Nice and full and straight, but Mgwenya has done well to get that away for one. Can they get a second on the misfield? No, sent back. Perhaps wisely. Bosch wants as much of the strike as she can get in these closing overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very noticeable that Bosch has been hogging the strike. We saw it when Macheka was still out there as well, that they began to stop taking singles towards the end of the over, which is problematic. You shouldn't be having to come and protect your openers.
Worked her way through mid-wicket for the single. Tabitha Lachranji, originally from the Boland area. Played Division 1 though for Southwestern Districts before coming to Northwest. Turned 21 a couple of weeks ago. So congrats to her.
I mean, happy birthday to her. Yeah, I think Southwestern District is probably where I think I've seen her. Yeah, her little horse step, the beginning of her run-up, delightful and distinctive. Yeah, it's something that I've always remembered her of.
Backs away and slaps hard. It'll just be one too long off. So apart from the first delivery, a good tidy over by Lachranji. 221 for 4, 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, I mean, this is now turning into a proper innings for the Titans. I think we were all concerned that this Titans innings was going to drift into complacency and, you know, something around 200 for 9, as it is. 221 with 5 overs remaining, only 4 wickets now, and there's a chance to really go hard now. And I think they're in the bounties.
Just looking at the bowling options for the Dragons in these last 5 overs. Tabaseng Nini's got 1 left. And Lachranji's got 1 left. So 3 other overs to come from, well, perhaps Setlori or it's going to be Koketsulis and Yacho, the slow left-arm spinner who's only bowled 3 overs. This is a bold move. Ngwenya sliced. Oh, Dupree running forward. Just couldn't get there. Valiant effort. They're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, proper effort from Mignon Dupree. Again, difference between pro tier and the provincial player. She really threw herself at that ball. Well done her, but yeah, she was never going to be within her reach, I don't think.
Oh, that's way too short and heaved towards long on, and it got the punishment it deserved. What a good shot that is by Angel Mgwenya. Clears the fence for 6.
Okay, so we're liking Angel Mgwenya as a batter now. 20 off 17. Yeah, good call by the coaching staff to bring her in early.
Absolutely inspired move. This partnership worth 41 now. Missed out there. Short boundary. No one on the boundary on the offside apart from a long off.
Yeah, Simone Lawrence looking at getting the Thanks for Coming award for this game, I suspect. Oh, gee.
Slog swept, and it's another 6. Brilliant stuff by Angel Mgwenya.
Yeah, wow. What an absolute start. I mean, just really setting herself up, clearing that front leg, and having a full go, and having the confidence to make it work as well.
Well, I said it was a bold move to bowl left arm spin in the 46th over. Oh, that's going to be a no ball, no doubt. For height, it's been top edged down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2, and yeah, umpire Mahlangu had his arm out to call the no ball.
Yeah, the strike called that early. That just came out of her head all wrong. And so this will be a free hit. Okay, we're waiting for signals from the umpire. There we go. We've got it. Thanks, scorers. Let's go. Sorry, I have a tendency to pay way more attention to the umpires than I should.
Hit away into the covers, caught by Dupree. There could be a run out. Yes, there is. Brilliant by Mignon Dupree. Such awareness on the free hit. Obviously, the catch wouldn't count. But Dupree was so quick to get the ball through to wicketkeeper ready. Good throw. And Angel Mgwenya's delightful and somewhat surprising little cameo comes to an end on 28 off just 21 deliveries. Well battered.
Incredibly good cricket that by Mignon. I mean, that shows her experience, her knowledge, had the awareness to take the catch, because that's always the fastest way to field, and to then get the throw back in, and the keeper to be aware of it as well. I mean, well done. Great cricket all round.
Indeed. So 238 for 5. As Mgwenya 28 off just 21 balls, 1 4 and 2 sixes, both coming in that over. But she's really done a great job. Initially concentrated on giving Annika Bosch the strike, but then unfurled some lusty blows of her own. And Mignon Dupree can walk back to her mark, feeling very satisfied. She's still a fantastic fielder, as she showed there. Simone Lawrence has come into bat. Normally bats much higher up the order. Be interesting to see her finishing ability today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested by this, because I know her as a really steady opener. So to see her now coming in with 4 overs and 1 ball to go, is interesting. And I mean, she's class. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes.
Nicely bowled by Lesenyeko, but she can't field off her own bowling, so Lawrence will get off the strike immediately. Well, she'll keep the strike for the next over with a single to get off the mark. 239 for 5, 4 overs left.
Yeah, I mean, this now becomes a very defensible total. I think they're going to be, what they're now, 11 runs from 250. They're going to get closer to 260, 270. I suspect that Dragons are going to find themselves under pressure.
Dragons still seem to be deciding who's going to bowl the 47th over. Understandably, people not exactly queuing up, I think. But here we go. It's going to be Tabasengnini to bowl her last over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40 so far. She's bowled better than those figures, especially up front with the new ball.
Irritating the umpire by giving him his her arm shields, which are always sweaty and horrible.
Bash down the ground to long on for the single by Lawrence. That's the way to do it. Bosch on strike on 95.
I'm can literally see Strike McClungo trying to dry them out while he's holding one. It's so gross. Anyway, such is life. Such is the life of a semi-professional umpire.
Such a hard life.
I had the choice of umpiring today, not in this match, but in a different one, and I've chosen to sit here rather and talk with you.
Pontificate about how easy the game is. And that was well bowled by Nini to a batter on 95 in the 47th over.
Yeah, I mean, I've been impressed by Nini today. She's really done incredibly well. She's sort of on the outskirts of that Proteas squad, and someone who's going to be exciting to watch in the future.
Slogged away by Bosch, who'll be very disappointed that that went straight to short fine leg.
Yeah, I mean, it's now just hit and hope, I think, for both of these batters to just try and get as many runs on the board as possible.
What a strike that is! Over extra cover, 4-6. Sheer quality by Annika Bosch. To go to 100 as well. What a way to get it.
Absolutely unbelievable. 101 of 68 balls. She's scored 17 fours and 3 sixes. A completely class innings from a class human being and a class player. Well done, Annika.
Well, 69 balls for 100 is just absolutely phenomenal. And especially when you consider how the rest of the Titans batting has really struggled to get going today.
The team has been batting under 3 runs and over. You know, Bacheka eventually got snuck over 3. But she's come in and changed the game completely. Well done her.
Going for the slog sweep that time. Doesn't come off, and a bit of frustration she shows.
So far outside leg stuff that the bowler didn't even appeal. And you must know, if the bowler doesn't appeal, you like really. Yeah, I mean, looking at the body language of the Northwest players, hands on hips, slumped shoulders, I think they know that this game has moved away from them.
Off the inside half of the bat, they'll get a 1-2 short fine leg. Bosch will keep the strike. 247 for 5. I don't think it's all dead and gone for the Dragons just yet. We know this pitch is getting better and better to bat on. You've got Mignon Dupree, you've got Phoebe Molkenboer, the Dutch international. One of them gets going, then if the Dragons can finish well with the ball here in these last 3 overs, try and keep the Titans to less than 270. Game on. They'll have to bat well, obviously, but they're not out of it yet, one thinks.
Yeah, I mean, over 250 is a lot in women's provincial cricket. I don't often see it not being able to get defended.
Skip down the ground and too long off for the single. If there is one ground, though, where that sort of total would be difficult to defend, it is here at Supersport Park. In all forms of cricket, it's known as a ground where you probably want to chase more often than not.
Yeah, one of those beautiful shots here, back over the bowler's head. Oh, actually, she didn't get nearly as much of it as I thought she did. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those gorgeous grounds where it's downhill in every direction from the pitch. So you get proper money's worth for your shots. And I mean, today it just looks perfect.
Pulled around the corner by Bosch for 1.
Once again, Northwest throwing slightly suspect. I suspect Tuesday evening, chaps. Throw in practice.
250 up for the Titans. Oh, valiant effort by the bowler. Listen, Yecho, but struck too powerfully by Lawrence. She'll get a couple of runs.
Yeah, 252 for 5 after 47.4. Lawrence there on 5. Bosch has her 100. Type is looking good here.
Taken on the full by Lawrence. Just a single to long on. And she will keep the strike for the 49th over. No, still one more to go. So Bosch.
Yeah, Bosch will look for the single here to keep the strike on shore.
No, she goes aerial towards the scoreboard over mid-wicket for 6. So,
All that.
great way to finish the over. 259 for 5 now. 2 overs remaining. And 270 very much on the cards for the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot overstate how good the Sims is from Annika Bosch. I mean, she's found herself suddenly on the outskirts of the Proteas team again, and I'm sure, is making a statement here, but I mean, career best.
Well, when you do get left out of the national team and you want to notify the national selectors that you're ready to return, Annika Bosch has done the business in domestic cricket this season as the Dragons captain. Yane Winster is in to Lawrence, hit back over the bowler's head for 1. So Bosch in her 3 innings this season in one-day cricket for the Fidelity Titans has scored 31, 81 not out, and now she's 110 not out, and she's going at a strike rate of well over 100 this season.
Can she keep?
Reverse sweep. Over short fine leg, short third man rather. Couple of runs. Did you ask, can she keep?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Proteas is lacking a keeper better. I mean, look, I am KV's greatest fan.
Karaba Miso, for those who don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, I know Sonata Jafta very, very well as well. I mean, they are both incredible human beings. They're fantastic. But they're averaging in the teens as batters. And I think if the Proteas could find a keeper that averaged in the 40s, we'd become world-class very, very quickly.
Nicely heaved away between Cal Corner and long on, and Lacranje has deflected that over the boundary rope. She was the one who put Bosch down when she only had 14, and it's another costly error. It's cost 4. And there you see it's Lawrence on the charge this time and deflected for 4. I'll answer your point about the wicket-keeper batters perhaps at the end of the over, as Lawrence is caught in an awkward position. Survives though.
Yeah, I mean, poor old Lacranje has done very well with the ball today, but her outfielding has, not been her best day.
Down the wicket, and again targeting the gap between Kyle Corner and this time Lacranje perhaps wisely leaves the fielding to Intabaseng Nini, who does a good job. And that ends the over. It ends Yane Winster's 10 overs, 2 for 41 with 2 maidens. So a very good job by the Dragons captain. Wicketkeeper batters. First of all, I think Karaba Miso is the future. And sure, she hasn't shone really with the bat yet for the Proteas, but she hasn't had that much opportunity. And the other thing, Annika Bosch is probably going to bowl today. She does bowl part-time, sort of medium pace, but they're a bit understocked with injuries and things. So likely to see Annika Bosch bowl a bit today. So she does have another string to her bow. Here's Lekranji. Bosch down the wicket. Lawrence, rather. What a good strike that is. 6.
Proper enthusiasm from Vanolia Macheka as well in her 6th signal. Yeah, okay. I mean, that answers our question around whether or not Simone can come in and be a closer. Well done, her.
Yeah, fantastic shot.
Yeah, I mean, Karabo Miso for me is one of the most exciting players I've ever umpired. She's an intelligent cricketer. She's mature way beyond her years. I just want to see her make runs for the Proteas.
Lekranji tries the bouncer, and Lawrence has managed to get a scratch on that and away for 4 over wicketkeeper ready. So what a way to start the final over. 6 and 4.
Lawrence down 22 off 11. So different to the rather conservative opening batsman that I know.
Well, never mind 270. The Titans are now looking at 290. 278 for 5. 4 balls left. Down the wicket again. Had to reach for it. She shoveled it out towards cow corner. There should be at least 2 here. It's a decent throw, so 2 it is.
Yeah, I mean, did Karama Misa make it into the Proteas side too young?
No, I don't think so. Short again from Lekranji. That'll just be a single. She was given a few years at provincial level and had started scoring consistent runs for the DP World Lions. So I do think if you identify her as being the future, though, now is the time when she needs to play more consistently for the national team. Bosch targeting the short boundary on the leg side. Missed out there. What is umpire Macheki going to signal? Off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, the cue to make it to the keeper's gloves for the DP World Lions is insane as well. I mean, we've not only got the 2 Proteas keepers, we've got Yagmanaka as well.
Nao Malefe also keeps wicket as that's edged down to the vacant third man boundary, and Lawrence has her 3rd boundary in this final over. 2 4s and a 6.
29 of 14 balls. Phenomenal performance, and that brings the end to the innings. 286 for 5 after 50 overs, and that to me feels like a very, very defensible total.
Absolutely, Simon. All's well that ends well for the Fidelity Titans, and one has to say that their approach and their batting order has been dead right, judging by what has happened at the end. After the loss of an early wicket, Robin Searle, we saw Mpumelelo Mashiliwane and Teboko Macheke bat very watchfully in the first power play. In fact, the Titans only had 8 runs after the first 6 overs. They got to 29 for 1 after 10, but they were laying the groundwork. Masheke went on to score 79, a determined effort by her. But the real brilliance and the foundation of this excellent innings by the Titans, that 114 not out of just 76 balls by Annika Bosch, and then a really good finish with the supporting roles of Angela Mgwenya, sent up the order 28 of 21, and Simone Lawrence in a unfamiliar role did superbly, 29 not out of just 14 deliveries. And Simon, there are the bowling figures.
Yeah, so in Tabasing Nina bowled her 10, 1 for 48. She was very, very consistent. Tabitha Lacranja, I think, took some stick towards the end. And so her 0 for 51 is probably not a fair reflection of how she did. Katlecha Satori, a little bit expensive, 0 for 28 off 5. Jane Winster, absolute star. Really, really bowled well. 4 runs and over for her 2 wickets. Alisa Exleben, expensive as well, just the 1 for the 58. And Koketso Lesenyacho, 5 overs. She really took some tap, 58 runs from that for over 10 runs and over.
So the Northwest Dragons will need to chase down 287 for their first win in the One Day Cup this season, the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series. It's going to be a daunting challenge, and do join us in 35 minutes or so to see how they get on.
I think the Titans at some point to look like it was going to be difficult for them to go anywhere near 230. But thanks to the good batting of Anneke Bosch, ending up on 114 not out, and Angel Mugwenya and Simone Lawrence putting some serious impetus. But very important innings also from Tabo Macheka getting 79 to ensure that the wickets don't get lost at regular intervals. But it's going to be a very good game, yeah. I think, you look at the batting order of the Northwest Dragons and you say they're going to put up a good fight, yeah.
Yeah, interesting innings from her. We'll discuss in a moment. As the opening ball is bowled by Angela Mgwenya, who played a delightful little cameo towards the end, 20-odd off, I think, 15 balls, and is now opening the bowling. So she's doing very well for herself.
Yeah, definitely. I think she'll come in with confidence from the innings that she played a little bit earlier on, hitting about 3 sixes in her innings.
Really jamming it down to the pitch and trying to get a bit of bounce. They managed to work this off their hips and through for a single. Yeah, I mean, Macheka's innings was interesting because I think we were critical about it at the time, but it probably showed that actually having an anchor there and getting the Titans through to a point where they could attack was probably valuable.
Yeah, definitely. I think each team needs that. They just need that batter that's just going to say that I'm going to be stingy with my wicket. I'm going to stay on for as long as possible. It is sometimes easy to be critical at stages of the games because you might feel that the game at that time requires a different type of approach. But then you get to the end of the innings and you just see the importance of somebody being there, letting the other batters batting around them, making sure that they can take the innings deep.
Yeah, I mean, Angela Mgwenya really bending her back at the moment and trying to hit this pitch hard. Not sure that's maybe the right way to go. I think we saw the Northwest bowlers bowling a lot of really quite floaty, soft stuff, which became really difficult to hit. Played into the square and fielded by the covers and no run. 2 runs off 5 balls.
The thing about chasing quite a big score like the Titans put up of 286 is that you've got the... Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, again, just played into the covers. And... I mean, the Dragons need to be careful about falling into the same problem that the Titans did, which was to play the ball hard into the ring. When what they need to do is to nurdle it around and to make sure that they rotate strike.
Yeah, definitely something that they cannot afford to get themselves in the same situation as the Titans was a bit earlier on. Because when you're chasing a big score, then the pressure looks a little bit more. I suppose when you're batting first, you feel that you can't really say that you are behind because there's no target that you're looking at. But if the Lions, if the Northwest Dragons rather, find themselves going into the 20th over, going at 3.5 to the over, all of a sudden that required run rate jumps up to about 7 and 8, and then it becomes a little bit difficult. So they need to make sure that they stay with the betting, the required run rate for as long as possible.
Yeah, I suspect what's going to happen here is that the Dragons are going to come under scoreboard pressure. Sam Scooter into bowl, someone who I know very, very well from her time coaching at Stain City School. She's a very floaty swing bowler. So you'll see already the difference between her length and Angel's length. She really just sends it up to the batter and lets the ball do the work through there. Again in the channel. And pleased to see that she's playing here at Titans now. She didn't quite find a place for herself at Lions. But she's a cricketer's cricketer. Like, she really values the game. And she deserves her chance.
That one just tucked away to that third man, but there is a protection there. When we speak about just that floaty type of a thing where it gets the ball to move around a little bit, that might be exactly what is required. And also, if you look at, because there's not too much pace, then you're almost like asking the batsman to put a bit more pose onto the ball, and that's where you might induce some foul shots.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she really just sends the ball up to the batter. Let's have a look. So she was slightly more direct then. I'll have a look at what Strike says. No, off the bat. So Strike Mkhlangu, the umpire on our end, says that that was runs. And we're on 4 runs off 4 balls. Sorry, 4 runs off 10 balls.
I'm not saying they're going at 100% here so far.
I mean, you can see the difference in length and in attitude between Sam and between Angel. I haven't actually had a chance to see much of Angel before. Really interesting to see how she ran in and really thumped that ball in to try and make something happen.
Very good athlete. She is definitely one of those that's not afraid to bend her back a little bit and put a lot of effort into her bowling. You could see earlier also with her batting with the sixes that she thumped, that she's not afraid to absolutely use her muscles. A very strong player. So you can expect that, she will look to challenge the batters a little bit more, hit the deck hard and see how much she can get out of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited by her. I like to see women bend their back and really try hard. Sam is a more typical women's provincial bowler, where she knows how to swing the ball, she floats it up, she lets it do its work. Whereas Angel is really working hard here. And unfortunately, that works against her. She pings one in, and it is very, very easy to turn that away in front of square and 4 runs.
Yeah, unfortunately, those are some of the things you might have to put up with if you bang the ball into the pitch and you don't have the right direction, which is, I think that's what happened there. A little bit too straight.
I mean, she's really decided. I mean, this is a completely different attitude to everyone else who's bowled today. To go all Lungi and Giddy on it and to have a proper go. Hit that deck hard and see what happens. I mean, she's got a first slip in place, second slip, basically. I mean, you can see the effort in her action. She's really trying hard and trying to beat the batter for pace.
What she is doing, though, as you say, that she's a little bit different to what everybody else is bringing, is that she's staying true to her nature as a bowler.
This one driven quite nicely and pierces the inner ring, and that'll run away for 4. And so that moves the total on to 12, I think. Yeah. And Dragons getting off to a good start here.
Yeah, quite a steady start here from the Northwest Dragons. Having lost a wicket so far. It's only the third over of the match. In the air, but almost an opportunity not taken.
Yeah, that one looped over point. I think it's Annika Bosch there at point A. Yeah. At a sort of backward point position, collected by third man, and they went through for a single 13 without loss after 2.5. I really like this first slip being in possession here.
Which is something I think the Dragons let go of too early in their innings. I think they could have attacked a little bit more, especially because even after the 10 over mark, you would say that the Titans were still going at 2.9 to the over, that you could afford to go a bit longer. But it's always good, obviously, when you're attacking, so that when the opportunity does come. But to be fair for the Dragons, there were opportunities that were created, just not held on to.
No, exactly. I mean, sheesh. I mean, if the Dragons had held any of their catches, basically, I don't think they took one. It would have been a very, very different game. I mean, they would have had the Titans at nothing for 4. With Annika Bosch back in the hut. So I mean, really, really, a poor showing as a team. Sam Scooter in from the pavilion end.
Tucked away for a single. Pumelelo Mashilwane doing the work from the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, I mean, Sam has been a bit of a journeyman player. She spent some time at the Lions. I know she coaches a lot. But, yeah, someone who's passionate about her cricket. And I think a way better bowler than she's given credit for, to be honest. Swinging this one into the right-hander and, able to keep the dot ball.
Yeah, I think she does have an opportunity now, as you said, that having been at the Lions, didn't get as many opportunities as what she would have liked. This came across now to crosstown rivals.
Yeah, I mean, there are... given wide by umpire strike. So obviously that missed the pads. I thought that maybe it clipped her on the leg side. Yeah, I mean, she's not the only player driving up and down the N1. I think there are lots of folk who live in Pretoria who are playing for the Lions and who live in Joburg and are playing for the Titans.
Well, Minion Dupree, also from Pretoria, plays for Northwest Dragons, so not afraid.
And that's a horrible drive. It's my least favourite drive in South Africa. The drive between here and Potchefstroom. Absolute dog show.
Very, very brave also to see Tebogo Macheke standing up in the 4th over of the match.
Yeah, I mean, so clipped away here, and in fact, it's the slip who's going to be running all the way down to collect the ball. Yeah, I mean, always slightly insulting as a opening bowler to have your keeper come and stand up. You suspect that it's something that you wrap them over the knuckles for in the evening?
Or just that your keeper wants to give you maximum opportunity to get the wicket. Because what that does is that the batter now feels to be hanging back a little bit more rather than going forward because they don't want to be stumped. And that's where you can get your RBW in. Interestingly, the slip has gone out to a short 45, which almost suggests that they're probably looking to bowl a bit more wicket to wicket. So now you'd want a bit of a protection on the leg side if you stray a little bit straighter than what you would like.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what Sam does. She swings it into the right-hander. So she's looking for that opportunity to get them playing across their front pads and to try and get them to kick one. Yeah, I mean, as an opening bowler, I would rather my keeper stand back and let me deal with the batter. I just think you miss a lot on the outside edge. Played back. That is the end of the over. 17 without loss after 4 overs. 18 without loss. Sorry, without after 4 overs. And I think the Dragons will be happy enough with the start.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for them would be keep wickets in hand. They saw how glorious that was for the Titans to put the score that they did at the end of the innings. So they would want to make sure that early on they don't lose any wickets and try to take the game as deep as possible. You've got to feel, if you're the Northwest Dragons and you see how the game end up with the Titans, that if we bet anywhere close to 50 overs, we will probably get to the score.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have an Annika Bosch coming in. I mean, is Mignon de Pree still at that level? I mean, I think so, probably. She's probably so relieved to be away from her twins. I'm sure she adores. I haven't seen Mr. de Pree or the twins around, actually, this at the stadium today. I think they're all just having quiet time.
Taking a bit of a rest.
Shame, those poor girls are going to spend so much time around cricket fields.
Oof. If you're just looking at Mignon de Pree, she's currently third in the Pro50 series. Just 22 runs away from Julia Hall, who's occupying that number 1 spot. Strike rate hasn't been very high. Strike rate at 77.85, but averaging 45. They do have an international also, and they have missed.
So thumped away. It was a clunky full toss and clunkily hit as well, to be honest. Nothing was really on top form there from a cricket perspective. But she got 4. And so we move on to 22 off 4.3. And the Dragons, I'm sure, very, very happy with the way things are going.
Definitely should be. I just wonder, I'm looking at the Titans bowling lineup. And wonder if they think maybe they should have had an extra spinner in, because often enough when the wicket becomes flat, only the spinners are the ones that can actually get something out of it. The pace bowlers, it's like an N1 road where everything just going straight at good pace. It's easy to bat and all of that. So just having Paulina Mashishi, you've got to think that they might be looking for somebody else to turn the arm a little bit. Somebody like Mpumelelo Mashilwane, sorry. She does turn her arm a little bit. She bowled a bit in the GCT, so she can give a few handy overs. But I do think that the spin bowling is going to play a critical part in this match.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Winster in the opening innings. Jade Winster did so well, just putting a cap on the scoring. I mean, she turned over her 10 overs for 41 runs or something like that. Really incredible bowling. And the Titans are going to need to be able to vary their pace a little bit, which they are doing. I mean, so Angela Ngwenya is thumping it in from the one end with variable success. Sam Scooter floating it up from the other end. And we'll see who has the better success. But I do agree with you that actually some spin is going to be the way to go. Must also just say, absolutely love the Titans retro kit. misfielded it at points, and that means they're going to be able to come through for a run. I mean, how old are you? Do you remember that 1992 World Cup? Or was that part of your...
No. No. I'd have to be convinced that I was watching it. I was alive. But somebody has to probably say, yeah, that's what you were watching it. I don't know.
Do you remember the 1996 AFCON?
Oh, yes. That I do.
Were you there?
I was there. No, I was there. Yes, definitely. That I do. I was there in 92, but...
But you weren't present.
I haven't really... I think the access also to the game came later, especially cricket came later.
Yeah.
As you would understand the history of, South Africa as it is, the access into your cricket and your rugby came a bit later.
Oh, straight up in the air, there is a person underneath it, and it's well taken. We're going to have to see who
Paulina
took that.
Mashishi.
Paulina Mashishi, great catch in her bucket hat. Why is she wearing a bucket hat in amongst everyone else? And that's going to be an important first breakthrough for the Titans.
Yeah, very good breakthrough there from Paulina Mashishi. Steadied herself under that one. As you said, it just looks like she's aiming for the pads. And the batter that time around tried to play around the pads and just one up into that mid-on. And Paulina Mashishi, first breakthrough, very good for the Fidelity Titans here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic Sam Scooter wicket. She feels like she's quicker than she is, So she's she's actually flipping slow, but she floats it up. She moves it through the air, and then you get into your shot way before you should. And you'll end up getting the leading edge. So really, really good wicket for her, and all power to her. What was your introduction to cricket?
What was there?
What was your introduction to cricket? So you said that you got it delayed.
It would have been following my brother quite a lot. Volvo Maswile is the manager of the Proteas team. So, always used to carry the bag around the early 90s. I started in 1995 playing cricket, but there was still not too much access of watching. But then it was on SABC3. Remember watching your Paul Adams, your Alan Donald, Sean Pollock, and all of those guys. Most of these things, I look at the Jonty Rhodes run out. I've had to look at YouTube and go back and say, oh, this is what has happened. So it was definitely through my brother until I started in 95, and then obviously played a bit of provincial cricket, coached provincial cricket. But I think the most important thing, and you look at where cricket is at the moment, there's lots more access to all demographics now than what it was in the yesteryears.
Salmon again. Floaty ball. I mean, she just does her thing. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because you talk about how your access was through SABC3. I mean, that doesn't happen any longer. People don't get to watch. And, I mean, this commentary that we're doing now was started by us trying to respond to Radio 2000. No longer happening. Back foot and played solidly. Oh, and a bit of a shy, but I mean, it wasn't a shy. She was just pretending. Yeah, but I mean, it's something that really worries me, that there's a generation of people who cannot see cricket unless they can afford 1,000 rand a month.
That is unfortunately the reality that you get faced with at the moment. And you look at the cricketers now and the cricketers before, and I hear a lot of coaches saying to cricketers now to say, you guys don't watch cricket. You don't watch a lot of cricket. You don't listen to a lot of cricket. But that all boils down to the access of, watching it and all of that. Internet has become easier now, and hence this kind of a platform.
Sam overpitching this one, and it just gets driven really, really easily out through the offside and away for 4. Which brings us on to... What's our total now? 28 for 1. 28 for 1 off 6. Yeah, I mean, this is a real problem for me. I also see a tendency, because I know you coach, eh? Yeah. So I also see a tendency of coaches to captain from the side. And I hate that. As an umpire, I detest it. Because one of the joys of cricket is the power that the captain has. He is a specialist position. And I remember from being a 9-10-year-old, loving that power that I had. I never, ever had a coach yell at me from the side telling me what to do with my field.
I think all of these things get tied up together in terms of the coach feels like they need to do a little bit more because the players don't have the experience of seeing teams in that situation and how they reacted to it. So now the coach feels like
Angel thudding that one in and getting the bottom edge, no run.
So now the coach feels like when the players get into that situation, because they haven't had the experience of even seeing it, let alone being in that situation, then they need to do a little bit more. But I do think that there needs to be a bit more done, especially with your national broadcasters, to take the game to the people. That's how people fall in love with the game.
Yeah, I mean, my parents treated the Wanderers Stadium as a babysitter for me.
Not a bad babysitter to have that.
I mean, look, here I am, I mean, I was dropped there as a 10-year-old, like every Saturday, and that's just what I did. Played on the up. Oh, there's a diving attempt by Madoff, and it's probably going to run away to the boundary. There it goes. So they get 4 there. 32 for 1.
Yeah, chasing it in vain there. Robin Sill at mid-off.
I mean, what a great cricket family as well.
Yeah.
The number of times I've walked off the field having umpired one of those sisters and found both parents there, like waving to me and wanting to discuss it. Yeah, I mean, so I was dropped regularly at Wanderers to sit all day and watch Adrian Caper and Jimmy Cook and who's the big fat spin bowler? Oh, it's Boulder off the inside edge. Feet work were nowhere, and she's managed to just drag this on.
Yeah, hanging back there, ready. Bit of a bottom edge there into her stumps. Very important wicket here also for Angel Mgwenya. Reddy was looking quite decent, 19 from the 21 balls. And as I say, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important wicket. As you said, 19 from 21. I mean, that's the majority of the runs scored already. That brings, I think this is Mignon de Pré.
It is.
To the crease. So this is now the moment that Northwest decide if they're going to win this or not.
Yeah, it is going to be a very important one here. Mignon de Pré, best batter that the Northwest Dragons have. Loves playing against the Titans. Always scores runs against the Titans. Scored the runs for Titans. Now scoring the runs against the Titans. Scored 100 about a season ago for Free State at this very ground. It's a ground that you also will know well, having captained South Africa and Titans for a number of years.
I mean, just someone who loves the game so much. And I love that she retired from professional cricket or from international cricket and has come back and played provincial cricket. It is one of the best aspects of women's provincial cricket is that these ladies stay in touch. And already she looks in control, just playing it into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point that we're making there, Simon Gay. We did speak about it a little bit earlier with Ken Boland, that and her comeback was to give back to the game, because she came back. She went to Free State, who's one of the teams that are finding their ways in professional cricket. Free State got relegated. She went to Northwest. And I'm pretty sure that your Titans and Lions, if she approached Titans and Lions and said, hey, I'm still here to play, they probably would have given it to play. But she has decided that she wants to go to the teams that will need somebody with a little bit more experience. And that's exactly what she has done, given back to the game. You know, and how often do you see sport players, as soon as they start a family, then they pull away from the game? But she started a family, but she came back into the game. So very, very good ambassador of the game, Mignon du Preez.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot harder for the woman when they give birth. You know, they have to take time off in a way that the men don't. You know, so, you know, AB suddenly retired in his mid-30s and none of us could understand. And then you realized he'd, you know, played for the Proteas for 18 years or something ridiculous. He had small children. It was no longer in his interest. He could also make much better money. Played straight back onto the stumps, but Sam didn't manage to get her fingers on it. And Strike will fix it back up again. Yeah, so I mean, this is something that you see these women have to manage, is they get to their late 20s, early 30s and have to, you know, have children if they're ever going to have children. Oh, sure, really looking good here. Just pinging it off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, definitely. I think it goes with a lot of what's the word? It's running from me. Sacrifices. You know, to be in the situation that we are with women's cricket. So a lot of respect to a lot of women, because their life most of the time, especially if they want to play at this level, is that their life has to take a back seat until comes such a time whereby they have to stop a little bit and then resume. And you know, you can't, you know, also put your life on hold for too long. But I mean, you look at Mignon du Preez, she saved the game. She's probably done everything that she would have wanted to do for the game. Left the game in a better place than how she found it when she started. Went to start a family, and she said, I've still got a few more years to give to those teams that might need. And that's exactly what she has been doing.
Yeah, and I mean, she's missed out on the money. You know, she hasn't really slightly back of a length there by Sam Skutter. And this gives the opportunity for Fibu Mokumbura to just lean back and clobber that through the offside and away for 4. Yeah, I mean, she's slightly missed the train, you know, where she could have made serious cash. And yet she's still willing to come out and be, I mean, I don't want to say like a grandmother to all of these women, but I mean, she's definitely a mother figure. There's no doubt about it. Like, she's, as I said earlier, she's a safe space. The umpires feel fine around her. The players feel safe around her. She's just a really welcoming, happy presence on the field, and I salute her for that.
And a lot of these players coming in, new players, they do need somebody that can just usher them into the next level of their phase. I mean, can you just imagine an 18-year-old, 19-year-old and Thabise Nini having done so well for the Proteas under-19, having now to share the change room with Mignon du Preez. Of course, Thabise Nini is a bowler, but Mignon du Preez will, you know, give her a lot of advice about, you know, what to do, what to look for, what is demanded, or what is what the international space demands of you as a player. So very valuable experience that's needed by this type of players. I mean, there is thing that also plays for the Lions that, you know, has been away, has been at international. Yes, it has been through javelin and all of that. But however, just the experience of what that next phase of life demands of you.
Okay, so new bowler in this is Van der Scheef, who's also really banging it in from that end. And, you know, I watched her do her warm-ups. Also really quite clear she wants to, try and bowl a hard length and get some pace on the ball, which is good to see.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not convinced it's the right length on this pitch today. I think we've seen slower, more clever bowling being the way to go. But Crystal van der Schreef is going to have a go.
Yeah, I think it's the difficulty of what the pitch needs for you, demand for you, and what do you specialize in. Getting into the body of Mignon Tipre, just tucks it away to that fine leg for a single.
Yeah, so she's, she's only 3 overs in, and it'll be interesting to see how she works. But if she can get some bounce out of this surface, then all power to her.
She's a very fiery cricketer also, Crystal van der Schreef. She's more in the mold of your Elise Marie Max. Really does like challenging the batters with her pace and aggression.
Yeah, I mean, bowl's a heavy ball, I think, and always been a difficult thing to explain that to non-cricketers. The concept of a heavy ball. It's like Jacques Callis, heavy ball.
What do you mean a heavy ball?
120 k's an hour, but flip, it hits your bat hard.
It hits your bat hard. There's so much energy behind it. How do you explain it?
Okay, but well stroked out here. I've been impressed by Phoebe. I don't know, what do you call it? Immigrant, a visitor from the Netherlands. And I'm really excited to see international players coming and showing up in our provincial setup.
Yeah, definitely. Always good to have an overseas pro, which is something that used to happen a lot, especially in the men's cricket. I remember there were some times where we had a lot of West Indians and other players coming through to come and play. It just adds that extra thing to the game. And obviously, if you've got an international player coming in, the most likelihood is that people now back in Netherlands are also watching the game, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to spread the game out as much as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, it obviously opens the opportunity for our girls to go across as well, which I'm assuming is part of the deal. That there'll be lasses who are able to go off and spend a couple of weeks there. Certainly you see it in boys cricket a lot. The guys just after matric, they go and they play sort of second tier club cricket, but still really quality cricket. On the outskirts of London and have a fantastic time. I mean, drink way too much and flirt way too much with barmaids, but they certainly seem to come back happy.
Say that there's a change in bowling with Paulina Mashishi coming into the attack from the pavilion end.
Nice speed through the air from Paulina.
She's a banker. She's a banker.
Reminiscent of Lefty. And nice flat, quite quick motion, which for a woman spinner is rare. And chatting to one of the umpires who was talking about how good Lefty was, okay, this one she gives way too much air too, and it gets played out, and so they just take a single. But that ability to really push it through and to get a bit of revs on the ball at the same time is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, it is very much so, because what you used to with the spinners, especially in women's cricket a couple of years ago, they just believed, I'm just going to float it up. It's one of those throwing missiles into the pitch. But the game has grown so much that the ladies' cricket also have found a way to almost match up more towards what the men are doing and all of that. And I think Paulina Mashishi being one of them, she was the Titans player of the season about 2 seasons ago. absolute banker. Normally goes at an around 3.2, 3.3 to the over.
Yeah, I definitely prefer her when she's firing it in. When she's tossing it up above the batter's eye line. Certainly, if she ever gets a chance to play against the Indian national team, those girls are just going to walk up and smash her.
Funny enough, she used to be a seam bowler, and then she was converted into being a spin bowler, hailing from Hammanskraal.
Place I know well because my son's failed his learner's license there. Didn't know what to say.
And as you say that, we say goodbye to Simon Gare, who I believe is one of the founders of this platform, actually. And we say hello now to what I call the sports encyclopedia, Mr. Quen Boland, back into their tech here in commentary.
Please don't ask me any questions. I won't know the answers. So 39 for 2 after the power play. I think the Titans will be well pleased with the start they've made, getting a couple of wickets, not letting the run rate get totally out of hand. But they'll be well aware that this is the partnership that they need to break. Two international players. And the Titans were 29 for 1 after 10 overs when they batted.
The nice thing about having good runs at the board as the Titans do is that even though they are behind in terms of the runs where
attempted pull by Malkenboer, but that's the difficulty that Van der Schyff presents. She hits the pitch hard, strong action, gets it up onto the splice.
So with the game situation, you feel that the Lions have got, the Dragons, sorry, they've got 10 runs more than what the Titans had a bit earlier, but because of the scoreboard.
Nicely driven by Malkenboer, had to reach for it, but that's a lovely square drive away for 4.
A very good shot there from Malkenboer. Previous ball was a short one into the body. This time around, very full and outside, allowing Malkenboer to just get her bat on it. No one protecting that cover boundary. There is a change in fielder now with the cover now going to the boundary.
Yeah, not sure why Van der Schyff would bowl it full and wide out there, if it was deliberate. That's better. That's her strength. Hit the deck back of a length. Keep it nice and straight. Short leg side boundary, so you don't want to get too straight, but keep it around middle and off.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the 10 overs are down now, so there is a bit more protection for her to bowl that back of a length. There is a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket.
Short and wide, and, well, she's lucky to get away with just a single, I think. Van der Schyff, Malkenboer rather steering it rather than having a full go at it.
But as you rightfully said, Ken, this will be probably the biggest partnership in terms of personnel for the Northwest Dragons. So the Titans have to feel that if they get one of these two early on here, it'll do them good.
Tidy bit of fielding there by Annika Bosch. Hero of the batting effort. What an innings that was, KG.
Absolute.
114 not out of just 77 balls. 17 fours, 4 sixes.
The beauty about it is the match situation that she walked into when she got in. Yes, she did give away a chance or two, but the score sheet doesn't write that, does it? Just writes what you got at the end of the day, and she did very, very well.
Yeah, it was 64 for 3 when she came to the crease after 22 overs, so it's nearly halfway through the innings. And you mentioned the gap between the comparative scores now being 10 runs. that doesn't take into account really the incredible acceleration that Bosch produced, particularly in the last 10 overs, which brought exactly 100 runs, 98 runs in the last 10, and 74 runs between overs 30 and 40. Masishi continues.
So again, the importance of having runs on the board is that if the Dragons were to bet the same way that the Titans did until the 30th over, they'll fall very much behind the game. And now every time as a better, when you look and you say, oh, flip, now we need 6.3, now we need 7, now we need 8 to the over. There's a bit more pressure that's transferred than when you're betting first and you feel that there isn't really a target that we are chasing, but let's see how much we can get.
They will get the single eventually. Yeah, we know that the Titans also wanted to bowl first, stating how difficult it is to defend a total here at Supersport Park. But I think having been forced to bat first, they'll be delighted. You know, you make 286, that's, I think, suddenly puts you well ahead of the game, and scoreboard pressure, as you say, comes very much into it.
Yeah, definitely. And having a bowler like Paulina Mashishi, the one thing that she does, she tries to go through her overs so quickly. So she just makes sure that she rushes you a little bit more than what you want. Just now when you look, it's 20 overs gone and you don't even know what happened.
Mignon Dupree using her feet. It's always a good player of spin, Dupree and the Proteas setup. And she's experienced enough to know, and we saw a bit of that over. She walks away towards square leg, and will probably take her time coming back to take strike, just to give herself a bit of breathing space. As you say, spinners can bowl 6 balls so quickly before you know it. Whole over's gone, and you've just got a couple of singles. Well, that over, there were a couple of singles off it. 46 for 2 after 12.
Yeah, definitely. If you've got a spinner that's looking to just go through the innings quite quickly, and as the batter, you almost feel like you want to keep up with the pace, and that's where the spinner can really, really get something out of it. With that, you've got Christel van der Skyf to continue from the Hernops River end.
3 fielders on the boundary at deep cover point, third man, and deep backward square leg. Took it away down the leg side. It was not a great delivery from van der Skyf, and Dupree has put it away for 4.
Yeah, definitely not also in her DNA to be bowling so full, so straight. And speaking earlier about, it looked like some of the bowlers earlier, especially in the first innings, they got a little bit of joy bowling it full, but as the game went by, it looks like back of a length is what's required from the bowlers.
Now the leg side wide. Yeah, looking at the pitch this morning, there were quite a few little micro cracks, if you like, in the sort of middle of the pitch or just back of a good length for the batter. And I guess now at this stage, with all the moisture burnt out of the pitch, if you're going to get anything out of the surf, it's going to be from hitting those areas hard. She tried to there, just too wide, and cut away for 1.
Definitely. And a couple of balls ago, the 50 came up for the Northwest Dragons. Currently 52 for 2. And they are 12.2 overs. Just speaking a bit earlier with Simon once again, that Titans might feel that they might need an extra spinner in this game. But of course, you know, Mpumalelo Mashilwane does have a few overs of spin up her sleeve, so she might come in handy later on in this innings.
particularly since the Dragons' last game they played in this competition on the 6th of December was against the DP World Lions. And they were 47 without loss, the Dragons, all out for 123. And it was spin that did the damage in that innings. The Lions have a powerful spin attack that's nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. So perhaps a little weakness in the batting of the Dragons the Titans could exploit.
And so far, as you see, Paulina Mashishi, just the 2 overs, has only went for 4 runs.
Stylishly driven for 1 to end the 13th over, 53 for 2.
Pretty steady here from Northwest Dragons, but as I said a little bit earlier, that when the score is quite big, you always feel like you're falling behind, because if you start the innings with the required rate being at 5.8, and then all of a sudden in 13 overs in, it's gone up to 6.3, then you feel that you have to sort of like do something to keep up, and that's where the pressure and that's where the wickets might to start falling. But the experience of Mignon du Preez will obviously know how to approach this game.
Malkenburg just almost kind of balked that she was going to come down the wicket there. Stayed in her crease though, but the full ball couldn't take full advantage of it.
One thing that is very noticeable with Paulina Mashishi is she looks to get the batters to play the ball as straight as possible. So she fields quite a lot of her balls. It's the third one in this over that has been hit right back at her.
Yeah, she's very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler. You miss, I hit. And so she's got a long-on place. Mid-off is in the circle. That's going to be a competition between long on, and Kyle Corner to see who fields. Long on wins.
Simone Lawrence is quite an athlete, hockey player also, provincial hockey player also. Sometimes I'm not expected to get first there.
Nicely bowled by Masishi. Just be the 1. But we can already see the caliber and the experience of these 2 batters. They're getting the 1s quite regularly, and that's why their rate achieved is up at 4 to the over.
That ball to end that over. Good over again from Paulina Mashishi. Just giving away the 2 runs. She's given away just 2 and over so far in her overs. And again, when we spoke about how difficult or how it looks like spinners do well against Northwest Dragons, still early on in the spell of Paulina Mashishi, but I would say that if she keeps on going as well as she is at the moment, to just let her ball through her 12 overs, her 10 overs, if she goes at about 30 or so at the end of the 10 overs, then you feel that there's a lot of pressure that's been transferred onto the batting team.
Yeah, well, I would agree with you. Just subject to the one thing I would say is that if a really good partnership develops between Malkenburg and du Preez, Titans might need to look at a wicket-taking option just to try and break the partnership. Not to say that Paulina Mashishi can't be a wicket-taking option. For a couple of seasons, she was the leading wicket-taker for the Titans.
And it's quite a balance that you need to strike in limited overs cricket, obviously, that it's a very important, obviously, to get the wickets because you don't want batters to settle for too long. But also, if you feel like you're going at just about 2 and over, and then you get the team to now need to go at 12 or 10, 11 at the a very good shot there from the bat of Mignon Dupre, hitting it straight down. Just the diving hand of Crystal van der Skyf doesn't get to it. That is a quality shot here from Mignon Dupre. Just hanging back there. Nobody patrolling that boundary straight. And she says, thank you very much for that.
Well, it was a very obvious step back deep into her crease, almost back onto her stumps. And it kind of lured Van der Skyf into trying to fire it in full at her legs. Exactly what she wanted. Beautifully timed straight down the ground.
Really did drag Van der Skyf into it, because what she does that she moves early while the bowler is in their run up. So now already there, if you've made up a mind about what you want to do, you start second guessing yourself and you're thinking, oh, should I change now because of something? If you look at Mina, she's actually batting outside of her crease.
So much experience and class, the ability to use footwork so effectively, such an important part of batting. Messing with the bowler's lengths, opening up other options in terms of stroke play. Mignon Dupre, we know she can do it all. Nicely steered by Malkenboer, just a single.
Yeah, all the experience of Mignon Dupre will be needed here by Northwest Dragons. Rate required currently at 6.4. They're going quite steadily at 4.1. But you got to think that when they get to that 20th over, they have to look at where they are and what they need.
Nicely cut away by Dupre. Work on the boundary. Oh, I think she's done it. I think it's a excellent piece of fielding. Great work in the end. By Mia Smith. This is worth watching again. Excellent fielding. The dive, she could have panicked there, but she didn't.
Yeah, very good from Mia Smith. We were speaking a bit earlier about, you can't keep on going, but if then Paulina Mashishi goes at 2 and over, and then on the other side they go at that 7, 8 and over, then it almost defeats what's happening on the other side. So you need to basically close down on the one side, or at least on the other side, try to get a wicket. Because if as a collective now you're going at 5, 6 and over, then it nullifies what's happening on the other side.
Agreed. The comparative scores, the Dragons are 23 runs ahead at the moment. But probably the more important figure is that rate required, 6.4. And I think the Dragons will be content to keep it round about there. Certainly less than 7, but they won't be too concerned if it's above 6. Just for the next few overs, just to let this partnership really become embedded. And they're doing it nicely. They're just pushing the ones. Nothing risky. Let's see if they get to, say, run a ball from here for the next 4.5 overs. So that's 27. That takes them to 91, which means they need less than 200 in 30 overs. Which, again, is just above 6 to the over. I think they'll be happy with that. So no need for risk-taking, I don't think, just yet. As long as they just get a healthy supply of ones. This might be turned into 2. No. Quickly off the boundary is Mia Smith. So just a single, 65 for 2.
The one thing that you see with the Titans, though, is that there seems to be a clear plan for each and every batter, or the two batters here, because every time there's a new batter, there's definitely a change in fielding positions. As you see, that's exactly the area where there's no one there for Mignon to pray, but as soon as Malcolm goes into the strike, they look to put somebody there and then plug it. And once again, just the 2 runs from the bowling of Paulina Mashishi. She's literally gone at 2 runs each and every over that she has bowled so far.
Consistency. That's what her captain will be very happy with. But she's a very consistent bowler, Paulina Mashishi. A real stalwart of the Titans' attack through the years. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling now at the Henops River end. As you see the gesticulating there, just to get the field setting right. There's a... Yeah, there's a deep square leg just behind the square on the boundary, and a fairly straight mid wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary as well for the off spinner Mia Naismith. Short boundary on the leg side, so it's a bit of a challenge for the off spinner.
This is exactly what we said earlier on, that the Titans will need to buy a lot more spin overs from someone. That's exactly what they're trying to do now, bringing in Miane into the attack. Bit of a risk though, with obviously shorter boundary to the leg side, bowling off spin.
Fired in down the leg side, and Dupree will be disappointed she couldn't make more of that.
And with the way that the field is at the moment, you've got to think that the Fidelity Titans are looking to still bowl quite straight, because you've got a long off, long on, cow corner and square leg. So you can't give room on the offside, because there's no protection on the offside whatsoever. Only the 3 fielders. There's not even a 45 on the offside. It's rather on the leg side. So probably be looking to bowl more wicket to wicket. It's a 5-4 leg side field. Good fielding of her own bowling there. Miane Smith. First 3 balls have been dot balls. It's about protecting the over now. How do you now protect the over and close it off? Make sure that nothing happens. Bit of a change in fielding here, with the 45 on the leg side going to the offside now, and mid wicket now going to the 45. It's a bit more protection now on the offside, in case she strays away from the line that she's been bowling. Might be worth it to also, I think, bring the square leg in and drop somebody on the offside to that boundary there. Look to bowl that off stump, fourth stump type of a line. If a batter hits it there, sometimes you just say good shot, but then protect that offside.
Well, it's been a very good over so far by Mia Naismith. 1 ball to go, and she's just conceded a single. Still just the long off on the boundary on the offside. Ooh, with that sort of length, she was taking a chance, but
Yeah.
Malkenburg could only pick out the fielder. End of the 17th over, 66 for 2.
Very good over here from Miane Smith. As we said a little bit earlier on, that Paulina Mashishi can keep on bowling well from this side, but there needs to be a lead that's also put on the other side. That's exactly what happened in this previous over, with Paulina Mashishi going for 2 runs, and then there's only 1 run on that other over. That means they're going at 1.5, which is exactly what the Titans will be looking to do. The run rate, the thing about chasing a big score is that it goes up so quickly It's already now at 6.7, just on over an hour ago. We're speaking about it being at 6.4 and how they would try to manage to make it stay at that 6.4 for as long as possible. Once it goes into that 7-8 mark, then it requires you to hit a minimum, a boundary and over, and then that's where the pressure comes in. Because at 6.4, you just gotta feel you get a 2 there, you get a 1 there, you're fine.
And there's a single to start. Yeah, bowling partnerships probably just as important as batting partnerships in the game. And one fancies this could be a key period of play with spin at both ends. Both batters happy to use their feet to Masishi.
Yeah, definitely there. I think you got to think that the next 10 overs or so, if they just keep on going with spin, it will say a lot about the game. At some point, the Northwest Dragons also will probably have to get to a point where they go like, hang on, we can't just keep on letting the spinners bowl at us. We need to do something. That's when, it could go either way. That's exactly what happened in the Titans innings when Janae Winster was just bowling at the Titans batters until that one over where Anneke Bosch took her for 14. And that changed the momentum of the game. That 14 runs that went off Janae Winster, having bowled 7 overs going for just over 2 and over. Just that one over changed. And then we saw Linero coming into the attack.
Short and down the leg side, but it's just going to be a single. Yeah, you see there Malkenboer remonstrating with herself. She just kind of tickled it around the corner rather than the more full-blooded shot, which she then practiced at the non-striker's end.
Paulina Mashishi changing her line of attack, coming around the wickets. Still a single. Better over from the Northwest Dragons. Yes, it's just 5 runs, but it's just a better over. A lot more intent, it looks like. Using the feet a little bit more. Getting those singles. Getting 5 singles in total in that over from Paulina Mashishi.
So, 18 overs gone. 71 for 2. And the Northwest Dragons need another 216 runs in 32 overs to win this game. There's the match situation, and as you can see from that, it's time for drinks, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. Mia Smith will continue bowling from the Henops River end. I think Mignon Dupree just needs a pair of gloves taken off the field. She's got fresh gloves in the drinks break. 12th sprinting on and off with great pace. Well done,
Sarababa.
I think it could be, yeah. Formerly of the DP World Lions. Mm-hmm. So, Mia Smith with pretty much the same field she had for her first over. Long off, long on back. Deep in wicket's gone a little bit wider. And a deep square leg.
Often brings something. Either a wicket, or you sometimes see the batting team just changing and upping the tempo a bit.
Here's a sweep by Dupree just for one. I think in the drinks break there probably was a discussion between Molkenboer and Dupree about just lifting the rate up a notch. Just their partnership is worth 40 now. Rate required 6.8. So I think they may be just thinking, try and bring that rate required down a touch. Don't want to get it above 7. So I think we'll just see a slight increase in intent here.
Yeah, definitely. They have to start, not to panic. We're not speaking about them now trying to go for boundaries or whatever, but definitely don't want to be facing 4 dot balls in an over.
Nicely bowled. She hung that out there a bit and invited the drive, turned through the gate. I think you're spot on there, KG. That's the thing. You know, singles will open the door, I think. If they're getting 4 singles in an over, bowlers don't like it. They'll try something different. And, that's when the boundary ball comes. You get 3 singles and a boundary and an over, that's 7 and over, easy peasy.
Good change in fielding, you would say. Just put the fielder there and then the ball immediately goes there. And they ask a lot of times, what is a good ball? Good ball is actually a ball that's been hit to your fielders. That's exactly what happened with that.
They did it in the previous over as well, towards the back end, bring in a short third man just to protect the over. That's, again, just going to be a single to end the 19th over, 73 for 2.
While the Northwest Dragons are not obviously panicking at the moment, yes, it's gone up now to 6.9, but I think the Titans will be feeling like they're quite ahead. Brought some momentum into the bowling from their batting innings. So I think the Fidelity Titans probably looking at the moment and saying that we are notching ahead, we are creating pressure. Yes, there is the experience of Mignon Dupree. She's number 3 in the list at the moment, but her strike rate throughout the season is also 77. So you don't look at it and go like, she's number 3, she scores at a very quick rate. She scores at 77 strike rate. So you see Anneke Bosch, as we spoke about earlier, that those spinners are going to come in, and that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Turn the arm a little bit, buy a wicket here and there.
She doesn't bowl that often, Anneke Bosch, but there are some injuries and unavailabilities in the Titans' attack, so she's being roped in to do a few overs. Oh, she landed that one nicely. Off the inside edge, squirting away on the leg side. They'll get a run. Bosch had her head in her hands there.
Obviously, Anneke Bosch will be carrying confidence after scoring 115. I just see, though, that Paulina Mashishi looks like she's off the field. I wonder if might be something. And if that's the reason that Anneke Bosch is now having to bowl, because I just see Paulina Mashishi now just walking up into the change rooms.
Titans will be hoping it's just a comfort break or something of the sort. Bosch is going well so far, though. Just 2 runs off her first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she might just need to do. Just buy an over or 2. Does look like Mashishi will be ready to come back on. But just Anneke Bosch, if she can just steal 2 overs from this game, just going at like 5 in the 2 overs. Probably has been practicing a bit of bowling in the nets. Looks to have good control out here.
Yeah, for a wrist spinner, it's been very good so far. And wrist spin also, sort of bowling that often buys you wickets. Not a bad move just to see if they can break this partnership. End of a tidy over, 75 for 2, just 2 runs with it. And 20 overs gone. The Northwest Dragons need another 212 runs to win.
Yeah, very good going here from the Titans. They'll be very happy. In comparison, at the same stage, the Titans were 54 for 2. But obviously, the biggest difference is those last 10 overs in particular, where the Titans got 98. The Dragons also, they don't want to be sucked into a comparison game too much at the moment and thinking that they are ahead just because of the way that the Titans finished. They've made up a lot for the overs that went quite slow.
We're going to have a change in commentary with Simon Gear joining me as Miane Smith continues, driven out a bit wide of long off, but just the single.
Yeah, I mean, been interesting to see the game develop. I think quite evenly balanced at the moment. Certainly as long as Mignon is out there, you know, steadying the ship and controlling the pace of the chase. Fired in and no run.
Yeah, agreed. I think it is very evenly matched at the moment. Mignon Dupree, I wonder if she's got a niggle or something, the way she's just leading on her leg there. It's a little bit worrying for the Dragons, I'd say.
I mean, she's tough as nails. I think that she'll work her way through. But yeah, you're quite right. Standing very awkwardly at the moment. And the bowler really giving no flight whatsoever. I think this has been the trick on this pitch, is pace off but no flight, and allow things to happen off the surface.
Miane Smith glaring at Mokenboer there for getting in the way and allowing Dupree to get a single. I'm not sure where Mokenboer was expected to disappear to. She's totally entitled to stand her ground at the non-striker's end.
Mena giving a little bit of space on the length here for the players to play it out onto the leg side. And that takes us through to 79 for 2 off 21. Certainly well behind the rate required, which is now climbing up to 7.7. 7.2. Okay, sorry, my eyes are not as good as yours, Kent. Yeah, I mean, a time where I think that this team from the Dragons this pair from the Dragons can build something that could be threatening.
Yeah, we said in the previous 10 overs that the Dragons won't want it to get much above 7. to the over required. So we're looking for some good overs here, and particularly with the more part-time bowling of Annika Bosch on at the moment.
I mean, you're more familiar with provincial ladies cricket than I am. I mean, can Annika bowl? I mean, she's doing okay, although not right now, where she's dished up a pie and been driven through the off for 4.
I think pie's a little bit harsh. It was a well-flighted leg break, which was very nicely played by Molkenboer. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two key batters for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, these two could put on 200 here. And, they are of that sort of class. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see. And, Bosch backing herself, clearly. I mean, she's come on early enough that she's probably going to bowl 10 overs. Getting nice turn in to the right-hander.
Yeah, my understanding was that more of a backup bowler, chatting to Coach Pierre de Bruin before the start of play. But we don't know if Masishi has done herself a mischief. And obviously, if Bosch goes well, she might keep bowling.
I mean, she's getting a bit of a turn in. This played and well fielded out at a deep mid wicket. They come through for 2. 685 for 2.
Mia Smith's been very impressive on the boundary so far.
Yeah, it was a real problem with the Dragons. They were appalling in the outfield. Dropped a lot of catches. Their throwing wasn't great. And their body language wasn't special either. Like, I got the sense they lost hope around about the 35th over. And I think this Titans team feels like they are on the up here. And there's a bristle about them, which I like.
Yeah, even though the partnership is 53, I think the Titans will be thinking just one more wicket. If we can break this partnership with still a lot of runs required to win 202 at the moment, then we'll have a really strong foothold in the match.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you've got someone like Mignon at the crease, you're in danger. I think everyone's well aware of that. So Mia Smith bowling in and just allowing it to be played out into deep mid off. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Pretoria. I mean, just sheesh. What a blessing we have.
As a meteorologist, are you allowed to use such unscientific terms as gorgeous, or can you quantify that, Simon?
Okay, so I've always said there's no bad weather. There's only weather that is increasingly more interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not a great believer in weather forecasts. And so whenever someone asks me, what's the weather forecast for tomorrow? I always just say, well, there will be weather, and leave it at that.
Yeah, I really believe in weather forecasts. I think that...
You'd be out of a job, wouldn't you, if you didn't?
Although these days I'm mostly called upon by radio stations to explain what on earth happened rather than what's going to. But, if you whack in Pretoria weather tomorrow into Google, you're going to get something that's pretty accurate.
I don't know. You get 3 or 4 different things, though, I find.
Well, I mean, don't be too particular about it. And it's also useful to forget whatever it is you thought was going to happen the day before, so that you sort of vaguely know. But today, I actually can't remember what the forecast was for today. But little fluffy clouds, and looking gorgeous. Played into the offside for the single. You also have to realize that I have a friend from Berlin who was asking whether or not she should come out and visit us in June, July. And I was able to point out to her that the average temperature for Durban in July is warmer than the average temperature for Berlin in July, bearing in mind that one is in the middle of winter and one is the middle of summer. So, yeah, we are very blessed here.
No question. It's a glorious day today. Centurion, perhaps a bit hot for some people.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of people standing in the sun, I've noticed. Like, everyone is very much in the shade. But, yeah, I mean, looks absolutely terrific as Annika Bosch comes in from the pavilion end and floats up her dibbly-dobblies.
I think she'd prefer the term canny spin, Simon.
Come on, she has all the vibes of a New Zealand middle order from the 1980s. Oh, sheesh. So this was in the air, on the bounce to cover, not quite able to make the catch. Didn't quite see who that was.
And I think she threw in an off spinner there, actually.
Okay, she slams this one down into the middle of the track, and the batter's not able to take advantage. So I think she's getting away with murder here, actually, honestly. Played into the onsides. They'll take a single. And that brings us to 87 for 2 after 23 and a half overs.
Okay, and that run was in the air for a little bit.
88 for 2, I suspect, actually, after 23.4. So we're slightly behind. This is not dissimilar to what we saw with the Titans, of really struggling to puncture the field, really trying too hard, hitting the ball too hard instead of working it around and rotating the strike. I mean, that is where the gap is. There's a massive hole in the field on the leg side. If you can just step across, work it out there, you've always got a single. And I think that needs to be what these Dragons girls do. "24 overs gone, 89 for 2. Phoebe Balkenburg on a 3 runs and over 33. Mignon de Preux on a 4 runs and over 27. Still a long way shy of where they need to be if they're going to hit 287.
Yeah, I do think that they just need to ensure that their momentum is upwards in this partnership, not get stuck against spin. I would say they need at least 4 singles and over. And then hopefully that drip of runs will bring a couple of bad balls that they can hit to the boundary. Because the required rate, 7.6 to the over now, which will just be a slight concern as Mia Naismith bowls around the wicket now to Dupree.
Still firing it in, but Dupree is able to play it out into the onside again through that hole in the onside. There's easy singles there. Interesting that they are changing the field for the other batter, and so for Malcolm. So there is a sense that they're being slightly more conservative with Mignon. Really good little sweep now, making use of the empty parts of the field. She plays a little paddle through into the air and down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Well, it was excellent batting because that was the change in the field. The short fine leg went across to short third man, and straight away Malkenboer targeting the newly created gap. Really well executed little scoop there, and now the change comes again with the short fine leg back in place. Deep cover comes into the circle, and Smith wants her extra cover to be a bit closer to her cover.
In the air and straight to cover. Well taken there by... did you see who that was? Were you able to get a glimpse on it?
Samantha Scooter.
Oh, well done,
You
Samantha. Okay. That was my immediate reaction. And Sam's taken a really, really good catch here. Yeah, it is her, indeed. Well done. Had her back on her heels, but she took it well. It was traveling quickly, and that, I suspect, is a game-changing wicket. Phoebe Molenboer out for 37 of 71 balls. No, she's been slow, and I think maybe this is an opportunity for the Northwest to change the vibe of the innings.
Well, a very timely wicket for the Fidelity Titans, ending a partnership of 62 for the third wicket, and good cricket. They'd just seen the ball before that Malkenboer targeting the fielding change, short fine leg, moved to short third man. She scooped it over where short fine leg was for 4, and so they brought short fine leg back and brought the deep cover into the ring, and Malkenboer immediately targeted, tried to go over the top to take advantage of deep cover no longer being there, and Samantha Scooter did well. There was a catch taken high above her head.
Yeah, let's credit Sam here because she struggled with her outfielding in the last couple of years. And that was a proper catch. Well done her. Clearly work has been done, and she's reaped the benefit of that.
Well, Pierre de Bruin, I know, spends a lot of time on the fielding of the Fidelity Titans. It's a bit of a speciality for him.
Now to the new batsman, Van Schoor, who just plays out into the onside and no run. Chantal Van Schoor, right-hander. Immediately has an attempt at a bit of a paddle. Gets through for the single.
Interesting how the loss of Malkenboer will affect Mignon du Preez, whether it'll change the way she's been playing in the last few overs.
I suspect that she will be not dissimilar to the way that Anneke Bosch batted. That she'll be highly attacking and will probably start managing the strike pretty much from now. I think she recognizes she's probably the one chance that the Titans have. Looking at ball by ball, the Dragons are actually ahead now. They're 95, whereas after these 25 overs, compared to 83 odd, I think was the number that I saw. So they are ahead. Titans started very, very slowly, and then Bosch was able to get going and to actually create a target. And I think Mignon is looking to play an identical innings. new bowler in. Right, I'm over. Oh, sure. Played into the onside, but now suddenly they do actually have an attacking mid-wicket there, which is going to make things a little harder. Mashishi is the bowler.
Yeah, good news for the Titans that she's back into the attack. She left the field for a little while. Their frontline spinner will obviously have a very important role to play in the rest of this innings.
Yeah, I think it's important that Titans attack with their field here. They need to make it impossible to turn the strike around. I mean, you should not be able to be taking a single to your backward point, for example. Who's standing in the ring. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, they've given Dupree the strike a little bit too easily there.
Field does go back for her. She does have a bit of a swing at it, but there is someone at 45, and they don't get a run.
The maximum allowed 4 fielders on the boundary for Mignon Dupree. Long off, long on, cow corner and a deep backward square leg.
Yeah, so they are using their full allocation. I mean, she's a canny cricketer, and she's going to try and find runs wherever she can. This time knocking back at the bowler, trying to find a single there, but no dice. So after 26 overs, we're looking at 96 for 3, which is a run rate under 4 runs and over, and now looking at a required run rate of over 8.
Danger signs for the Dragons. Excellent comeback by Masishi, just a single off the over. And important for Van Skur that she gets going quickly now in the innings, because the required rate is already pressure enough on Mignon Dupree. She doesn't need any added pressure.
Enthusiasm from the keeper, but all of this is doing is creating work for Strike McClungu, who is going to jog in using his best jogging pose. Strike, one of the very, very charismatic members of the Titans umpires fraternity. He's head of training at Titans. Such a lovely man to umpire with.
On that occasion, it was justified probably for Masheki to break the stumps. But I just want to ask you, Simon, as an umpire.
Fired in off the outside edge, but to backward point and a run.
You often see players just take the bails off willy-nilly for, there's no chance of a run out or a stumping. The batsman's already past them. Do umpires get upset that they have to come and rearrange the bails?
Yeah. As this really does squirt away off the outside edge, this is going to run all the way down to third man 4-4. Yep, you get their boundary there. You begin to get to know your keeper, and if they're going to be irritating with it, you sort of make a couple of steps forward to look like you might come and fix the stumps, but you're hoping that they're just going to set it up. And so I know, for example, Quinton de Kock, very, very good about resetting his stumps. And the umpires do appreciate it. And so, but what we do is we walk forward to look like we're going to, and then give a thumbs up to say, well, thank you for doing the job. But yeah, I mean, if he makes you run in every single time, I mean, for goodness sakes, mate.
And then presumably it's up to the bowlers in umpire to make sure that the wicketkeepers reassembled the stumps correctly.
Yeah, so what you do as a square leg umpire is you thank the keeper for setting it up. this ball popped, came off the splice of the bat, and landed in no man's land. And no run, no foul. Yeah, so what you do is you then look across at the bowler's end, and they will give you thumbs up to let you know that the stumps are all in order. There will be a time, though, I promise you, when you arrive back at your end and realize the stumps are a mess and you have to fix them up. And it's something we're taught in level 1, is be proud of your stumps. Make sure that they are like clean and upright and all straight and to order.
So 100 for 3 after 27 overs. The Dragons need another 187 to win. Off 23 overs, rate required 8.1.
Tall order, but they do have a world-class player out there who can really change the game if she wants to. Mashishi gives this one some air, and it is played out into the deep, and they're able to get to. But not the boundaries that I think they currently need.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that stage where they need a boundary, if not every over, then at least every second over.
Yeah, I mean, the runs are just not coming at this stage, and yet still probably more or less where the Titans were at the same time. And particularly with Macheka, who was batting very, very slowly. But enabling groundwork or a baseline that Simone and Angel Mgwenya and ultimately Annika Bosch were able to build on.
95 for 3 the Titans had after 28 overs. 3 balls left here.
Yeah, so they are ahead. And I would never, ever criticize Mignon. She knows how to build a chase. Probably better than any South African ever. I mean, the number of times I've watched her, bat around people in the lower order and attack when she needs to has been astonishing. So there is some thinking going on. We're moving the Titans mid-wickets to 45. Played into the offside, no run.
Another very tidy over by Paulina Mashishi. Just 17 runs off her 7 overs. Doing the Yene Vinster job for the Titans. And you just fancy the Dragons need to try and get a bit more off her. They need to come up with some plans just to be a bit more innovative or just try and get her off her lines and lengths.
Yeah, I mean, Yene Vinster was incredible this morning. Really, really tidy. I think 41 off her 10. And Mashishi playing the same sort of role. Yeah, it is going to be for sure. Eh? No. Sorry. Miane Smith. Sorry, Miane Smith to continue. And she's also bowling a very, very consistent line, fast through the air. You're being really, really careful. Oh, and through her hands, that could have stuck. She took a lot of pace off it and looked upset that she missed it.
Well, it's a key wicket. If she had managed to hang on to this, and she knows it, Mignon du Preez giving her the charge. Struck just hard enough to evade being caught.
Yeah, she's still she's still shaking her hand. That stung a bit. I'm absolutely sure. Yeah, I mean, those are one of those that they either stick or they don't. I don't think you can blame her for it. Another full go. If you're going to slash hard, and this one is going to run away for 4.
Just to rub salt in the wounds.
108 for 3 now. After
Chop.
28.5 overs.
Top catch, different batter, but still. A timely boundary for the Dragons.
And this is exactly the sort of batting that we didn't see from the Titans at this point, is just the ability to nurdle the ball around, take singles. When you've got a bit of width, have a full go, and make sure that it gets through the gap. This is really, really good batting from the Dragons. Mignon having a smash across the line, only gets a single from it though.
It's been those singles, though, that have ensured that the Dragons are going at 3.8 to the over. They've been around about there practically the whole innings, been at 4s a bit as well. But as you say, Simon, it's because they've managed to get regular ones. There haven't been that succession of dot balls. And we just go back to the Titans innings where there were 6 maiden overs in the first 11.
Yeah, I mean, Titans really need to think about things seriously as this is driven through the offside. It manages to pierce the gap. That's going to go away for 4. And Dragons looking good here. I mean, long way to go still. But they're certainly looking positive. And, as long as nothing catastrophic happens, I think they're going to take this chase very, very deep indeed.
Yep, couple of boundaries in that over. So 11 off it. 29 gone, 114 for 3. So 173 more needed off 21 overs. 8.2 to the over required.
Going to be Mashishi to continue her attack. Very, very wide spread field. You're particularly protecting the leg side, but there's good singles opportunities on that leg side as well. And that's exactly what Mignon de Pre does. Knocks one out to Sam Scooter. They jog through for a single. Now they bring the mid-wicket, an attacking mid-wicket in there to now try and keep Van Schuer on strike. I mean, that was nothing. That was absolutely nothing. What on earth? Goodness gracious me.
She did not move her feet a millimetre and just sort of prodded the bat at it.
I mean, absolute nothing cricket. Like, if I was filming me bowling to my 3-year-old down the passage, that's the sort of shot I would expect. Okay, big shot, definitely going down leg, I think. And Strike says, absolutely not. And signals 2 runs to go to his partner, Vinolia. So she is finding places to be able to create those singles, but she's not playing with the intent, I think, necessary to get that boundary and over that they need to get if they're going to get anywhere close to this Titans total of 287. Mignon, on the other hand, wow, just smashes it.
Well, I don't think Van Schuur's role is to get the boundaries. Her role is what happened in those last two deliveries. Get the one, get the prayer on strike. And she's good enough, given any sort of leeway in line or length, to get the boundaries. Short boundary on the offside there, and just a bit of a nothing delivery from Mashishi. Bit short, bit wide. And put away 120 for 3 after 30 overs. And earlier I said where the Dragons would want to be after 30 overs, and I thought 120 would be a sort of minimum benchmark, leaving them with just less than 160 to get in the last 20 overs, which is just a touch more than 8 to the over, as I am going to depart. And KG Masubelele will be joining Simon Gear.
Yes, I mean, after that 30 overs, 100 or do we say 130 for 3, the Titans were 10 runs behind that at the same sort of time. And so this Dragons chase is not over at all, especially with the class of Minion de Prayer still at the wicket. We're going to have Sam Scooter to start batting from the Hampshire end, batting her floaty, swingy balls. She's a trickier batter than she looks. And an absolute stalwart of women's cricket. KG, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gia.
I mean, that's already interesting that Sam has slammed that into the surface in a way that she didn't earlier. She was really trying to reach for length and reach for swing earlier. This time she's bent her back a little bit.
Yeah, probably a bit of a tactical change with what the game is requiring at the moment from the Fidelity Titans. There's that floaty that you spoke about, bringing it back into play.
Yeah, and then playing the game of sending the ball to mid-off. I've never quite understood that. Why can't a bowler hold on to their own ball?
Probably want the mid-off to maybe shine it while they're walking back.
It's a white ball. It's not going to hurt your ball.
It is probably just one of those that it's something that you used to seeing you're doing, because like you say, nobody really understands why you got the ball in your hand, you're walking back, just walk back and do something. Let's see, maybe they do. No, it doesn't look like there's any shine, because normally your mid-off is actually be a player that is actually tasked with shining the ball.
Yeah, I mean, as an umpire, it's the mid-off who I watch. They're the guys. If anyone's got sandpaper, it's mid-off.
As you can see there with the Empire, Vinolia Macheke does look back when the ball goes back. She's sort of like says, I'm watching, want to see what's happening. Especially because that white ball sometimes can be so flat and nothing. You're not going to get anything out of it, so you try to do things with it.
I mean, it's interesting. People don't realize, but as umpires, you work as a team. So at the bowler's end, you follow the ball. So you're often standing with your back to the pitch. The square leg guy is watching the pitch to make sure that no one's stuffing with that. So you're all watching everything all the time. And I mean, these days, of course, the big issue is making sure the guys don't use saliva, which is now forbidden. I mean, I've never seen anyone actually fiddle with the ball in terms of a bottle top or whatever, they used to do in the 80s. But saliva, often the guys just completely forget themselves. Particularly the older players, I think.
As you said, hitting the deck and a quick single, but to get there, I think we were speaking, someone about how probably the Dragons will not be panicking at the moment because they are ahead of where the Titans were. But we've got to realize also that the last part of the innings was very, very crucial for the Fidelity Titans and it didn't come from one side, because you look at the innings from Gwenya, from Simone Lawrence, and obviously Anneke Bosch. So you almost like need a 3-in-1 type of a thing. So Mignon is going to need a lot of help. As we said, she is number 3 in the betting charts, but her strike rate throughout the season is 77, which is close to what she is going at the moment. So you gotta think that she needs a little bit of help from someone.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken up the Dragons chase, but honestly, I think they're way, way behind the 8 ball here.
One down to the ground, just going past the mid off, but long on did come around. Very interesting also that we haven't seen Madisha as yet, but normally she would come in with the betting, but because of where the game was, the context of the game at that moment, where she was supposed to come in, they decided to send Mgwenya in, because obviously Mgwenya is the one that normally goes quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is, been a cautious period of cricket now. And I think they now, we're in the last 20 overs of the game. This is where Dragons really do have to start ramping things up. And we see already that sense, and there's a dropped catch out in at square leg, and that, I think, could land up being crucial.
Yeah, that's a very big wicket, big miss there. Madisha that we were speaking about, Palina Mashishi did everything that she could, but it wasn't held on there by Madisha. And
yeah, I mean, the outfielding has not been great today by either team. I think Titans has been better than Dragons. I mean, Dragons probably dropped 100 runs this morning. Titan, I mean, that was a borderline catch. I mean, if she had taken it, we would have been, singing her name from the rooftops. Good shot there.
what was that? Something from the bat. Literally, they dropped 100 runs, and we're just speaking about just the drop of Anneke Bosch, who was on 15 by the time they dropped there. She ended up on 170, so 102 runs after she had been dropped. And the old cliche, catches win matches.
So incredibly true. I mean, my daughter and I have spoken about this quite a lot, is how good the catching gets from men's Premier upwards. And you see it at the women's Proteas level, that their catching is also excellent. You don't quite see it at women's provincial level. The catching is still something that needs to be worked on, and it is something that can be worked on. I think that's the frustrating thing, is that if you're taking 100 catches a week, you should be getting better.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is why you see some of the teams that have gotten better. And we just speak about international teams also. I'm talking about the men's space, where back in the years, if you track back to about 15, 20 years ago, your likes of Pakistan and India didn't really look too much into their catching. However, if you look at how India has transformed, you look at your from Suresh Raina to Jadeja, your Kohli, and all of them, they've really put a lot of impetus into their catching, and that's why they're the powerhouse that they are at the moment. Obviously, your likes of South Africa have always been the ones, and Australia have always been the ones, where India just felt like, we just need to hit the runs, get the wickets, and then we're done. Didn't really look after the fielding so much, but then they've transformed the game and the way that they approach the game in terms of putting a little bit more effort into their fielding, and that's why they've become the powerhouse that they are today.
I mean, really interesting. So Amy and I were at the Pink Day ODI, whenever it was, last Wednesday. And during the break, the two 12th men, who were KG Rabada and can't remember who the other guy was, but guys who were not expected to field, came out and took high catches. So these are guys, I mean, KG Rabada has taken 10 million high catches in his career in practice. Like, he does not need to keep on practicing that. And yet, in the anticipation that he might come out and field at 12th man, he came and took high catches during the break. It was an astonishing level of professionalism.
Mignon du Preez just gets one a bit shorter from Skitten, manages to hit it between that deep square leg and mid wicket, and a boundary to start off the 33rd over.
Yeah, I mean, Mignon will rock back and hit you through mid wicket all day, every day for free.
Yeah, she does like attacking, and she knows that she needs to attack. There needs to be something that comes. If you look at her partner, the other side, 17 from 31 balls. Ooh, good take there from Macheke behind. And Van Scoor probably will play similar innings to what Tebogo Macheke was playing a little bit earlier. This means that Mignon du Preez needs to play the innings that Anneke Bosch was playing, and even more. Because he spoke about the last 10 overs going for 98 runs. But that's because of three batters, Anneke Bosch, Simone Lawrence, and Angel Mgwenya, that were really firing from all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, the close out of that Titans innings was phenomenal. I mean, you and I sat together and called it, and it really was proper batting.
Just a dot ball this time around. And this is when the game then becomes very important for Mignon du Preez, that it cannot be a 4 and then a single on the 5th or the 6th ball, because it does look like Van Scoor she's struggling a little bit to get the ball away. So you don't want to give her the strike too early.
I mean, she is hitting it well, but not effectively at the moment.
Yeah,
I think. I mean, she's gonna be fine. She's gonna manage an innings here, probably in the high double figures, if not to 100. Whether or not she can do that quickly and cleverly enough to get the overall rate at over 9 runs and over is the question.
Yeah, I think that is the thing right there, that if the other batter is struggling from the other side, then you've really got to be betting at close to 200 probably to make up, or the other batter needs to be getting as many singles as possible. But if you just keep on getting 3 dot balls in and over, then you put yourself in a bit of a hole. There's a full toss there from Van Scoor. Had an opportunity to put away again. Dot ball from that.
I mean, rubbish cricket all round. Really, really dodgy ball. And that should have been launched into the stands and just wasn't.
That's where then there's a lot of pressure then on Mignon du Preez. As good as she is on the other side, the pressure does become a little bit too much. Single, not a good result for the Northwest Dragons, because what that does is that it takes Mignon du Preez off the strike. So that means that she's going to sit on the other side and hope that there's an early single so that she can go onto the strike. Otherwise, then the Titans, I think Paulina Mashishi will probably finish off, can just bowl about 4 dot balls, 3 dot balls to Van Scoor, and then give that strike to Mignon du Preez. Then she has to keep on hitting the force every time she's got strike. So it's going to be quite a difficult thing for Mignon du Preez to keep on doing if there's nothing that's coming from the other side. The run rate has gone up. We said they need to control it in and around that 7 area for as long as possible, but now it's at 9.1, and if they keep on going at the rate that they are, in the last 10 overs they'll be needing to get 110 runs or whatever the case is, which might be far too much of a mountain for them to climb.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that the plan is to keep their wickets intact, and then to have a full go. So already now we've seen exactly what you said, that batter Van Scoor like being kept on the striker's end, and Mignon not being able to get down that end and do some damage.
Ooh, a bit of a lucky one there. Looks like it just went under the gloves of Tebogo Macheke. Northwest Dragons won't mind that, but very good fielding here at the boundary, making sure that it's just the 2 runs and not going all the way to the boundary.
Given his runs by umpire Strike McClungu, so that obviously took an underside of the edge.
Yeah, I suppose when you're standing up, you really don't have too much time. You hope that from the edge it comes straight into your hands.
Incredibly difficult decision to make as an umpire as well. But again, Finchur just playing it safely into the offside. No real sense of urgency.
And bowled this time around. Doesn't get anything on it at all. Very good bowling from Teboho, from Paulina Mashishi, rather. She's bowled very well throughout the afternoon here. Finally getting that breakthrough. Sometimes you look at it and you probably, from the Fidelity Titans, might think, maybe not a wicket that we needed at this time. Keep on eating. But a wicket nonetheless for the Fidelity Titans. And Chanel van Schoor goes for 20.
Interesting to note that the Northwest Dragons 12th man is Sarah Baba, who is one of our commentators. Chosen to run the drinks today instead of standing behind the mic. Very, very happy to see her back in senior cricket again, though. She was floating somewhat, I think, in the Lions, trying to find a place in that squad. But I think finding a new home for herself in Potchefstroom.
That there'll be a drinks break taken with that wicket.
Nice also to see, and here's a lesson for everybody, 13th and 14th men for the Dragons taking drinks out of the umpires. Guys, so appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to look after the umpires. They equally need to be rehydrated.
It very much depends whether it was an LBW that you've just given or not.
Do you know if you want them to make the best decision, so you need to look after them also, give them a cold one, but obviously one without percentage.
We've noticed games where the drinks have suddenly dried up.
And if you look at the game situation, sometimes you understand why the drinks have dried up. But nonetheless, the Dragons quite behind in this match. Still requiring 153 from just 98 balls, 9.4 to the over they need to go at. Spoke about how important this match is in the context of the log. Dragons haven't so far been able to win a single match. Titans have. Dragons are better off in the Pro50 series. So tomorrow's game also becomes very important for both these teams as they're in a battle in the basement of the log.
Also need to point out, this is actually an official drinks break. This is not just the players being slack around change of wicket. So 33.4 overs done. They would have taken drinks at 34 probably. It's normally done on time, but I'm sure what happened is the umpires realized that they were within 5 minutes of a scheduled drinks break, and so this is an official drinks break. This is not just everyone not being able to be chivied on again. I mean, for people who are passionate about cricket, my goodness, cricketers hate playing cricket. You can't get them on after lunch. You can't get them back after drinks. If there's any rain break, the guys are off like startled rabbits. Oh, my word.
Listen, I think especially in a day like this, when you're especially a fielding team, you feel like you can just end because it is quite hot out there today.
And yet we love it.
Yet we love it. I don't know how many times I've been to the physio room. Still go back for more punishment on the field.
Were you a bowler or a batsman?
Definitely more a bowler, but I could hold the bat.
So you were having to deal with toenails and all of the rest of that sort of stuff as well.
Fortunately, I'm a spin bowler, so it's a little bit easier, but I still have back problems as a spin bowler. It's quite weird, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as an umpire. You actually really want to have seen spin bowlers play before you ever umpire them. Because that first ball, you don't know which way it's going to turn. Because you have to watch their front foot. You can't watch their hand. And there have been times where I've wanted to quietly say, like, dude, are you off your leg?
You're not sure.
They're so worried I'm going to tell the batsman that no one will ever tell me.
Well, there's some time later on when I was playing Premier League cricket this side where I also didn't know whether I'm turning it or am I just bowling straight? Am I a fast bowler with a short run up or what was happening? But yeah, the ball got there to the batter. That was the important thing. And as you say that, there's a change in bowling with Angel Mugwenya coming back into the attack from the Henops River end.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I always enjoyed the spinners who were so arrogant that they would tell me, Umpy, next 2 balls, they're going to go straight on with the arm. I'm going to get him LBW. Watch closely.
Giving you an early alert.
Yeah.
Now we got people, spin bowlers, give you an alert so that when you do appeal, you say, oh yeah, you did say it's going to go straight, so it's probably going to be hitting. Danbeck first up from Angel Mugwenya. Bit of a loosener here. Has been off the attack for quite a while. Ball the first 4 overs from the Henops River end. Is that a long break? Has to come back in. Probably still stretching, but went through Paulina Mashishi ball very well. Had 10 overs, just going for 28 runs, 2.8 to the over. As we said, a banker from the one side. It's really made it difficult for the Northwest Dragons. Oh, once again, down the leg side here from Angel Mugwenya. Just struggling, it looks like, to restart after such a long break that she has had. 26 overs that she hasn't bowled.
Yeah, I mean, she has a long drinks break where she could have rolled her arm over a little bit there as well.
Short and wide, but there is protection at that cover boundary. Miane Smith, after bowling that 7 overs, very crucial 7 overs, getting a very good wicket also. 7 overs, 1 for 30 she did, Miane Smith.
I mean, that was classic from a bowler. You've squirted 2 down the offside, so you just smash one down mid-pitch that you know is going to travel over off stump and hope.
Straight to Mgwenya. And again, when you get that wicket, then the new batter, Lesenyaro, feels like she has to restart type of a thing. And that's where the game keeps on going, keep on eating up. The run rate is now at 9.6. It will be 10 in no time, while the new batter is still trying to get themselves into the game.
Yeah, Koketso Lesenyaro just trying to find her feet a little bit. Again, I just feel there's a lack of sophistication around the batting this whole game. And it's a coaching thing. It's not a skill thing. To just know that you don't have to hit it off the middle of the bat. You can fiddle with it to get your partner on strike.
Full and straight that time from Mgwenya. Yeah, I mean, you just look at it. Yes, the Titans do get 286, but the way that we are watching, with the lack of turning ones into twos and those also opportunities, sometimes you could just go soft hands and get one. Probably feel like they left about 20 to 30 runs out there.
Yeah, I mean, at least. Look, admittedly, they were behind as this is played over the offside and away for 4. Sort of against what we've been saying that she should be trying to do. But good for her. If you're going to slash hard.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, she has to go. It cannot just be up to Mignon Dupre because the run rate keeps on creeping up. Started at 5.8. Already 4 more needed from then.
One bull remaining in the over, and they quite rightly choose not to take the single so that Mignon can have the strike the next over. So after 35 overs, we're on 141 for 4. Mignon Dupre is there on 48. Leseniago is there on 4. And the scores are just about equal. So at 35 overs, the Titans were 141 for 3.
145 for 3, yeah.
Yeah, and the Dragons currently 141 for 4. So essentially all odds even, but that's not the way cricket works.
But what's interesting to see is that if you do a breakdown of every 5 overs, this is the first time that the Titans have actually now been ahead of where the Dragons have been, with one lesser wicket also lost. And obviously we spoke about that last 10 overs going for 98. So the Titans will feel like they've actually now turned the tide now. They are ahead. There's a lot of pressure towards where the Northwest Dragons are.
Yeah, I mean, I have a German girlfriend who's listening to this and probably wants me to tell her who's in the lead. And the answer is the Titans, and I can't adequately explain why. So much of cricket is on vibes, eh?
Yeah. Because now you have to explain how is it that the Titans are in the lead when these guys were just 4 behind. I have to explain the last 10 overs, they went for 98. So it means, yeah. Good luck to whoever has to explain.
I used to get so angry with my dad when, Saturday afternoon I would go trotting in and he'd be watching Top Sport and there'd be Transvaal versus Northern Transvaal or something like that. Dad, who's leading? And he would like, I can't say. And I would hear my mom yell from the kitchen, Dave, just tell him which one is in the...
Like asking me on day 1 of a test match, who's leading, who's winning.
I mean, if it's England, at least we know that they're winning a moral victory.
Tamiania Smith
looking so good.
Smith came back into the attack. Obviously, Paulina Mashishi bowled at 10 overs. Done with that. Tamiania Smith now still got 3 overs to bowl. 7.21 for 32 at the moment. Looks like she wrong-footed herself there. Was looking to go to the right, but the ball was on the other side.
Takes it to her 50. Well done, Mignon Dupre. 50 off 58, 59 balls. 4 fours. And a fair time as well. Like almost 2 hours.
Yeah, she's been there for quite a while, Mignon Dupre. As I said, she loved betting for the Titans. Now she loves betting against the Titans. She just always finds a way to score runs against the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, try to find someone who looks at you the way that Mignon looks at cricket.
Swan pushed into the leg side for a single. Paulina Mashishi tidying up, running in from cow corner. Run rate required keeps on creeping up. It's now at 9.9.
But I'll be honest, these two looking like they're doing the right thing, turning the strike around, hitting the ball hard when they have an opportunity to do so. This is the way to win this game.
Very good fielding there. Now the opportunity for a run out. Ooh. So Anneke Bosch looked like she took a bit of time. Didn't expect that they would run after hitting it straight to her.
I mean, she fired that in. Poor old Mene on the receiving end of that ball. Like, no bowler needs to deal with that.
Especially if it doesn't end up being a wicket. Minion Debray just hitting it down to that long off for yet another single. And over just full of singles from the Northwest Dragons.
Nothing wrong. Get lots and lots and lots of singles, and you'll be amazed at how the boundaries add up. So the score is 147 for 4 after 36 overs. Run rate achieved only a smidgen over 4. And we're now looking at over 10 runs and over required. So, yeah, the Dragons are behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah, definitely the Dragons behind. 1B will start to feel a lot more anxious about the result now. Still 14 overs to go, but just looking to get tougher. Not tough for Manchester United, currently leading against Tottenham Hotspur.
Have you got a Wrexham score there for me?
It's a 1-0 up and Spurs are down to 10 men. So.
Oh, really? Why are Spurs so always awful?
Well, they do have about 12 players out at the moment. Quite key players, would say. Got a red card of Romero earlier on also.
Yeah, I mean, Spurs is one of the teams I've vaguely tried to follow for a bit. I've now decided to be completely one of those Disney guys, and I follow Wrexham, and I'm loving the fairy tale.
Hit past the point. Looks like it'll go to the boundary. It indeed does. Very good shot here from Lesenyeho, hitting the boundary of Angel Mugwenya. Just a touch too wide here from Mugwenya. Shot and wide. Lesenyeho had all the time to hit that. Very good swing. Second ball in the over, going for 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, really quality shot, just rocking back and throwing the kitchen sink at it, and getting the benefit.
Straighter that time from Gwenya, and Fuller neatly hit down to long on for a single. Brings Minion Dupree onto the strike. 5 runs so far. The first 3 balls of the over. Again, needing to go at 10 to the over. They are going at what they need to be going at in this over so far. Minion Dupree tries to go over, but doesn't manage to do that. That is a well-taken catch and extra cover. Very, very good catch in the context of the game. Minion Dupree had the hopes of Northwest Dragons on her. And Mpumelelo Mashilwane will be feeling very good about that. Just a bit of a dive to the left there, getting the wicket of Minion Dupree. Important wicket, departing for 51 there, Minion Dupree. Very well played innings.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly good fielding here. Took it moving to her left, diving forward, and I suspect that is a match-ending wicket.
Again, you have to explain to your German girlfriend. There's still 5 wickets to go. Why do you say that that's the match here for the Dragons? It's only half the team down.
I haven't even Googled the score for Cologne FC yet. Oh yeah, she wears the colours, sings the songs. Yeah, I mean, cricket is painful. You sometimes know that you're losing, and it takes you 3 days to actually lose. At least today is only the one afternoon, but still, I think that we're probably now in a situation where the mountain is too high to climb for the Dragons. For the quality of players that they've got coming in and the quality of bowlers that we're going to see from the Titans, I think that a chase of 10 runs and over is probably beyond this team from the Northwest.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of hopes were riding on Minion Dupre, but unfortunately, we've lost that wicket, needing to get 10 to the over. So it will be very difficult for the Northwest Dragons now to get anything out of it.
If people are curious, 1FC Köln are playing RB Leipzig tomorrow at 4:30. Tune in for more details.
The Bundesliga.
You know that they have a song that they sing every time they score a goal? It's the weirdest thing.
Maybe they don't score too many goals, so hey,
That's probably the problem.
you can use that energy to sing. I always love football stars. Now, have you watched Ted Lasso?
I haven't had a chance.
Oh.
I don't have I think it's on Amazon Prime or something. It's not on something I have.
It's on, what's that iPhone one? Oh,
I don't know. Yeah. Apple TV.
yes, it is
Yeah,
Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Apple
Or whatever.
TV.
Yeah,
Apple
yeah.
TV,
I mean,
yes.
it's one of the ones I don't have. I'm
Yeah.
desperate. So I've watched some of the YouTube shorts. But I mean, so the one time I was in Berlin, we sat down and we watched 1FC Köln play, I can't remember who. And their supporters set their own stadium on fire. And we had to stop for 15 minutes while the smoke cleared so people could see like where to play. I mean, it was just laughable. And she was like, oh yeah, no, this is like how we play football.
Wow.
So, I mean, I thought that, you know, Chiefs Pirates was chaotic. It was absolutely nothing compared to these lunatics. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that South African football fans have not discovered flares is a really, really good thing.
Keeps the stadium safe. They have a couple of times taken the seats home that they found at the stadium, so discovered that.
Okay, we do still have a cricket match to call here. Right, so 152 for 5, 13 overs still to come. This is an uphill battle for Dragons, if you're just joining us. Yeah, they've got to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this to see what happens.
It is like you were speaking about it earlier that, you know, sometimes, especially in cricket, you find yourself dying a slow death. Like you can see that 10.8 that I need, but we still need to go 5 wickets in hand. If you've got a hitter, if you've got a David Miller or a Hendrik Klassen or somebody of that caliber still to come in, then you feel that you still do have the chance to win it. Or if you've got a Chloe Tryon or if you've got a Nadine de Klerk to still come in.
I mean, I can tell you, every umpire who's ever umpired club knows that feeling of some team gets themselves 9 down at 3:30 in the afternoon, and then some guy decides that he can suddenly discover that he can bat. And you watch these two idiots bat for the next 2.5 hours. And there is a moment of like, dude, just kick one so that I can give you out and we can all go home.
And you would think that, obviously, as an umpire at that time, you wish that cricket was the way that it was in the olden days, where a tailender is a tailender. Yeah. Now everybody knows how to bat now.
I will also say I have never, ever met an umpire who's given a batsman out unreasonably, like in that circumstance. Like the guys who are umpiring Prem are honest as the day is long, like to our detriment often.
Give it out internally, but externally not out.
Yeah. I mean, I will see one and I'll be like, oh, that's just outside the line. Oh, dude, come on.
Get your foot in line so that...
Yeah, no, we pride ourselves. We really do. 154 for 5.
Mene Smith, I think as an off spinner, you always like bowling to the lefties. We'll be enjoying bowling to Lecranc there.
It's the only time you get to feel like Shane Warne.
Yeah, definitely. Best time.
Yeah.
When off spinner, when you see a lefty come in, Captain, I'm ready to bowl. Captain, I'm ready to bowl.
2 slips and foot patches and let's go.
Is it Christelle van der Skyf coming back into the attack from the Henops River end?
She's going to come and thump it in. See what she can do.
Yeah, I'm sure she feels at this time of the innings, it's exactly what she likes. The lesser batsmen or batters down there can really scare them a little bit. Bowl a few short ones and maybe pitch one full.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. You get into the lower order and suddenly all of the opening bowlers want to bowl again. Like, where were you guys 30 overs ago?
When Minion Dupree was here, where were you guys?
Okay, so she's going to come in. She's going to put it in a hard back of a length. Yeah, look for a catch in the covers probably. Geez, for a moment there, I thought I was on the money.
Started one, the full one to Lesenyeho.
To beat the Kranja, the other batter, she bowled really nicely this morning.
She indeed did. Had a very good opening spell in particular, but just allowed to come through for a single. This is when it gets irritating for batters when they, or bowlers rather, when they bowl into the left-right combination, that they have to now readjust their lines in particular. And obviously with the fielders also having to move around a lot more to ensure that they can be in the right positions. And how often do you see the right-hand bowler now, or when they change strike now, starts bowling a bit wide because, you know, their minds or their bodies are now used to bowling to the right hand better.
Well, I mean, you talk about their bodies being used to it. We've just watched Strike Mahlangu walk all the way to the wickets, put the bails back on, and then walk back to the offside instead of off to the leg side. So I promise you the umpires are also following like body knowledge, and he knows right now that he's walked to the wrong side.
Muscle memory. And then let's have Christelle van der Skyf deciding to come around the wickets. Bit of a shout there. It looks like it might have just been going down.
Yeah, way down leg side. That was a bowler's shot if ever there was one. Vinolia Macheke not having anything to do with it. Quite rightly. Well done, Les.
Nice.
One of the Titans' most experienced, or probably the Titans' most experienced female umpire. Maybe Nomsa Diem might argue with that.
Nele Machek, obviously, she did play also with her sister. Decided that, no, I'm going to go the other direction. Also hailing from Hammanskraal, which has been quite a big hub for women's cricket, in particular in the Titans region. Lots and lots of players coming from the Hammanskraal in the Titans region.
Are you also from that side?
No.
Oh, okay. Just the fact that you referenced it, I thought maybe you were from up there.
From Limpopo.
Oh, really? It's the most underrated province in the country. Oh, catch that.
Down, and that is a very good shot from Lesenyeho. Bit of a half a chance, you would say, for Christelle van der Skyf, but it was hit hard by Lesenyeho down the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually further away from her than I thought it was. I thought she had I thought she had an opportunity there to stick a hand out, but actually it was a long way away. Very, very good shot, clean hit. Well done. Who was that? Lesenyeho.
And you've got to say with Lesenyeho, yeah, you're betting in a situation where you've got nothing to lose, so she just needs to express herself and show the team what she can come up with. Needing to add 11.3 to the over. Not saying that you want to throw away your wicket, but saying that you've got the license to almost try to express yourself and see how close you can go to the score. Bit Shatawan in the air for a moment, but just one bounce to Mpumelelo Mashilwane at extra cover.
Yeah, I mean, as I always used to say to players, 1 in every 100 games, you win from this position. Maybe today's the day. You know, I remember a mate of mine was supposed to come for a braai at my place, and he had tickets for the second half of a game at the Wanderers where the Australians had just scored 434 runs. And he said to me, I've got tickets, should I go? And I was like, dude, if... Like, we're going to lose. We're definitely going to lose. But if we win, you will never forgive me for bringing you to the braai. And he went and he watched. And what an amazing game that was. So there's never not hope.
Yeah, I think sport is a game of constantly keeping up the hope. Otherwise, there's no point in playing if they have no hope.
Oh, geez, this just on the bounce to cover there. I mean, that must have bounced centimeters in front of Annika Bosch. I mean, she's the best fielder on the field. Like, if anyone was going to catch that, it was going to be her.
Yeah, definitely very good athlete, Annika Bosch. Ooh, straight one from Menes. Is it bowled? Oh. Didn't look. Yeah, didn't look that excited, but that hit the off stump. There was no cheer or anything. It's just a ball, you walk off, gone.
Yeah, I mean the Titans know they're in control here now. You can see by the lack of emotion.
Middle stump even. Had that been a wicket of Minion to Prayer, you probably would have seen a bit more of excitement.
Oh, well, I mean, we saw that when the catch was taken off Minion. Yeah, I mean, this is now something of a procession, I suspect, from the Dragons. Score is 162 for 6, just shy of 40 overs done. Miane Smith has now taken 2 for 39. She's in her last over, so she'll be very, very happy with the way that her figures have done. You know, if you can finish with 2 for 40 in a 50-over match, you are super happy as a bowler, and you can see the Titans beginning to congratulate each other. I think being very, very happy indeed. De Villiers is the new player to the crease. Leslie De Villiers.
You've got to say, if you're the Dragons, to say, especially in games where there's bonus points and stuff involved, that you think that it's not all lost, because if you can try to make sure that the Titans doesn't get a bonus point, then that means they don't go too far ahead of you on the log. It is going to be difficult because the Dragons will need to score 232 in order to deny the Titans that bonus point. So they need to score 70 more runs from here. So still a little bit of something to play for, but it's going to be a difficult task to do.
Miane Smith just turning her arm over, making sure that she keeps the batter in her crease.
It's a very enjoyable time as a bowler to bowl, especially if you don't bowl a lot. Just down the leg there. Looks like might just come from the pad. Indeed. 2 balls to go in the 40th over. 162 for 6 is the score. The Titans family ahead. Dragons needing 125 from 62 balls. 12.1 to the over that they need. Slower that time. Slower through the air from Menes Smith. It is probably, obviously, when you get to this time of the game, or of the betting lineup. When you ball slower, you try to tempt your lower order batters to try for a big heave. And that's the end of the 40th over.
And that's the end of my shift. I'll be heading over to Ken Borland. Thank you very much, guys. It has been lovely, lovely to be back.
Thank you, Mr. Gear. Been a good day. Comparison now, you can see the Titans are firmly ahead. At the same stage, the Titans were 188. Northwest Dragons just on 162. So Titans were 26 runs to the good to where the Dragons are currently. The Titans must be feeling where the game is at the moment that it's just a matter of time. It's just a question of whether they can get that 4 overs before the 50th over, or they'll have to bowl 10 overs. Because from this point, yes, there can be hope, but I don't think the Northwest Dragons are too optimistic about their chances to win this match. In the air, and bit of an opportunity there, but not taken. In the air from Legrand. Just hitting it past that extra cover. And with that also gets a boundary. And a single following that boundary from Legrand. Welcome back, Mr. Ken Boland.
Well, a lot happened in those last 10 overs that one thinks has probably settled the contest. The bonus point discussion is an interesting one, though, at the moment.
Speaking about it, need to get to 231 to deny the Titans, because it is you need to deny the Titans from getting as many points as possible, because you need to want to get closer to them. And that's an inside edge into the wickets. Christoph van der Schuyf does get a wicket. 7th wicket down for the Northwest Dragons. I got to say that now it's just a matter of time. Teams might be getting to a point now where they're just going through the emotions till the end of the game.
I like the way Christoph van der Schuyf has bowled in this return spell of his. Yeah, towards the back end of the innings, trying to hit the deck hard. And batters who are looking to be aggressive. She's difficult to hit when she gets her lengths right. And although that was just a defensive shot, it was that sort of heavy ball. And dragged onto the stumps. De Villiers departs for a duck. And 167 for 7. Now the Dragons.
Yeah, she is tough. We were speaking a little bit earlier with Simon Gay about we need to also explain that she actually bowls a heavy ball, but how do we explain what exactly a heavy ball is? Because she is tough to get away, especially when she hits the deck hard. She's a very good competitor. She loves bowling, and she loves bowling quickly. She loves hitting the deck. And she just puts that extra energy behind the ball every time she bowls.
Well, as a batter, obviously pace is one thing, and you get fast bowlers who you know it's fast because it whizzes towards you, it whizzes past you quickly. But then you get pace bowlers who it hits the bat really hard, and it somehow seems to accelerate almost off the surface.
Another opportunity, but would have been a good diving catch there. One-handed attempt, not taken. But Janae Winster, the captain of the Northwest Dragons, gets a 4.
Wrong length from Van der Schuyf. We've spoken about her trying to hit the surface hard, and that was a half volley. And Winster may be coming in at number 9, but she's handy with the bat.
Straight at that time, just tucked down to that long on for a single. Do you think, though, that you just spoke about how Van der Schijf that time around she bowled a bit fuller than what she normally bowls? Is it because she feels that I'm getting into the tail now, I need to change my tactic a little bit and bowl a bit fuller? And that time just down the leg probably comes from the pad. It was taken, but no one really going up. Sometimes bowlers do get sucked into who they are bowling to and change a little bit their DNA, or they change their tactics that they'll always go to. Instead of bowling that hard back of a length that they normally do, just bowl a bit fuller.
Well, that's it. You know, Van der Schijf's strength to me is bowling back of a length, hitting the deck hard. And when she goes away from that, she becomes easier to hit, as we've seen in this over. So, you know, whether she's bowling in the first 20 overs or here at the back end, she should, by and large, I think, stick to that. You know, not try and change what she does. That's her role in the team. She's almost like an enforcer.
And that is the thing about players. If you've got a certain identity in the team, that's the identity that you have to carry throughout the innings, then you have to be known that this is what you do. If it doesn't work out on that day, it is still your identity, maybe a bad day, but to change it because of somebody else, it means that you're playing into their hands. And at that, we've got a change of bowling. Angel Mgwenya for the first time today coming from the pavilion end.
Been a decent day for her. Batted really well. A wonderful cameo. Quickfire 28 she scored. And amongst those 2 wickets, the crucial scalp of Mignon du Preez.
Straight from Angel Mgwenya. It just does look, I'm just looking at the body languages of the players. The Titans at the moment, they almost feel like, we've got this. So they're taking it easy, just walking back easy, running in easy. Bit of an opportunity for a run out there, but good running at the end.
Well directed, I think might well have been a wicket. Simone Lawrence. Good fielding. The bonus point is something that the Titans still need to stay focused about.
Yeah. Do you know, in the context of where they are placed in the competition, that as many points as possible. Don't want to go into the last 2 games or last game fighting off relegation, needing to absolutely win in order to survive.
Well, this is the team that they're battling with for relegation, really, the Northwest Dragons. So you're in an opportunity where you can put them away with a bonus point. It makes a massive difference. They really need to just make sure they get the job done here. Another 49 runs they have to play with, 3 wickets to get.
And just a bit excited there. Looks like it might come off something. That's why it wasn't called a wide. And that's the end of that 42nd over with the Northwest Dragons on 173 for 7. This kind of games, looking at the log where it is and how the teams are placed, for a Titans, 5 points feels like 10 points. If they get a 5 points, it's almost like you get a double, because you're getting more than the people that are chasing you and they're getting nothing on that game. So it's almost like you get double points for winning such a game.
Absolutely right. And if the Titans do win this game with a bonus point, it means they're 15 points ahead of the Dragons in the one-day competition, which means they almost certainly aren't going to finish last.
And I spoke earlier about the importance of the Pro50 match tomorrow, because the way that things are in terms of the promotion relegation is that if the league was to end today, the Northwest Dragons go ahead because they're fourth in the Pro 20 series. So they need to take points off them in the Pro 20 series also to make sure that if anything, they need to finish just above them. Actually, you can't afford not to finish above them in the Pro 20 series, because if you finish here, if you finish fifth here and then you still can't get to number 4, that means that you need to go over them in the Pro 20 series.
Well, the good news for the Titans is that if they win tomorrow's Pro 20 game, they will be level on points with Northwest. Northwest may be 4th and the Titans 6th, but the Dragons are only 4 points ahead. So if things go really well and the Titans win with the bonus point, then they'll definitely be ahead of the Dragons.
Straight there from Christophe van der Schuyf. I think this is when this moment of the game for a bowler like Christophe van der Schuyf, she hasn't played a lot of games, hasn't bowled a lot of overs, but she's got the opportunity now to just absolutely express herself. You got to feel that as the Fidelity Titans that the game is safe. So each bowler just go out there and express yourself. Oh, a bit of a, what do they call it? A Chinese cut there. Down to the boundary. Unlucky there. That lucky runs there for Northwest Dragons. And that's a boundary that's needed by the Northwest Dragons, as we spoke about them trying to get as close as possible to that bonus point mark, denying the Titans a bonus point.
Van der Schuyf getting her opportunity in the absence of Protea Elise Marie Marks.
It's down the leg there, wide ball from Van der Schuyf. And it is very important whenever you get that little window of opportunity, so that you want the conversation when Elise Marie Marks comes back, you want the conversation to be, do we really need to drop Van der Schuyf? So she's got an opportunity here.
Yes, although she's fulfilling the same sort of all-rounders bowling all-rounder role in the team. If Van der Schuyf does well enough and makes herself undroppable, there's no reason why you can't have 2 bowling all-rounders in your 11. So, yeah, that should be the goal for her. Just a bit of a messy previous over there. Titans, sure, they're going to win the match, but they need to try and make sure they don't let the bonus point slip away.
That bonus point is very important. It's sort of like a game within a game. You've got a target within a target in the game. Legrand, that's hitting down to that long on for a single. You would then ask yourself that with the Titans, is it worth it for them to try and let's take a bit of a risk, close them up a little bit and see if you can get a wicket? Maybe that long on comes down so that's not an easy single. Because at the moment on the leg side, it's completely open. So it's very easy for Northwest Dragons to just keep on tucking away and getting a single.
Well, they've got 50 runs to play with and 6 overs and 4 balls. So that's 40 deliveries. So singles are kind of okay. But yeah, maybe make it a little bit harder.
It's again very good from Legrand hitting it down to that long on. Because the one thing that you don't want to do is make it too easy for them to get singles and then they get the odd boundary here and there, which they've been able to do for quite a bit. Because if you look at Janae Winster is 12 of 11, she's betting at a higher strike rate, over 100%, but still a lot to get.
The problem is you see a shot then like that previous one by Lekhanji, and you go, well, thank goodness long on was back, otherwise that's 4. And there's still a bit of ability, I think, with the bat between these two at the crease. So yeah, you can understand the caution.
Oh, just wrong-sided there. Tebogo Macheke was following the ball. got a thick outside edge, but she was wrong-footed. An opportunity there for a wicket, but it wasn't to be.
I feel Macheki's kept really well today. But, yeah, just as you say, the balance on the wrong foot. Unlucky.
Dug out that time for 8 dot. How the Titans would like to still have an off-spinner operating with 2 lefties batting at the moment. Off-spinners always like bowling to left-handers.
Oh, maybe Annika Bosch can bring herself back on. She bowled a few off-spinners amongst the other bits of spin she bowled. And she was tidy, 3 overs for 10 runs. And we all know what the tail enders are like as well when spinners come on. So, KG, I think that might be a good call, actually, for Bosch to bowl herself.
Definitely. Mpumelelo Mashilwane also does bowl some handy off-spinners.
And wasn't that a handy catch she took in the covers to get rid of Mignon Dupree? Credit to the youngster making her Titans debut on loan from Easterns.
But Samantha Skete back into the attack. Single first up from a ball. You've got to feel it's the Titans. They have won the game, but might be a little bit anxious just to get that wicket. Bonus point does look like it's still quite a far away. But you don't want to give any hope to the opposition at all. Another dot ball. Just going through slowly.
Scooter used to be on the books of the DP World Lions, released by them at the end of last season. Has found a home up the road at the Titans.
A good shot from Legrand. 2 bounces into Lesedi Madisha. Again, just a single.
She's a useful white ball bowler, Sam Scooter, if she can get that late in swing going. We saw a bit of it up front when she opened the bowling.
She is another one that obviously has got an opportunity to come out. We would say that in the absence of a Masaba Tatlas as a bowler, she's got an opportunity here to put her hand up.
Yeah, the Titans certainly are missing a few bowlers. Masabata Class, of course, their Proteas star and veteran. Elise Marie Marks also generally takes the new ball. Gandhi Jafta bowls some spin. She's not playing.
Elise also has bowled quite a lot. Wicket. Straight through. Samantha Skete getting the wicket. The captain, Janae Winster of the Northwest Dragons, just play across the line there. Ball going through for well bowled, hit in the middle stump here from Samantha Skete.
Well, it was a good over that caused that rather wild shot by Winster. Just 2 runs off the over so far. And Winster decided she had to do something extraordinary to try and find the boundary. And Scooter just sticking to her lines and lengths gets reward 186 for 8 then as Tabiseng Nini comes to the crease.
Pretty sure that Tabiseng Nini prefers to walk in without having to hold a bat in her hand, but she has to do a bit of a job here. So one thing about the cricket that Even if you're a bowler, you still have to contribute with the bat. Angel Mgwenya to continue from the pavilion end to Legrand. That ball to start off the 46th over. Still 4.5 overs to go in this match. So it'll be a win for the Titans. It's about the margins now. Legrand getting it over that mid-off. Very good shot. Half a chance there created for Simone Lawrence, one of the better fielders for the Titans. Just going over ahead. Good attempt to get to that one, but just did not get to it, Simone Lawrence.
It was a good effort by Lawrence. But Lagrange has hit a couple quite nicely down the ground.
Again, it is an opportunity. I spoke about the Titans expressing themselves, the bowlers, but the batters of the Northwest Dragons also, whoever comes in here, it's an opportunity, especially you look at the fact that there is a T20 game tomorrow. So if you can get some good time out there, might give yourself a bit of an early practice for tomorrow's game. Get the feel of the wicket. Get the confidence of hitting the ball out of the middle of the bat.
Well, tomorrow's game becomes arguably even more important now. With this result, the Titans surely going to win this match, possibly with a bonus point. If the Titans win tomorrow, it kind of flips the whole relegation situation on its head.
And Nini just leaving her bat out there for lack of better description. Not really getting to the ball. Straighter from Gwenya. Which is exactly where she needs to be bowling. Yoka also. Very good bowling here from Angel Mgwenya.
Yeah, I've been impressed by her. She looks like a kind of handy successor to a Masabada Class, maybe. I mean, Class maybe. Not maybe. Definitely a bowler of considerable pedigree, a world-class international. But Mgwenya seems a similar sort of style to me to Masabada Class, who also handy with the bat. Which Mgwenya today, what a wonderful little cameo that was. 28 of just 21 balls, and along with Simone Lawrence's 29 not out of 14 balls. They really helped Annika Bosch in piling on 98 runs in the last 10 overs of the Titans' innings, which is going to be the difference here, because Northwest are still 96 runs away from their target and just 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, definitely Mgwenya, and she is quite new into this kind of high performance setup. And you've got to think that with time going, as she receives a lot more quality coaching, quality opposition, then that Masabata Class conversation really becomes very big, because from where she is at the moment, you can definitely see that she does have those qualities to replace a stalwart like Masabata Class. The more high class, high performance coaching she receives, the better she will become.
Another cricketer from Limpopo, Angela Mgwenya.
A quick single, just Almost caught napping there, Legrand.
I mean, Smith was very casual in initially fielding the ball, and then suddenly there was like a burst of urgency as she hurled the ball at the wicket keeper's end.
Again from Legrand, just straight to that extra cover. Dot ball. Busy with the 47th over. I think the win or denying the bonus point is out of the question here for Northwest Dragons with the way it is. Oh, look at going to the offside, but the ball somehow ended at backward point, going to the leg side.
Tabitha Lacranje, left-handed batter, bowls right-handed. It's a pity she's not a left-handed bowler as well, because there are so few of those quick bowlers around in the women's game.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was just speaking the other day that there isn't enough left-arm bowlers in the women's game, even the spin bowlers, if you think about it, because you're just looking at lefty at the moment for the Proteas to say, what's the successor? Because you can see that kind of a thing is actually working. Because generally in women's cricket, there isn't a lot. So if you can produce a lot more lefties, it makes it difficult for the opposition to play against. Ooh, a bit of an inside edge there. Looks to be trickling down to the boundary. Might get there. Yes, they do. Van der Skyf and Paulina Mashishi in partnership there to make sure it doesn't go for 4. And that's the end of the 47th over with the Northwest Dragons on 196 for 8.
And I was impressed with Tabitha Lacrange's bowling today. Look, she went for 18 in her last over when the Titans were really hitting out. It was the last over of the innings. But before that, she bowled nicely. Just turned 21 a couple of weeks ago. So a player of some promise, I would suggest.
Yeah, definitely looks like she's got very good stocks in her. Hasn't looked bad also with the bat. She's hit a couple of nice boundaries. She does look like she can be very handy bowling all-rounder. And good shot this time to the leg side, but was it a well ticket? It's 4 runs. 4 runs there. Half an opportunity for, is it Anneke Bosch there at deep square leg? Just speaking about Legrand, how she's looked quite decent with the bat. And she shows that time around with a 4. It was hanging down. Bit of a slog sweep behind here for 4. Another one. Definitely enjoying her batting, not going down without a fight. And that's the 200 up also for Northwest Dragons. 204 for 8. Back-to-back boundaries here from Legrand.
Yeah, around the wicket to the left-hander, that's the danger. You slide down leg. Makes it too easy.
Better lines there from Gwenya. Still hit to the leg side, Brown Legrand. Getting herself a decent score here, 27 from 28 balls. Probably we'll be looking at some of the top order batters and asking them what was so difficult out there, as she's looking to find it a lot easier to bat.
She has an average of 12.23 in one-day cricket before this game, but highest of 43, so she's been in this sort of territory before. Yeah, she looks very handy.
Straight that time from Gwenya. Yorker just outside that off stump. Would have liked it to be much straighter than that. Nonetheless, that's the end of the 48th over. The Northwest Dragons on 205 for 8. And Gwenya also down with a spell. 10 overs, 2 for 49. Very good spell from Angel Mugwenya. He's had a very good game, as we said a little bit earlier on, about how she batted well, also helped Anneke Bosch and Simone Lawrence to get to that big score of 286. With that, Samantha Sketter will be bowling the last over from the Henops River end, which will also be her 8th over.
Penultimate over, KG.
Oh,
The scoreboard is quite difficult to read when the sun is where it is now at Supersport Park. So the graphic on the screen is correct. 48.1.
Last over coming from the Henops River end before we've got the last over from the Pavilion end. The 11 balls to go in this match. But in the air, but safe enough. Giving the rotating the strike over to Legrand to continue the way that she's been going. Nothing to lose, absolutely going for it. Bonus point might be difficult to get, but can try to get as close as possible. Bit of an inside edge there. Palena Mashishi coming from 45 to just tidy that one up.
Great delivery from Scooter right in the block hole. That's when she looks really good, when she can get it up there with a bit of shape. So 23 23 needed off 9 balls to deny the Titans a bonus point. Make that 22 off 8.
And that is exactly what Samantha Sketter will need to do to show the Titans that she can be a dependable death bowler. So she's got the opportunity to absolutely show that she can bowl those Yorkers. Not like that. Too overpitched. And Legrand gets back on it once again. Moves on to 33 from just the 31 balls.
Scooter just kind of stopped in her action here. She just... what's this? I don't know if she's trying to bowl a slower ball. Squirted away for 4. So KG Basubalele is making his way down to the field to do the post-match presentation. Simon Gear joins me for the last rights. Out in the block hole again, and chipped up and taken at wide mid-off eventually. Good running catch by Annika Bosch, and Samantha Scooter has a 3rd wicket.
Yeah, she's done very nicely. 3 for 31. Oh, for 41. 3 for 41 after 9 overs. She's, I think, bowled the right pace for this pitch, which didn't need people to slam the ball into it. Just needed people to let the air do the work. And the Dragons 213 for 9 after 49 overs.
So Sam Scooter's work is done for the day. 3 for 41 in 9 overs. Given that she's bowled quite a few of those at the death. The last 4, I make it. She's done a decent job. And the wicket's very handy indeed as Katlejo Sitlori, the last batter for the Northwest Dragons, comes to the crease with 74 needed off 6 balls, and the Titans need to make sure they concede less than 18 in this final over to get the bonus point. Christophe van der Schijf has the ball from the West Lane end, hit hard to deep mid off for 1.
Robin Saul doing the fielding there. Yeah, I mean, too soon to panic from the Titans' point of view. Yeah, this is a game that has died a long, slow death over the course of the afternoon.
That's chipped through the vacant cover to the sweeper for 1. Yeah, well, at one stage, when Mignon Dupree was going well, first with Phoebe Molkenboer in their partnership was 62, and then Van Schuur helped Dupree at 40 for the 4th wicket. They looked like there was a chance. Slap to extra cover, they'll take the quick single. No one begrudges them that.
Yeah, I mean, they were always staring down the barrel of 10 runs and over, I think. So even if Mignon had stayed in for the next 20 overs after she got out, I mean, it would have been an absolutely epic effort by her. But it's been a good professional performance by the Titans. I think they can be proud of it.
I agree. I think they've shown probably the most composure all season with the bat that they've shown in fairly testing circumstances up front, sent into bat. Had a really difficult start, struggling to 8 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's well worth remembering that we were talking the Titans down for the first 30 overs of today, thinking that they were well behind where they should have been. Came back all guns blazing over the last 20 overs of their innings, and then are bowled really, really nicely.
Last ball of the match. And it's going to be 1 more run. So 217 for 9 the Northwest Dragons have posted in reply to the remarkable, really, 286 for 5 that the Fidelity Titans scored. It's a victory for the Titans by 69 runs. I'll make it. They've got the bonus point, so they're now 15 points ahead of the Dragons in the One Day Cup. In 5th place, the Dragons are 6th and last. And there's a happy dugout of the Titans team. And, well, it could still be a fantastic weekend for them if they manage to win the T20 game tomorrow as well, because that could just settle the relegation argument.
Yeah, I mean, well played by them. Really valued having the return of their Proteas and Annika Bosch in particular. I mean, was the difference between these two teams today, I think. I mean, she really just was head and shoulders above everyone else on the field in terms of her ability to bat on this pitch. And I think they'll hope to make it the double tomorrow.
So, just running through the reply by the Northwest Dragons, ending on 217 for 9. And they were in early trouble, 32 for 2 inside 7 overs, with the loss of openers Urkelbin for 6 and Reddy for 19. But then, as I say, there was a bit of hope for the Dragons that they would make a good, decent fist of this chase when Phoebe Molkenboer, the Dutch international, and Mignon Dupree put on 62 for the 3rd wicket. Molkenboer fell to the off-spin of Miane Smit for 37. Chantal van Schuur scored 20. She added another 40 with Dupree, but then she was dismissed, bowled by Paulina Mashishi, also a spinner. And then really the hammer blow was when Mignon Dupree was caught at cover. Sharp catch by Pumelelo Mashiliwane off the bowling of Angel Mgwenya for 51. A nice cameo by Tabitha Lakranji a runner ball 33. But in the end, not nearly enough from that batting lineup as a whole to challenge the Titans' score.
Yeah, indeed. So 217 for 9. The Titans ladies win by 69 runs. And just having a look at some of the bowling, Angela Mgwenya bowled her 10 overs, went for 5 runs and over for 2 wickets. Samantha Scooter bowled really, really nicely, 41 for 3. I think her bowling was perfectly suited for this pitch. Van der Scheef, 8 overs, 49, a little bit expensive, 1 for 49, a little over a runner ball there. Paulina Mashishi, 10 overs, very, very parsimonious, 1 for 28. Miane Smith, 10 overs, 2 for 39. And Annika Bosch, 3 over cameo, no wickets for 10 runs.
So, victory for the Fidelity Titans ladies by 69 runs. And it's been a fabulous day here at Supersport Park. There's the summary of the entire game and the innings of Annika Bosch, 114 not out, off just 76 balls, will live long in the memory. It was a spectacular end to the innings launched by her. She got her 50 off 42 deliveries. So her last 64 runs came off just 34 balls. And that was a real highlight of the day today. Do stay with us for the post-match presentation with Riso Masibulele, which will begin shortly.
I'll do this.
Okay.
Look, I got that right.
benchmarking Anneke Bosch. Yeah, thank you. So,
Welcome to the post-match presentation here at Supersport Park, where we had the home team, the Fidelity Titans, playing against the Northwest Dragons. And the home team, the Fidelity Titans, after losing the toss earlier on, they were put into bet first and they ended up winning by 69 runs. Then we move on to the player of the match, and without any doubt, the player of the match for scoring 114 from 76 balls, the captain from the Fidelity Titans, Anneke Bosch. She, well done.
Thank you.
You were not too keen to bet first, but it ended up working.
Yeah, fortunately it did. Like I said, we still would have liked to bowl first and chase, but yeah, I think our bowlers did incredibly well to defend the score.
How would you sum up the wicket, though, the way that it played? Because you batted for a very long time. It looked like it got easier and easier to bat on. How would you sum up the wicket?
Yeah, I think it did get easier to bat as the day went on. Like we also said at the toss, it probably, if there's anything in the wicket, it will be early on and up front, which Northwest used well, and I think they bowled really well up front. But yeah, then it got a little bit better as the day went on.
And what would you say you guys did well as a team to end up winning by 69 runs? Obviously a bonus point win, very important for you guys. What is it that you look at and you say this is what we did well as a team?
I think after like maybe a little bit of a difficult start with the bat, I think we did well to get to a defendable score. I think everyone that came in did really well with a quick like 30 or 20 or something. And yeah, our bowlers I think did incredibly well. Like I said, it's difficult to defend this wicket and on this field, so I think our bowlers did really well, and the fielding was also really good. So yeah.
Thank you, Anneke. Well done for that innings, 114 from 76 balls.
Thank you.
And next up to call the losing captain from the Northwest Dragons, Jane Winster. Jane, hard luck. What went wrong today?
No, I sound like a broken record by now, but let me not say anything, but it's just too many runs. Obviously, we gave away in the field and with the ball, and I think we weren't disciplined enough with the ball. So I think batting-wise, we can actually give ourselves kudos on fighting that deep, but I think this morning we made it bad for ourselves.
First 10 overs, you had the Fidelity Titans on 29 for 1. You feel that you started well, but what went on after that?
No, definitely. Just like I said, I think with the ball, we just threw it away a little bit too much, because one bad ball over is okay, maybe not, but there were too many. And unfortunately, one of our bowlers got a little bit of a niggle in the shoulder, so he was a part-timer, obviously. And it was a bit in the deep side, and it was a bit unfair towards her, but then that was our only way out.
And chasing 286 on this wicket, did you guys go back thinking that 286 should be easy to get, or did you think that it was just a mountain too high to climb?
No, definitely. We were thinking it was obviously, and we were thinking that, listen, we have this one in the back, if we can say play sharp and play long, because first of all, they also didn't have a, so we could do the same, but we had a quicker start and we were actually up. So it looked positive, but unfortunately we couldn't take it at the end.
Looking forward to the Pro50 game tomorrow. What sort of positives do you guys take from game into tomorrow's game?
No, definitely, obviously, the batting part. I mean, it was a strong beginning, so if we can, in a T20 especially, use a power play more like we did today, so I think that would be a huge advantage for us. But yeah, up the spirits. We have to up our planning and focus, but we will be better tomorrow.
Well done, Jane. And best for today. And to call back again the winning captain from the Fidelity Titans, Anneke Bosch. Probably answered all the questions already, but just getting back to the game, what would the talks have been in the change room? You got 29 for 1 after the first 10 overs.
Yeah, not the best position, but I think our batters still did well up front with the conditions being a bit difficult up front and early. And with Northwest bowling as well as they did, I think our batters did well to get us off to a kind of a start. If we lost, we would have been under a lot of pressure. So for them staying there, building a partnership meant a lot for us.
Obviously, you guys got to 286, which is a very good score. What sort of target did you guys have in mind when you were batting out there?
I don't know actually, to be honest. But yeah, initially when you bat first, you want to score maybe 300 or more on this wicket and on this field. That's difficult to like I said. But I think with the situation that we were in after 20 overs, I think we did well to get to a defendable score in the end.
Now, with a bit of focus in tomorrow's game, last time you played against the Northwest Dragons, it was actually a draw in the two of you. Taking a bit of confidence from this, what do you take this game to make sure you walk away with a win?
Yeah, I think a lot of positivity and confidence, like you said, and just sticking to our plans and trying to execute it as well as possible.
Thank you, Anneke, and all the best for tomorrow's. Yep. And that's it from us here at Supersport Park, with the game ending and the Fidelity Titans try 69 runs with a very good innings from Anneke, batting 114 from just 76 balls. Tune in tomorrow into the CSA YouTube channel as we bring you the Hollywoodbets Pro 20 series. See you tomorrow.